This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
All right, good morning, everyone. Fox 6 investigator Brian Polson here at the Wisconsin Live Desk. It is Tuesday morning, March 31st, and opening statements are just now getting underway in the trial of Tremaine Jones. He is the man who is charged with the homicide of police officer Kendall and attempted homicide of his colleague, his partner Christopher McCray. Prosecutor Grant Huebner is currently the one who is doing that testimony, giving that opening statement right now. We are going to head right there right away and let you listen in. We'll be bringing you this trial throughout the week here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, and during breaks I'll be filling you in on what's going on. But let's get to Prosecutor Grant Huebner now.
He doesn't have a firearm. He helps break it up. People are filming, fighting in the middle of the street, right there in the intersection. And the group that was there to fight generically, Miss Kitterside, they called someone. They called the defendant. And the defendant is going to come to that location. He's going to come to that location wearing a Just Do It Nike sweatshirt. He's going to come with a backpack that's got a lot of his personal identification in it. And he's going to come with a rifle. A rifle that he had bought the parts for. We're actually going to be able to show you that documentation that he had put this thing together. It actually has a short barrel on it, on a receiver, so it's actually not of a legal length. And he's going to be parading outside the apartment, threatening to shoot up the house unless the man inside comes out. Come on out. I'll shoot this house up. I'll kill you. Come out. Come out. This goes on for a long time. The first 911 call is going to occur at 9:10 p.m. about people outside. They just had a fight. There's a man with a large gun. The second 911 call is going to occur about 4 minutes later at 9:14. And during that 911 call, you're actually going to hear a gunshot. The defendant, while he's outside, has that rifle and pops off the round. And more calls are going to occur. The defendant and the young women that he was there somehow, I guess, to, I don't know, restore their honor or help win the fight or whatever, bringing that rifle with him, they remain outside, demanding that people come outside to fight, demanding, or else he's going to shoot up the house. And more 911 calls occur. And then the defendant fires more times. There's going to be casings that are actually found on the corner of 25th and Garfield, right by a house. There's also return fire from inside the apartment. The defendant fires. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Officer Corder and his partner, Officer McCray, are the two officers that are sent to deal with this. Something you need to understand is that Officer Corder wasn't even supposed to be working that day. He's a fill-in. He used to work with Officer McCray. He's working an overtime shift, replacing another officer. And they work in District 2. So they're not from this area. They work the south side. The problem is, and as will be explained, is that the district had another homicide not that far away. A number of officers were all at that location. While they're actually at that location, rounds are actually shot off. The officers have to go then and they arrest another individual. Officers are tied up. TAC squad, tactical squad, sometimes referred to as the SWAT team. Those officers are deployed in responding to shootings and trying to help out. And this original call that came in as a subject with a weapon is assigned to two District 2 officers, Officer Porter and Officer McCray. Now they arrive at that location and place themselves on scene at 9:31. This is going to be approximately 4 to 5 minutes after the second grouping of shots occur. You have that first one that happens during a 911 call, and then when the defendant is firing more rounds off, you're going to have 5 and another one. And the way we know this about this second group of shots is because there is something called ShotSpotter. It's an audio system that actually records audio images. So you're going to hear that grouping of shots. And then you're going to hear the second grouping of shots that occurs, or the third actually. And those are going to be the ones in which Officer Porter dies. Officer Porter and Officer McCray arrive at the location. When they get to that corner, the defendant and the girls that he is with have scattered. They've actually end up kind of grouping a block over on 24th Place, just by Garfield. It's going to be an alley. There's video of it. You're going to see them kind of hanging out. There's another male there who's just kind of tagging along and watching. The defendant still has that rifle. The defendant still has that backpack. And the girls leave. The defendant does not. The defendant ends up hanging out in this backyard. It's overgrown. There's weeds, there's some bushes, some kind of area in this dark backyard. It's just 1 yard away from 24th Place. It's just 1 yard away from the mouth of that alley. And while he is there with this rifle in the dark, Officer Porter and Officer McCray are walking down the street. They walk down Garfield. They see some individuals. Hey, we're here for a guy with a gun. Did you see anything? They're pointed down. They see kind of people off by the corner, so they start walking that way. Officer Porter has his department-issued rifle out. Officer McCray has his handgun out. And both of them have their body cams on. Which means you're going to see what happens. They walk down the street, and when they get to the corner of 24th Place in Garfield, Officer McCray hears voices. Something happening from behind the house. 2 houses that are on that corner. Something like he comes out, I'm going to shoot him, or something along those lines. So they go to investigate. It's at that moment that Officer McCray places himself, and what you're going to hear, the terminology is put himself out at 24th and Garfield. Problem is, they're on 24th Place, not 24th Street. Every now and then, as you know, on Milwaukee, sometimes we end up with these blocks, and there's just an additional street. And they start walking. And as they're walking, they're kind of keeping their eye on the backyard area where this alley is. Officer Cray asks Porter for his flashlight. You're going to see him hand it to him. Blitz kind of the area so they can kind of see if there's anything there. They don't see him. They heard something, but they don't see him. So they get to the mouth of the alley, and Officer Porter goes first. He's standing in the alley. Officer McCray behind him. And then the defendant fires 16 times. 16 cases are going to be recovered from the area where the defendant was in that brush area. With the first round, you're going to see from Officer McCray's body cam, Officer Porter dropped. Officer McCray turns. He tries to get cover. Shots fired. My partner's down. He turns, sees Officer Porter is down, and runs to find help. Officers are not able to find him right now. What they do, and you're going to see every part of it. The defendant leaves his backpack there that he took off of his back prior to shooting. That backpack is there with his identifiers. Officers and detectives, once they've secured this area, are going to begin an investigation. And we're going to walk you through every single portion of this investigation. We're going to walk you through the canine dogs that are first brought in to try to find the firearm evidence, and finding that short-barreled rifle hidden in the bushes along the fence line. We're going to show you how they find casings. They bring in kind of equipment to cut down the weeds, find more casings, and the next day cut down even more and find even more. We're going to walk you all the way down this block from where the defendant fired his first shots outside an apartment because he wanted to fight a guy who happened to be there for a girl fight, and he brings a rifle to all the moment to where he's sitting there hiding in the bushes and shooting two officers. We're going to take you through the fingerprint evidence that shows his fingerprints on these items. We're going to take you through how the police develop, talk to witnesses, and eventually go to the young woman who called him at the very beginning. Find her there, find him there, and find that Justin Deal sweatshirt that you're going to see. Ladies and gentlemen, Officer Corder and Officer McCray were sent there because people called for help, and they're the police. The defendant was there with a short-barreled rifle because he was there for a fight between girls, and he demanded people come outside or he was going to shoot. And Officer Corder died because of that. And when I'm done, I will ask you to come back up here. I'll ask you to consider all the evidence, and I'll ask you to find him guilty of all 4 counts, because we will have proven it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ruckdaschel? Hi, good morning. You haven't heard from me yet. My name's Attorney Abigail Ruckdaschel. I work at the law firm Cleghorn Jones, and we represent Mr. Tremaine Jones. I think it's fair for all of us, everyone in this room, to acknowledge the tragedy that was the death of Officer Kendall Corder. Defense can acknowledge that. The prosecution can acknowledge that. This community can and should acknowledge that. Nobody in this room believes that the people who are, I guess, paid to keep this city safe should lose their life doing their job. And by all accounts, Officer Corder was good at it. But the one thing that makes this tragedy worse is if we don't have the right person. And it's defense's position here. The state doesn't have the right person. Now, Attorney Huebner is going to have you believe this is all buttoned up. Done, we can all go home. Lots and lots of resources were put into finding who ended the life of Kendall Corder. And that's fair, there should be, right? But if that many people were involved, you heard the witness list yesterday, we're talking about hundreds of people. There are bound to be gaps. And as Attorney Jones said to you yesterday, it is fair and allowed for you to think about what is missing, right? We've hammered on the only thing that's evidence is what comes from the witness stand, what comes from the witness stand, right? But what about what doesn't come from the witness stand? And right now, you've heard no evidence, right? Attorney Huebner gave his opening statement, I'm giving mine. None of this is evidence, right? So you should have no opinion as to Mr. Jones's guilt at this moment. In fact, you should consider Mr. Jones at this moment not guilty. Not just because we say so, because that's what the Constitution demands. The state must convince you beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Jones is guilty, not just of every single count, but of every single element that makes up that count. Defense believes they can't do that. I like to think of it like this. I'm a visual learner, okay? I live out west, in the west suburbs. I have two choices to get here to the courthouse, right? I can take 94, gets backed up with traffic, all the construction, right? I can take Blue Mound Road. That might be quicker, but you might hit a stoplight every 8 seconds. Might not be quicker after all, right? Both of those paths are reasonable for someone to take. The state's putting forward their path. We're going to put forward our path. If our path is reasonable, or at least as reasonable as the state's path, you must find Mr. Jones not guilty. Not because I'm telling you to, not because of any other reason other than that's what the Constitution demands. There's a lot of things in this case, and Attorney Jones told you this in voir dire yesterday, that we're not fighting about. It's clear, as an example, that Officer Porter is no longer with us. We're not going to be fighting about, well, a bullet is what killed him. It's clear a bullet is what ended his life. We're not here to insult your intelligence, throw things at the wall, and try to make you believe things that aren't there. But we are asking you to look and see what is missing. Because this is a team effort, at the end of what might be a couple of long days, Attorney Jones is going to come up here, point out those gaps in the evidence, and ask you to return a verdict of not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ruckdaschel. All right, Mr. Huebner, you can call your first witness. I didn't mention this when I was talking to you earlier, but I will give you a break every morning and every afternoon. But if somebody needs a break, raise your hand, get our attention, and we'll take a break, okay? It's not on any particular schedule. I try and make it midway, but if you need a break, let us know. Thanks.
Your Honor, State calls Officer Roberto Hernandez. ways of getting intelligence to law enforcement officers for both preventing crime and solving crime. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you mentioned your assignment within the Fusion Division was a system called ShotSpotter. Is that fair?
Yes.
How long have you been with ShotSpotter?
I've worked with ShotSpotter for over 7 years now.
And in order to have this position at the Fusion Division in charge of ShotSpotter technology for the police department, did you have any specialized training or experience?
Yes.
Can you briefly tell us what that was?
I had to go through some training that ShotSpotter provided. I passed that, and as well as members of ShotSpotter came out and provided some hands-on training as well.
And during this time since then, have you been primarily working with the ShotSpotter system and providing this information and intelligence to other law enforcement officers?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what is the ShotSpotter system?
ShotSpotter is a gunshot location system. Basically, it uses a wide array of GPS-enabled audio sensors to detect and locate loud impulsive noises such as gunfire. Whenever the system makes a detection and thinks that it's gunfire, it'll send that information to the customer, which would be the Milwaukee Police Department, and then we respond in case of emergency.
Okay. Now, in regards to this kind of system and the way it works out, in order to get a geolocation, approximately how many sensors have to kind of get us an idea so we can have an idea of where those shots might be?
If it's a multiple gunshot event, it'll only take 3 sensors. If it's a single gunshot, it'll require 4 sensors.
4 sensors?
Yes.
Okay. And so if you have only a single gunshot, is that sometimes harder for the system to pick up and geolocate?
It just needs 4 sensors. I wouldn't say it could be possibly difficult for the system. Sure.
And just so we kind of understand this, the ShotSpotter system, would it be fair to say, is easier in terms of identifying and locating shots that are outside as opposed to shots inside a building?
Correct.
Why is that?
Because it'll affect the sound getting to the sensors.
Okay. Now, in this particular case, regarding the June 26, 2025 homicide of Officer Corder, were you asked to take a look into the system and attempt to find if there were any ShotSpotter notifications or ShotSpotter activations regarding the area that we're talking about?
Yes.
How many total did you find?
There was 3 separate alerts for this incident.
And when you say 3 separate alerts, can you tell us what you mean by that?
So ShotSpotter first heard one incident, which I believe was around 5 rounds. And then it could, sometime later, it detected another single gunshot. And then minutes later, it located another set of gunshots.
Okay. Now, you had mentioned that there were 3 incidents. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to have, and I have what is State's Exhibit number 2 already in the computer. But before I get to that, Officer, did you review those generated reports and audio when this case was first being investigated?
Yes.
Is what we're about to listen to and look at fair and accurate copies of both the ShotSpotter reports as well as the audio recordings of those shots that the system records?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have State's Exhibit number 2 currently in the computer. I'd ask to move all 3 files and audio that is connected to them in evidence at this time.
No objection.
All right, that will be received without objection.
Thank you. Now, I am now moving over from the Elmo to the, it takes a while to connect over. There we go. Now, if we are looking at here regarding what we can see, just so we can kind of understand what we're looking at, what is this diagram or this document that we can see on the big screen?
It's a ShotSpotter generated report called an investigative lead summary. It'll provide a map, a date, time, and location of the incident. And towards the bottom are different sensors that heard the incident. And if you have an internet connection, you can click on those sound waves and listen to the audio.
Okay. Now, we do have an internet connection, although it's by the county, so it's not the best. But what I do want to do is just talk about real quick in terms of the area that we're seeing here. Is this an area in the area, or kind of the general area of, in the city of Milwaukee?
Yes.
We can see 26th Street, 25th Street, and then kind of right underneath this is going to be Garfield. Is that fair?
Yes.
And when we're looking at regarding to this particular area, this appears to be shots fired in the area of 25th and Garfield by what is, we have an address of 2203. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in terms of like the geolocation, it's telling us it's somewhere within 25 meters or 82 feet based on the map that they have within this area of 2203. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Now, officer, I'm now going to the bottom and looking at this particular kind of portion of it. What are we seeing here?
That would be the sound waves, the 4 different sensors that heard this incident. And again, if you click on it with an internet connection, you can listen to each sensor's audio that it recorded.
Does this give us, in addition, kind of the date and time of when these shots were coming in?
Yes.
We can look at this, it says June 26, 2125. Is that fair?
Yes.
Now, just so we understand, 2125, for those that are not in the military or not in law enforcement, what would that be in civilian time?
9:25 p.m.
Okay. Now, if we're looking at this, we can see what appears to be 4 different sensors at various different meters or feet from the estimated location. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right.
Can we have a brief sidebar?
Sure. We'll be right back, folks. Sometimes we have to do this.
Fox 6 investigator Brian Polson here at the Wisconsin Live Desk. You are watching coverage, or actually watching the Tremaine Jones homicide trial, charged in the death of Milwaukee police officer Kendall. Brief sidebar there. Back to our first witness, who is Roberto Hernandez, an officer of the Milwaukee Police Department, part of the ShotSpotter program.
And just that kind of skipped, I'm going to play again. It's a 4-second audio. Did we hear what appears to be impulses during that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, going to sensor 178, which is 1,019.2 meters away. Playing again because it seems to keep. Now going to sensor 6, 528.3 meters away. I'm just going to move it all the way to the back and play from the beginning. And lastly, sensor 49, which is 341.5 meters away. Playing again, that 4-second clip. Now, officer, are those fair and accurate copies of the recordings that we hear regarding this first kind of series of shots that we have in the area of that apartment?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to move to the next group. This we have at 9:25 and I guess 56 seconds. I want to now move and go back to State's Exhibit number 2, moving to the next ShotSpotter report and zooming in a little bit. If we are looking regarding this particular ShotSpotter report, how many impulses that are believed to be gunshots are found during this impulse?
1.
And if we're looking at this particular, we can see what time is this impulse? At 21:26:07?
That would be 9:26 p.m.
Okay, so this is a little bit after the first 5 that we heard.
Correct.
Okay. And I'm now going to play sensor 178, which is the farthest away at 1050.3. Then sensor 51, which is 469.4 meters away. Then sensor 49, which is 373.3 meters away. And then sensor 47, which is 271.5 meters away. Now, officer, we have now talked about those 2 ShotSpotter incidents or recordings occurring around 9:25 and 9:26 p.m. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. I want to draw your attention to the next ShotSpotter incident, which is going to be separated by some time. And if we're looking at what we can see here, what are we looking at here?
That's a different area, a different location, and the time is, again, a few minutes after those first 2 incidents that we heard.
So if we're looking at here, we can now see 24th place, where previously we were on 25th Street. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. And if we're looking, we can see North Avenue. We can see, if we kind of look down and know where we're looking at, Garfield's going to be towards the bottom or the south of this map.
Correct.
Okay. And sometimes, would it be fair to say, echoes can kind of throw off the geolocation of what we're looking at?
Yes.
But the ShotSpotter system estimated this being somewhere within 82 feet or 25 meters of where we can see is kind of a building, 24th place, some other buildings, and then between North and Garfield.
Yes.
Okay. And if we're looking at the time here, on June 26th, we can see 21:37 and 30 seconds. What is that in civilian time?
9:37 p.m.
Okay. At 9:37, we're going to hear this volley of shots. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Now, a couple things that I would like to discuss. If we're seeing here, we can see what's referred to as a tag. Is that fair?
Yes.
What does high capacity mean?
ShotSpotter labels that as a weapon with a large capacity of ammunition, so 10 or more rounds.
Okay. And if we're looking at, because of the fact that it appears to be what one weapon going continually, that's why it's referring to as high capacity.
Correct.
Okay. And how many total rounds are we going to hear in this volley?
16.
Your Honor, staying now on the only other video that is on, the only other PDF file with interrelated audio I have on State's Exhibit number 2 at this point, starting with sensor 178, which is 1,049.4 meters away. And I'm going to just pause it right away because it skips. I'm going to start it clean. It's a 6-second audio. Going to sensor 41, which is at 616.5 meters away. And again, stopping and starting again at 0 minutes and 0 seconds into that audio. 580.8 meters away. Sorry, I'll just start that again. And the last, which is 417.3 meters away. I'm going to try it with off the skipping at 0 minutes and 0 seconds, starting again. Are those fair and accurate copies of all the shots that you heard?
Yes.
And just to be very clear, once I played it, we had some stopping and stuff, but once we played it all the way through, we can hear the 16 shots. There's a volley, slight pause, and then some more shots.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions of this witness. And making sure I'm moving in State's Exhibit number 2, as well as all the audio and the documents that are on that exhibit.
It's
We
been
don't
moved
object.
in. Yep, thank you. Cross-examination?
Thank you. Officer, the only thing you can tell from these shot spotters is time and approximate location, yes?
Correct.
So you can't tell caliber?
No.
You can't tell direction of shots?
No.
You can't tell circumstances?
No.
You can't tell if it's return fire, anything like that?
No.
And you can't tell, I guess, who is shooting these shots, fair?
Correct.
I don't have any more questions, thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you. You may step down. It's 10:15. Do you have a quick one or?
No.
Okay. Then, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you your morning break now. I know it seems like we probably haven't been here, although those instructions probably went pretty long. I am going to read to you my admonition that I will give you every time you leave. Do not research any information that you personally think might be helpful to you in understanding the issues presented or investigate this case on your own. Do not read any newspaper reports or listen to any news reports on radio, television, or any other electronic application about this trial. Do not seek information regarding the public records of any party or witness in this case. Do not communicate with anyone about this trial or your experience as a juror while you are serving on this jury. Do not use any electronic device to share any information about this case. Do not permit anyone to communicate with you about this matter, either in person, electronically, or by any other means. Enjoy your break. We'll get you back about 10:30. Thanks so much.
Fox 6 investigator Brian Polson here at the Wisconsin Live Desk. They are taking a break now, first break of the morning in the trial of Tremaine Jones, who is charged with killing Milwaukee police officer Kendall and injuring his partner Christopher McCray. The jury was just selected this morning. It's a jury of 5 women and 9 men. Judge Michelle Habas is presiding over this trial. We heard from the prosecutor, Grant Hebner, in opening statements this morning, laying out what they say is the case against Tremaine Jones. And essentially, he says this comes down to a fight between 2 groups of girls. One of those groups of girls, there was one particular witness that Prosecutor Hebner said we will be hearing from as what sounds like the state's star witness. It was the person who called Tremaine Jones to the scene because the other group of girls had another gentleman who we'll also hear from as a witness who was at the scene essentially defending their side. Tremaine Jones, according to the prosecutor, came to the scene with a rifle, a long gun, and began demanding that this other group, including that man, Bryshon Tyler, that they come out of the house they were in, and that he began firing shots in the air. We heard in early testimony there from a ShotSpotter, a police officer who is an expert in ShotSpotter technology for the Milwaukee Police Department. We heard some of the series of shots that the prosecutor talked about in those opening statements. He then essentially laid out what we're going to hear in terms of the state's case. And I'm going to go back through my notes and tell you that what we're essentially going to hear, we just heard those shots that are fired. We're going to hear about the canines that were brought to the scene to look for the shell casings. They ultimately found 16. I think initially they had found a certain number, then 13, and then eventually cut the grass and found more. They found 16 shell casings and matched that up with the audio recordings you may have just heard there from ShotSpotter. They're going to essentially take us down. The state is going to take us down the block from 25th and Garfield, down the block and up into an alley at 24th Place, between Garfield and the next street to the north. And we're going to hear about what happened as they progressed down that block. You have at 25th and Garfield the shots that are being fired, the two groups of women that were engaged in this ongoing fight that actually had started the night before. It's my understanding from the criminal complaint that fight was over the defendant, Tremaine Jones. And we're going to then hear about how ultimately the defendant, according to the state, was hiding in bushes around the corner about a block and a half away. And it was dark. It was dark out when police responded, and they could hear voices coming from the area where these bushes were in the backyard of a home at 24th Place, just north of Garfield. And ultimately, that's where the shots were fired from that killed Officer Corder and injured Officer McCray. The state says through fingerprint evidence and witness interviews and more, they're going to place Tremaine Jones in those bushes and say he was the one who fired the shots. Now, we heard from the defense attorney, one of the defense attorneys here, Abigail Ruckdaschel, and she spoke in opening statements telling the jury that, first of all, acknowledging that the death of Officer Kendall Corder is a tragedy and that police officers should not lose their lives for doing the job they are paid to do. But then ultimately she gave us our first glimpse at what the defense case is going to be here. If you've been wondering, what are they going to say happened here? We have all of this evidence. We've been told leading up to this case that Tremaine Jones had a gun, that Tremaine Jones, his ID was found in a backpack right in the bushes where all of this happened, that they found fingerprints on the gun. What's the defense going to be? And ultimately what she said is they believe the state has the wrong person. She did not offer an alternative theory. Who do they think the right person might be? But under the law, the defense doesn't have to come up with an alternate theory. It is the burden of the state to prove that the person they say did this fatal shooting is in fact Tremaine Jones, the defendant. And the defense is essentially saying here they're going to put the state to its burden of proof. They've got to prove through the evidence that it was in fact Tremaine Jones and not someone else. Again, the shooting happens in the pitch dark, out of bushes. The officers can't see who's doing the shooting, so it is going to be that collection of evidence that points to Tremaine Jones that the state is going to try to make that case to the jury that it could have only been Tremaine Jones. And of course, that's going to take some time to build that case. There is a long list of state witnesses that could potentially be called here. I believe more than 150 that are listed as potential witnesses, not nearly as many that are likely to be called, but it could be a substantial list of witnesses we hear from as the state lays its foundation. They're going to be making a case piece by piece with the evidence because that's what the defense is putting them to. They're saying you've got to prove it. And you've got to show us that it was him. So I think the fingerprint evidence on the gun is probably going to be very important. Matching the shell casings and the caliber of the bullets that killed Officer Kendall Corder to the gun on which those fingerprints are found, that's going to be important. But witness testimony is going to be a big part of this as well. Again, if this all comes down to a fight between a couple of groups of girls, which is what it sounds like, there were a lot of people there. There were 911 calls being made. There are people who know Tremaine Jones was at the scene. They're going to testify to that. The question is, why was he there? What was he called to do? What did he bring to the scene? Did he bring that long gun they're talking about? Was he the one firing the shots in the air that we heard in those first couple of rounds of ShotSpotter audio recordings? And then was he in fact the one who was hiding in the bushes? We know there's another gentleman at the scene who will testify that he spoke to the defendant, Tremaine Jones, shortly after this, and Tremaine Jones said something to the effect of, "I thought it was dude," referring to the other guy he'd been called to the scene to confront, that he thought it was that person and not police officers. So that'll be part of the testimony as well. Did Tremaine Jones have reason to believe, or did he know those were in fact police officers he was firing at, or did he think it was someone else? And how does that play into this? So if you were trying to kill someone else rather than police officers, does that get you off the hook in a case like this? So a lot to come in this case, and it's going to be the state that is making that case. We don't really expect to hear the defense call a number of witnesses. They're going to be making their case most likely through cross-examination of the state's witnesses. We just heard right after the MPD officer testified about the ShotSpotter audio recordings that the defense attorney, Abigail Ruckdaschel, essentially asked, okay, so we heard the recordings, but does that mean you know who did the shooting? Does that mean you know the caliber of the bullets? Do you know which direction the bullets were going? Do you know if there was return fire or not? And the officer said, no, we don't know that. All we know is there were these 3 series of shots. There were 5 shots at, let me look at the time here. It was, I think, 9:25 p.m. 9:25 p.m., you hear 5 shots. A minute later, you hear 1 shot, and then it's another 11 minutes, 9:37 p.m., before that barrage of 16 shots is heard on the ShotSpotter. The location is approximated to the area where police say, or where prosecutors say, Tremaine Jones was hiding in the bushes. The court is currently taking a morning break. They will get to their second witness after this. This will be something that happens every morning. And throughout the week here, I will be here on the Wisconsin Live Desk keeping you up to speed during those breaks. What you might have missed in testimony. We've got this live stream for you so you can listen to this very important trial. But we also know you've got things to do, right? You can't listen to every witness and every bit of testimony. So during these breaks, I'm going to bring you up to speed. I'm going to tell you what we heard during the last section, and then we will make sure that we get you back to live testimony as we can. So right now it is 10:26 on Tuesday morning. This is day 1 of the Tremaine Jones trial in the shooting death of Milwaukee police officer Kendall Corder. I am Fox 6 investigator Brian Polson. As I said, I'll be here with you throughout the week. We're going to take a break, and we'll be taking you back to the courtroom.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
good morning once again. Fox 6 investigator Brian Polson here at the Wisconsin Live Desk, bringing you the live stream of the trial of Tremaine Jones, the man who is charged with first-degree intentional homicide for the shooting death of Milwaukee police officer Kendall last September 26th of 2025, and also of attempting to kill his partner, Christopher McCray, both District 2 police officers who were responding to a shooting in a district that was not their own. They worked the south side, but were assisting in an area where there had been another homicide, and were called to an area they were unfamiliar with. Ultimately, it proved to be a fatal call for Officer Corder. We heard today from Grant Hebner, the prosecutor, in opening statements that Kendall Corder wasn't even supposed to be working that night. He was working an overtime shift, filling in for another officer, and ultimately that fill-in shift cost him his life. We are currently on a break, a morning break for the court. So far, we have heard from just one witness, and that was Officer Roberto Hernandez, who is an expert in ShotSpotter technology from the Milwaukee Police Department. And ShotSpotter is an audio technology. There are speakers essentially all over the city that listen for gunshots, and it can detect what are gunshots. In this case, he testified about 3 different groups of gunshots that were heard that night and that were localized based on these multiple speakers. They can localize the sound to a particular location. They approximated those locations to be right in the area where the shooting of Officer Corder occurred. Roberto Hernandez testified to shots that were fired at 9:25 p.m., 9:26 p.m., and then 9:37. The grouping at 9:37 is said to be the grouping of shots that resulted in the death of Kendall Corder and the injury to Officer McCray. I'm going to add here, this is Police Officer Kendall Corder. He was a police officer. I'm sorry, he was shot at the scene. He did not die immediately. He died a few days after the incident occurred. And then Officer McCray, who was shot in the foot, did survive. I expect we will hear from Officer McCray during this trial. We're going to hear from a lot of witnesses in this case. But ultimately, it comes down to the state trying to prove that the man who did the shooting was Tremaine Jones, again, charged with first-degree intentional homicide, attempted first-degree intentional homicide for the shooting of Officer McCray, first-degree recklessly endangering safety for some of the other shots he fired throughout the night, according to prosecutors, and possession of a short-barreled shotgun or rifle. I'm hearing that the jury is coming back into the courtroom, so very shortly we're going to be taking you back to the courtroom as they go on the record, and we will hear from the state's second witness. Just a quick recap once again, if you're just tuning in, we've heard opening statements today. We know that prosecutors are going to take us through everything they say happened that night. We've also heard the defense case. What are they saying? What are they making as a defense case for Tremaine Jones? Essentially, they say the state has the wrong person, but we didn't hear in opening statements any alternative theory of who else it might have been. Simply, they said the state is going to have to make its case. They're going to have to put the state to its burden of proof. So that is what we're going to be hearing, is a long list of state witnesses to button this up and tie this case up and point the evidence toward Tremaine Jones, and the defense trying to cross-examine and tackle or attack those lines of questioning and suggest that there's not enough evidence there to prove it was Tremaine Jones. I'm not expecting we're going to hear any alternate theory of who it might have been, essentially based on what we heard in those opening statements. As I said, we'll be coming to you throughout the week with the trial testimony here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. This stream is going to be up. It's going to be available wherever you can get this live stream. You can get it from our YouTube, FOX6 News Milwaukee YouTube channel. You get it from Fox Local. And during the breaks, I'll be here to fill you in on what you've missed. So far, just the one witness and, of course, those opening statements. It is not clear quite how long this trial is expected to last, but it is expected to last throughout the week. The state has a list of more than 150 potential witnesses. It's not likely they're going to call all of them. I see that we are back on the record. We're going to take you back out to the courtroom now.
Don't worry about it. You can sit wherever you want. It's just important that you match up with your notebook, so you're taking your own notes. All right, we are ready to continue. Our next witness is on the stand.
Thank you. Your Honor, State calls Detective Shamara Gonzalez.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under the pain and penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Please be seated. Please state your first and last name and spell them both for the record.
Shamara Gonzalez, Shamara, last name Gonzalez.
Detective, how are you employed?
City of Milwaukee Police Department,
How long have you been with the Milwaukee Police Department?
approximately 9.5 years,
And how long have you been a detective?
5 years.
Okay. Just gonna kind of get that microphone in there for you. Now, what's your current assignment?
I am assigned as a detective in the homicide division.
And how long have you been with homicide?
2 years.
Detective, I want to draw your attention specifically to the homicide investigation into the death of Officer Kendall that occurred on June 26th of 2025 in the area of 2454 West Garfield. Were you involved in that investigation?
Yes.
And in particular, Detective, what was your role?
My role was to download the 911 calls.
Okay. And talking about 911 calls and downloading them, did you have access to this system?
Yes.
Were you able to access it and determine that all these calls are kept in the ordinary course of business of the Milwaukee Police Department?
Yes.
Were you able to listen to these 911 calls?
Yes.
Were you able to document these 911 calls?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have State's Exhibit number 3 currently in the computer. We will be playing certain portions of State's Exhibit number 3, particularly 5 911 calls. I have gone over those with defense counsel. I'm going to move those into evidence now before we play them.
We don't object.
Received without objection.
Thank you. Now, Detective, I also want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 4. You recognize this?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a printout of our CAD. It's a document of the CAD.
What's a CAD?
CAD stands for Computer Aided Dispatch.
And what does that mean? Kind of walk us through what we're looking at, what this is going to let us know.
So the CAD is a computer-based system that is used department-wide. It allows our communications center to not only receive calls, but they filter and manage those calls, 911 calls for service, and they're able to give live updates regarding those calls to the department and patrol officers.
And so when we're looking at this particular exhibit, State's Exhibit number 4, which is a portion of the documents regarding this particular CAD call, does it begin with kind of the 911 call and then have updated information as that goes on?
Yes.
Will it show additional 911 calls as they're coming in?
Yes.
Will it show officers that are dispatched to the location?
Yes.
When they arrive and place themselves out, things like that?
Yes.
Okay. Is State's Exhibit number 4 a fair and accurate copy of the 911 printout and CAD printout from the first 911 call until the officers are shot and officers respond?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move State's Exhibit number 4 in evidence.
No objection.
Received without objection.
Okay. And placing it here on the big screen, which just gonna eventually get there. Okay. So now I'm going to kind of zoom in a little bit. That's a zoom out. If we are looking at this particular entry, can we see that the first kind of 911 calls that we have occurs at 21:10:45 regarding 25th Street, Garfield, subject with a weapon and what's referred to as a long gun?
Yes.
Okay. And as you mentioned, this gets entered in by the 911 dispatcher?
Yes.
Okay. And do the officers have access to this information that allows them to see what's occurring?
Yes, they are being updated and they have access to the CAD system.
Okay. Now, as we are and as we've been talking, you had mentioned that there were a number of 911 calls regarding this incident. Is that fair?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you listen to those 911 calls?
Yes.
I'm pulling it up, just one moment.
Where's your emergency? On the corner.
Okay, one moment, pulling back. Now, Your Honor, I have on State's Exhibit number 3, the very first audio file that is labeled call number 1, which occurred at 9:10 p.m. Did you listen to this call, Detective?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to do an audio check just to make certain that we have decent sound. Good. Playing from 0 minutes and 0 seconds into the recording.
911, we're
Let me lower that down.
Is your emergency? On the corner of 25th and Garfield, there's some kids or some people trying to fight, and it looks like somebody got a gun, like a big gun.
Okay, can you state
On
that
the corner of
intersection again?
25th. Yep. It's a dude. I can't tell what color he got on. He's skinny. He look like he might have dreads and a gray jacket on or something. He has a gun.
Long gun, you said?
Yeah, it's not the average gun.
Okay, and sorry, I interrupted you when you were saying the location for a second time.
It's the corner of 25th and Garfield, right there at the intersection. It's been like 5 people hanging out there trying to get some people in that apartment building that's on the corner to come out.
Okay.
It's the same group of people from last night, and the police came.
Okay. Okay. And can you see any of the people? Do you know any of them?
I don't know them.
Okay.
I don't know people.
Yeah, you don't have any descriptions or anything. Can you describe the person with the gun?
I just told you, it looks like he has on a gray, maybe jacket, maybe some long dreads or to his shoulder, pulled back. Black guy. Everybody's black.
Okay.
It looks like it's about 3 or 4 heavy-set girls, maybe 2 guys. I think they're guys, real skinny, with like sleeping caps or slumber caps on or something.
Okay. And then, okay, so.
And they've been hanging out on the corner trying to get the ones in the apartment building to come out. Then the guy came up, I guess, around when I looked at him, looked and saw him.
Okay.
Takes him from afar, but I know what a gun looks like, and it's not a regular gun.
Okay. Are you willing to leave your name, ma'am?
Yeah, it's Alicia.
Felicia?
Alicia.
Alicia. Okay. And is your callback number 414?
Is that a fair and accurate copy of that first 911 call that came in at approximately 9:10 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Your Honor, I will now be playing call number 3, which occurred at 9:14 p.m. on that same date. Playing from 0 minutes and 0 seconds into the recording.
Emergency.
It's on 25th and Garfield. I don't know what's going on across the street, but there's this guy standing outside of my kid's window. He has like a big, large gun in his hand, like a machine gun or something. I'm not sure what's going on. Move away from this fucking window.
Okay, and he's got a large gun, you said?
Yes.
What is he doing, walking back and forth, or?
Yep, arguing with the people walking back and forth. I'm actually in defense mode because this is my children's room right here, so.
Okay, can you give me a description of the male? Is he black, white, Hispanic, Asian?
He's black. He has on a black jacket. It says "Just Do It" on the back in red letters, red and white letters. He had on some white shoes, black pants.
White shoes, you said?
Yes.
Black pants. What kind of gun did you say this was?
It looked like a large machine gun or something. I don't know.
And did you say he was arguing with somebody?
Yes, he's arguing with the people in the building across the street. Can you hurry up and send someone to get like?
Well, we've already had a call in for this already, ma'am. So I'm just getting extra information from what you're telling me.
Oh, okay.
All right. And do you want to leave your name and phone number?
No, I actually don't.
Okay. All right. We do have a call in for service. We'll service this as soon as
Get
possible.
your motherfucking ass back. Get the fuck back, motherfucker!
And stopping at 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Detective, at that end, we can hear kind of a loud noise. Is that fair?
Yes.
The 911 dispatcher thought this was what?
I believe she thought that those were gunshots.
She thought it was a gunshot.
Yes.
Okay. And that was reflected in the CAD.
Yes.
Okay. Now, moving to call number 4, which occurs at 9:14 p.m., shortly after the last one. Moment while I get it set up. Playing from this portion at 0 minutes and 0 seconds into the recording.
911, where is your emergency? On the corner of 25th and Garfield, I just got off the phone with you guys. The guy that I reported, he just shot the gun up in the air.
Okay, you said 25th and Garfield?
Yes, right in the intersection. He just shot it up in the air. He's shooting it.
Is he still out there?
Yeah.
Okay, does anyone appear to need medical attention?
Let me look on my ring. I'm not gonna go out there. He's telling them to come outside. I can hear him through my window.
Okay, and you gave a description as that was a black male, correct?
Yes, it's a black male.
Okay, can you tell what he has on?
He's pacing back and forth in the middle of the street. I can't see what he has on. I think he has on like a gray jacket with a gun, and he might have like his hair pulled back in a ponytail like dread.
Okay, do you know if he was in a vehicle?
He's not in the vehicle. If he is, I can't see it. He's pacing back and forth. He's by that apartment building. They all trying to get them people to come out that apartment building. He went over there. I'm looking on my ring.
Okay. All right, I'll update the information. Police are responding. They should be there shortly.
All right.
All right, bye.
Now playing call number 5, which occurs at 9:16 p.m. Playing at 0 minutes and 1 second into the recording.
Your emergency? On 25th and Garfield on the corner, it's a whole group of kids, and it's one guy walking around shooting a big gun in the air. And I'm a homeowner over here. I'm trying to get some help over here.
Repeat the location.
It's on 25th and Garfield, right on the corner, and between Garfield and North.
What's your name?
My name is LaToya.
You got a description of this person?
I can't see him. I'm just standing in my doorway. I really don't want to get in the middle, but he's walking back and forth, waving a big gun and shooting it in the air and arguing with some people in an apartment on a corner. And I'm a homeowner, and I have children over here, so I need you guys to come take care of this.
All right, I'm put a call in for service. Look like I'm getting some multiple calls regarding this. We're going to get some squads out there, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
And that stopped at 1 minute and 46 seconds into that recording. Now going to the call number 7, which occurs at 9:26 p.m. And I have it set at 0 minutes and 0 seconds into the recording. Playing from that portion.
911, we're emergency. On the corner of 25th and Garfield, this is my 3rd time. This nigga is shooting off his gun. Nobody has shown up.
What's
not
the
a
address?
car at all.
What did you say the address was?
The corner of 25th and Garfield. The corner. In the middle of the intersection.
Is he still out there?
Yes, he's still out there. He just shot the gun off again like 3 times. He got on a backpack. It looks like he got on like a some kind of sweatsuit or grayish, hair pulled back, maybe dreads or something.
Okay. Do you know his name?
No, I don't know his name.
Okay.
I don't know none of them.
Are those gunshots?
Those were guns, yes.
Okay.
So now they done ran. I don't know where they at, but it just happened. I called you as soon as it happened again, and it shot off 3 times. He got a book bag on his back.
Okay.
And they probably ran down the street. It's like 3 big girls, 2 skinny boys with sleeping caps on, and that dude, and some more.
So 3 females, 3 males?
About.
Okay. And which way are they walking down the street right now?
I don't know which way they went.
Okay. Okay, I appreciate the information. I have updated the squads. They'll be there as soon as they can, okay?
It's probably too late. They're gone, and this is my 3rd time calling y'all.
Yeah,
Pausing at 1 minute and 46 seconds into the recording. Detective, are those 911 calls regarding this information about those first shots fired by this person in the street, are those updated within the CAD system?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Detective, I want to draw your attention, and in particular, we can see what's referred to as a duplicate event. What does that refer to?
I believe that's referring to multiple 911 calls that are being made.
And so when this originally is sent in and kind of updated as a call, it's updated as a subject with a weapon. Is that fair?
Correct.
We also later have a ShotSpotter or a shooting call, which is a duped event. But just so we understand, the original, I guess, title of this call was just subject with a weapon.
Correct.
Not a shooter.
Correct.
But the CADS does show that 911 callers and even 911 operators are hearing shots being fired.
Correct.
Okay. Now, I want to draw your attention to kind of the last page of this exhibit. And if we're looking particularly here at June 26, 2025, at 9:22 or 21:22 and 41 seconds, what's that entry? Let us know. Right here.
It's letting us know that there's a squad being dispatched to the location.
Okay. So if we are coming down, and so we can see here in terms of it. So we understand the timing of these 911 calls. We had 911 calls at 9:10, 9:14, 9:16, and then the last one that we heard was at 9:26 when there's more shots. We have the dispatch occurring at 9:22. Is that fair?
Correct.
And the dispatch is squad 2221. Is that fair? You need me
I
to...
believe that's correct, yes.
Okay, let me just zoom in for you. You see it now?
Yes.
Okay. And what squad gets dispatched to 25th and Garfield?
2221.
Okay. So we understand it. 2221, does that let us know that number designation, anything about where that squad is normally assigned?
Yes.
Where is it normally assigned?
District 2.
And District 2, what area of the city does that cover?
I believe that's the south side of the city.
The area that we're talking about, 25th and Garfield, is not a south side area.
Correct.
Okay. And I will get it eventually. The two officers assigned to Squad 2221 are who?
Officers Kendall Porter and Officer Christopher McCray.
So these are the two officers that are sent from their south side area up to the north side to the area of 25th and Garfield.
Correct.
Okay. Detective, did you also have the opportunity to listen to the radio traffic that we had downloaded regarding what occurred in this incident?
Yes.
Is this a fair and accurate copy of kind of the radio traffic between dispatch and the officers that are going to this scene?
Yes.
Is it going to capture kind of everything that's being said on the radio that sometimes we can't hear on body cams as well?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, Your Honor, I have State's Exhibit number 5 on a flash drive. Detective, is this a fair and accurate copy of that radio traffic as it occurred that night?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move those portions of State's Exhibit number 5 that we will be playing that for the record are between 0 minutes and 0 seconds and 1 minute, and 14 minutes and 7 seconds and 20 minutes and 9 seconds.
I don't object.
All right, received without objection.
Now, Detective, just so we can kind of understand some of the language or the abbreviations of the slang that we're going to hear that officers use, when we hear on scene, what does that refer to?
It means that the squad arrived to the location that they were dispatched to.
Okay. When we hear officers say that they're putting themselves out at someone, what does that refer to?
It can mean that they're checking a location or an area somewhere and they want the dispatch to know exactly where they are at that time.
So, for example, if officers pull up at one place and they're on scene and they walk to another place, they might tell dispatch, we're now at this location.
Correct.
Okay. When we are going to hear someone come on the radio and state, don't call your number out, just go. What does that refer to?
Don't call your number out, just go.
Don't call your number out. For example, squad numbers.
Just say what you need to say without having to prompt the dispatcher of your squad number.
And in that, is that going to become important with what we're about to listen to?
Yes.
When an officer is in need of assistance, you want to make sure you keep that communication line clear. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. Now, and then I guess just, even though it might sound normal, we're going to hear supervisors saying, step it up. What's that mean?
Step it up just refers to quickly, come quickly.
Okay, so let's start at 0 minutes and 0 seconds.
22. 21, I need you to switch over to Talk Group 3, please, for an expired ShotSpotter on their board. The shots fired, 2-5 in Garfield. 21.
21.
And pausing at 22 seconds. So when we hear, for example, 2221, and then we're referring to 21, what are we just hearing? What did we just hear?
We're hearing the dispatcher communicating with that squad.
Okay. And that would be officers Porter and McCray.
Correct.
And they are kind of accepting that assignment and letting them know they're going to that.
Correct.
This is, just so we're clear, going to be an area outside where they are on the south side.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, playing from 22 seconds into the recording.
2221 is en route. Finish shots fired.
Over, thank you.
Let that run so we could kind of see and hear. These blank spaces of time, that's just no one's on the radio, is that fair?
Correct. There's nothing being said or transmitted.
And one other thing that we heard dispatcher referring to kind of channel 3 or channel 2. What is that?
It's just a separate channel that someone is speaking on that you can turn your radio to.
Okay. And are they assigned to districts? District 2, channel 2, district 3, channel 3?
Yes.
Okay. And then in cases of need, we can send things to all channels.
Correct.
Your Honor, I'm now moving forward to 14 minutes and 7 seconds. I guess I'm going to do 14 minutes is the closest I can get.
That's fine.
Playing from this portion.
Two, 2-1.
2-1.
Can you put us at 2-4 in Garfield regarding?
2-4.
Pausing at 14 minutes and 18 seconds. Can't seem to really nail the audio. It's either very loud or very low, but we heard one of the officers say 2221 and place themselves out of the location.
Correct.
So they had been dispatched to 25th and Garfield. They're now putting themselves out at 24th and Garfield.
Correct.
Okay. Playing from 14 minutes and 18 seconds.
Now! What's the people's thoughts on that?
They're in District 3 on 24th and Garfield, patching District 3. I was going to say we're going to be patching with 2.
Is that a 3 squad or is that us?
The District 2 squad gets squad to the area. 2-4 in Garfield, shots fired, shots fired. Any District 3 squad able to break away. 2-4 in Garfield, 2-4 in Garfield.
Officer down, shots fired, 2-4 in Garfield, go.
One shot fight.
3440, so what's going?
10-4. Just use full squad numbers. We have 2 district bats.
Just go stay off the air.
Where is the officer down?
2-4. We're at 2-4 Garfield in the alley.
What's the status of the officer?
He's not conscious, not breathing. Get him now.
Squad is stepping up. 2-4 in Garfield in the alley. 2-4 in Garfield in the alley. Step it up.
Please get here.
Is there anybody with him yet?
6 summer, 2-4 in Garfield. Which side of the street are you in? Wait. Come on, to the north, 2-4 in Greenville. Please. Alright. Behind you, north, 2-4 in Greenville. In the alley. Wow. Garfield or Greenfield? Garfield. Flash or flashlight?
The ShotSpotter is between 24th Street and 24th Place, between North and Garfield.
2217, 2217.
Place or 24th Street?
1290, 23, into mile.
$22.17 on what street, guys?
2 officers down. Get everyone over here now.
What is the location?
2217, 2217.
What street, guys?
2-4.
Street or place?
Borman Street or place? 24th Street.
All right, 2217 or 24th Street in the alley. You have 2 officers down. What are the conditions?
And pausing in 19 minutes and 34 seconds. No further questions.
Thank you. Detective, do you have the CAD report in front of you still?
I do not.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah.
I'm showing you Exhibit 4. That's the CAD report, correct?
That's correct.
I have some questions about that. The first 911 call that came in regarding individual with a gun, that was around 9:10, correct?
That's correct.
There was a second 911 call that came in at what time?
I want to say 9:10 as well.
Okay. The third one came in at 9:14.
That's correct.
Next one comes in at 9:15, correct? It's a fourth call.
That's correct.
Fifth call comes in at 9:17.
That's correct.
And officers were not dispatched until 9:22, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So there was an individual with a gun as well as a ShotSpotter alert from 9:10 until officers were dispatched at 9:22. That's occurred, correct?
Yes.
Does it indicate on the CAD report, Exhibit 4, what time officers arrived on scene? Is there a call-in that they have arrived?
They're on scene at 9:31.
9:31. And the next ShotSpotter event occurs with the grouping of the 16 rounds at 9:37. Is that right?
That's correct.
I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Just briefly. as we're looking at this particular exhibit, and if we're seeing it, we can see the portion of it, and just so we can, I'm going to place it on the screen so I can put it on here real quick. There. So when we see this particular location, as defense counsel was talking about, we can see that the officers end up on scene, and right there would be at the 9:31 and 24 seconds is when they're placing themselves, as we heard, on scene. Is that fair?
Correct.
We also heard the changing of the location where he called out and had them placed at another location. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you now, going to the next page of that same exhibit. And if we can see that, we can see that at 9:37, and 5 seconds, we have on scene the officers with a location change. That's when they place themselves out. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. The next thing that we have regarding this is the shots fired where Officer McCray is stating his partner has been hit.
Correct.
Nothing else. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything on that?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. You may step down. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, State calls Officer Borman.
Solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God or under the pain and penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please be seated. Please state your first and last name and spell and vote for the record.
James, James, Borman, Orneman.
How are you employed?
City of Milwaukee as a police officer,
And how long have you been with the City of Milwaukee Police Department?
almost 9 years.
Okay. Now, what's your current assignment?
I'm assigned to General Patrol,
And what district?
District 3.
Were you assigned as a District 3 patrol officer or assigned to patrol in District 3 back when this incident occurred on June 26th of 2025?
Yes.
Did you have an additional job in addition to being a patrol officer?
Yes.
What was that?
That day I was a field training officer.
What's a field training officer?
Training new officers that are coming out of the academy. They have to go through several weeks of training before they get on General Patrol.
So when you have these rookie officers that come out of the academy, they're with someone like you, a field training officer, kind of teach them, get them ready for what it's like.
Yes.
Were you a field training officer that day?
Yes.
And who was your partner or the young rookie officer that you were training?
Officer Malikara,
How long had he been on the street?
5 days.
Now, I want to talk to you about what happened prior to you getting dispatched to this location. Where were you and your officer, or your partner, Officer Malikara?
We were on 30th in Lisbon
Why were you there?
for a rare homicide.
And what were you doing?
We were about to conduct a canvass.
And I guess, what's a canvass, just so we understand?
Just investigating and seeing if there's any witnesses that observed what had happened at 30th in Lisbon.
Okay. Was this kind of part of the training process, making certain that Officer Malikara understands the duties that occur?
Yes.
Did anything happen while you were kind of training Officer Malikara on how to do a canvass?
Yes.
What happened?
We heard shots fired to the east of us.
Okay, and what happened next?
I heard dispatch over the radio saying Officers need help on 24th and Garfield.
Now, prior to officers to this particular shots fired that you heard, was there something that you had to react to while you were at the first homicide?
Prior to that one?
Yes.
Yeah, there was shots fired across the street from us, in which a foot pursuit had ensued with a subject who had a gun at that time.
And just so we kind of understand, because it's going to be relevant to your body cam, is that fair?
Yes.
So you are at a scene, homicide scene, doing a canvas with your rookie officer, and some shots get fired off in close proximity to officers.
Correct.
Do you and your partner respond to this and attempt to assist officers?
We do. Officers got in full pursuit. We ran to my squad car to go assist them.
Did you put your lights and sirens on when you went to that location?
Yes.
What's the importance of putting your lights and sirens on in terms of your body?
When you activate your lights and sirens, you're supposed to activate your body cam.
Now, when you were done with that, kind of assisting those officers, and prior to what we're about to talk about, do you go back to the homicide location?
I do.
Do you leave your lights on?
Yeah, I leave the emergency lights on, yes.
Okay, and what's the importance of that?
Just to show that we're in the area, keep out of the area, scene security.
Does that affect the fact that you turn your body cam off and it does not go back on when you start responding to what we're about to talk about?
It could.
And in fact, your body camera was not on, was it?
No.
Now, officer, you said that while you're there, you hear a second round of shots. Is that fair?
Yes.
What happens? Tell me about it.
We hear shots fired, dispatch come over to radio, asking for squads to respond to 2-4 in Garfield for shots fired, possibly officers involved.
And what do you do?
I immediately run to my squad car, enter my squad car, and turn my sirens on and respond to the area.
Did Officer Malikara jump in with you?
Yes, got in the passenger seat.
How far away were you?
From 24th and Garfield?
Yes.
I would say maybe 10 to 15 blocks.
When you get to the area of 24th Street in Garfield, you see the officers?
We do not initially.
What's going on?
So we're driving up and down alleys. We knew they were in an alley. It was pretty dark over in that area. And ultimately what had happened, someone came over the radio, said, "We can't find you, can you flash your flashlight?"
And did that help you?
Absolutely.
What happened?
As soon as he illuminated his flashlight, I saw the light beaming towards my squad car, and I approached.
So were you and Officer Malikara the first two officers to find Officer Porter and Officer McCray?
We were.
I want to show you what is marked as State Exhibit number 10. You recognize the area depicted in the State Exhibit?
Yes.
What is that area?
That's, looks like 2217 North 24th Place, and that's my squad car at the mouth of the alley.
Someone, when we heard the audio, put themselves out, 2217, 2217. Who was that?
That was me.
What were you doing there?
When I exited my vehicle, the first thing I wanted to do was give out the address of Third Way. So I just yelled the 2217 because that was the house that they were on the side of.
And is this a fair and accurate copy of the area as well as where your squad was when you found those two officers?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move State's Exhibit number 10 in there.
I don't object.
Received without objection.
Now, pulling back. and just moving in. So if we're looking at this area, do you see the area where we can see kind of that tent?
Yes,
What was at that location?
that's where I located the officers.
What did you see?
I observed one officer laying on his back and another officer on top of him. Excuse me.
What was going on?
It looks like they were severely injured. Officer McCray was yelling, "Quarter, quarter, quarter." I pulled Officer McCray off the quarter, and he had said that he was shot in his leg, and I started to render aid and cut his leg, pants, to make sure he wasn't bleeding out.
That was Officer McCray?
Yes.
Okay. Do other officers show up?
Yes.
Tactical enforcement unit officers?
Yeah, they got there, I would say probably 20 to 30 seconds after we did, and took over first aid.
How was Officer McCray? What was his demeanor like?
Frantic, worried about his partner, was not worried about himself.
Was there any concern as to where a shooter might be?
Yes. While I was rendering aid and cutting his pants, he said that he was ambushed towards the bushes and pointed westbound down the alley.
And is this while he's upset, angry, yelling?
Yes.
I want to show you 3 more exhibits, 7, 8, and 9. I'd like you to take a look at these 3 exhibits for me. Do you recognize the area depicted there?
Yes.
What is the area depicted in 7, 8, and 9?
That's going to be just south of the alley and near the tree line and bushes.
So if we are kind of just having an understanding of what we're seeing, we can see kind of the area where we found the officers. We see this tree. We want to kind of just move a little bit, as you indicated, southbound, starting off with State's Exhibit number 9, then 8, and then 7. Does that show us the residence and then kind of the beginning of this tree line that is down behind the residences south of the alley?
Yeah, so it's south of the alley and just a little west of the residence, kind of in the gangway between other houses.
I'm going to show you now what has been marked as State's Exhibits numbers 314, 315, and 316. You can take a look at those for me and tell me if you recognize them.
Yes.
Are those Google images depicting this area?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move 315, 316, and 314 in evidence.
I do not object.
What about 7, 8, and 9?
I would move those in as well. If I forgot, I apologize.
And I don't object to that either.
Received without objection.
Now, to begin with, I'm going to show what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 316 and kind of just placing this on the big screen. I'm going to zoom in so we can understand and kind of look at what we're seeing. You can see 25th Street, Garfield, 24th, an alley, and then some of these numbers. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. If we're looking at 25th and Garfield, if we go, I guess, east towards the next street is 24th Place, going then north towards North Avenue, is this alley that we can see kind of behind this residence and before this residence that's right up against the alley, is this the area where you encountered Officer McCray and Officer Corder?
Yes.
State's Exhibit number 315, does that kind of give us the same area but without the photo so we can just kind of see where all the addresses are?
Yes.
And then I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 314. Google images, this kind of let us see the alley, the residence, and then in a little bit of daylight, what we're looking at in terms of bushes, trees, and things like that.
Yes.
Officer, did you ever see the individual that fired these shots?
No.
What was your partner doing while you were there?
He was keeping his head on a swivel and just basically looking at the tree line.
Were you part of what's referred to pushing the yards?
Yes.
What does that refer to?
Well, Officer McCray had said that the subject had fled on foot from the area. So ultimately we formed what we call like a containment, a line, and began to push yards.
When you say push the yards, does that mean kind of slowly going through, seeing if you could find anyone hiding in these yards?
Yes.
Were you able to find anybody?
No.
When you were rendering aid to Officer McCray, did you see where he was injured?
Yes.
Where was he injured?
I believe it was his right foot and his upper right leg, like the hip area.
Nothing else, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Cross?
I have no questions. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, officer. You may step down.
Thank you.
Your Honor, state calls Officer Malikara.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God under the pain and penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please be seated. Please state your first and last name and spell them both for the record.
First name is Benin, B-E-N-E-N. Last name is Malikara, M-A-L-A-C-A-R-A.
How are you employed?
I'm employed through the Milwaukee Police Department.
How long have you been with the Milwaukee Police Department?
I have been on the street for 8 months, a total of 14 months, including academy.
I want to draw your attention to June 26th of 2025. Were you a city Milwaukee police officer on that date?
I was.
How long had you been a police officer?
On the 26th, that was my 5th day.
Your 5th day on the street?
Correct.
So your 5th day out of the academy?
Correct.
Okay. Who was your field training officer?
My field training officer was James Borman.
And on that particular date, before responding in that, I want to talk about what you and Officer Borman were doing prior to that. Where were you?
Prior to everything that happened on that day, we were at a troublous subject call nearby.
Did you end up eventually at another homicide location?
Correct. While we were on our troubled subject call, a homicide call had already been going on, and for field training purposes, we had headed over so I could get some experience.
Learn how to do a canvas.
Correct.
Okay. While you were learning how to do a canvas with Officer Borman, did anything happen at that location?
While we were at the homicide location and I was doing my canvas, we heard some shots ring out. I believe they would have been about southeast of me. And then a little bit after that, we saw someone running.
Did you and Officer Borman assist in arresting that individual?
We did. We hopped in our squad car and we followed the officers who were in foot pursuit. We didn't help take into custody, but we were nearby by helping them.
Okay. So in kind of homicide, some shots fired, guy gets arrested with guns. You guys go back to the canvas?
We do.
What happens next?
We are at the homicide scene, and eventually we hear someone in distress over the radio.
And you say you hear someone in distress over the radio. What do you mean by that?
I heard just yelling over the radio. I wasn't exactly sure what I was hearing right away. I had trouble back then understanding everything that came over the radio. I got better at it over time. I understood that there was another shooting incident, but I wasn't sure what had happened.
And you said you've gotten better at the time. Listening to radio calls and understanding what's occurring can be kind of an art form.
Just sometimes the radio comes over muffled, or I'm too busy being like in the moment, and I don't catch the first words coming over the radio back then.
Did you notice what Officer Borman did?
I noticed him immediately start running for the squad car. I understood that something serious had happened, and we were going to respond.
And when do you realize that you're responding to an officer shot call?
While we're in the car, I understand that the person in distress is the one on the radio. I understand that due to their tone and how they're coming over, I understand that most likely they're the ones who were shot.
So what do you and Officer Borman do?
We immediately tried to start locating where they are. Borman was driving the day I was in the passenger seat. He started driving to around Garfield and 24th. I didn't know the exact address of where we were headed at that time.
Were you able to find the officers immediately?
We were not able to find them immediately. I believe there was some confusion about the exact location of the officers, so we were scrambling for a minute.
There's 24th Street, 24th Place, 25th Street, right?
Correct.
And that is kind of a little bit of a confusion as to where everybody's going?
Correct.
At some point, while you and Officer Borman are driving through the alleys trying to find where Officer McCray and Officer Porter are, does something happen that helps you find them?
Yes. I wasn't sure who threw out over the air the idea, but someone said for them to shine their flashlight. Eventually, we see the flashlight shining right at our squad car, and it directs us where we need to go.
And when you see the flashlight, what happens next?
We park about maybe 10 feet away from where the officers are. We get out, and the first thing that I was doing was making sure that no one else was on scene, was armed, making sure that we were safe as we were getting out. And then that's when I observed Officer Porter and McCray on the ground.
How were they situated?
I observed Officer Porter. He was on his back. His eyes were closed. He didn't seem like he was conscious. I observed McCray. He was over quarter at the time.
And how was Officer McCray?
I knew he was injured. I wasn't exactly sure where he was hit, but I remember that being communicated to me.
And what did you do?
The first thing I did is I just wanted to make sure that the officers were okay. I took out my tourniquet because I knew that if one of them was shot in the limb, we could apply that right away. So I started unbuckling that one.
And then what happened?
As I was taking out my tourniquet, the TAC unit showed up pretty shortly after, and they sort of took over handling the first aid for the officers.
Were you a little certain what to do in some cases?
I wasn't. It was the first time I had to deal with a situation like that. I was trying to focus on just making sure I was doing something.
Did you know Officer Porter or Officer McCray?
No, I had not met them previously.
When attack officers arrive and kind of take over first aid, what do you do next?
After that, I'm still trying to do something at that point. I go to the back of our squad car. I take out some of the tape so I can start setting up a scene. I didn't end up putting up any of that tape because other officers were arriving so rapidly. After that, shortly, we started forming groups so we could start doing a search for the suspect.
Kind of referred to as pushing the yards?
Correct.
Were you able to find the individual that did it?
No.
When you respond and Officer McCray is kind of over Officer Porter, what's his demeanor like?
He's in heavy distress at that point. You could tell that he was Just due to the circumstances and because his partner had been shot, you could tell he was just distressed.
Does he mention where he thinks the shooter is?
I remember him communicating to us that the shooter was down the alley from where we were, and that would be west of where we were at the time.
Kind of down the alley by this like wooded area?
Correct.
Did officers kind of keep eye on that area until they could get it under control?
I can't remember exactly what everyone was doing. I remember scanning the area thoroughly when I got there, just to make sure that we were safe when we got there.
And I'm going to show you now on kind of the big screen, if we're looking here at State's Exhibit number 10 and pulling back so we can kind of see it. This area where we see the tent, is that the area where you first encountered Officer McCray and Officer Porter?
Yes.
And just going through so we can kind of look and see Exhibits 9, 8, and 7. Does that area show us towards the back portion, kind of that wooded area that you were directed to and kind of scanned and kept your eyes on?
Yes.
No further questions.
Thank you. Ross?
No questions.
Thank you. You may step down.
Madam State calls Officer Worthington.
Solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God, or under the pain and penalty of perjury.
Swear.
Please be seated. Please state your first and last names, both for the record.
First name is Charles, that's C-H-A-R-L-E-S. Last name is Worthington, W-O-R-T-H-I-N-G-T-O-N.
Officer, how are you employed?
Through the City of Milwaukee Police Department.
How long have you been with the Milwaukee Police Department?
I've been an officer for 8.5 years.
What's your current assignment?
I am assigned to the Tactical Enforcement Unit.
And how long have you been with the Tactical Enforcement Unit?
I've been with the Tactical Enforcement Unit for approximately 3 years now.
What is the Tactical Enforcement Unit?
Tactical Enforcement Unit is the SWAT team of the Milwaukee Police Department. We respond to active shootings, barricade subjects. We execute search warrants to that extent.
And when you are not actively engaging in those tactical events, for example, search warrants, barricaded individuals, do you assist in patrol?
Yes, we do. We assist all the districts in any major crime incident.
Okay. Now, I want to draw your attention to June 26th of 2025. Were you a City Milwaukee police officer assigned to the Tactical Enforcement Unit?
I was.
Who were you working with that day?
I was working with 2 other members of the Tactical Enforcement Unit. That is Terrell Velasquez and Rafi Washington.
Okay. And you ride 3 to a car intact?
Not always. There's.
In this case, you did?
Yes.
Okay. Additionally, just so you can kind of understand, as tactical officers, do you have additional training that beyond what normal officers receive?
We do.
What is some of that additional training you receive?
Again, we train in active shootings. We train in executing search warrants. We train in trauma medical situations in case an officer is down or gets shot to that extent.
Do you know what we refer to as a med bag?
Yes.
What is a med bag?
A med bag is stationed in every tactical enforcement officer's vehicle. That bag is equipped with multiple trauma medical supplies, such as tourniquets, chest seals, gauze packs, to that extent.
So, as tactical officers, you're able to provide and have training kind of beyond what normal officers have. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I want to draw your attention to June 26th of 2025, when you and your partners, Officers Velasquez and Washington, were riding together. What district were you in prior to this incident?
We were currently in the District 3 area.
Okay, and why were you in that area?
We were, our previous call was assisting District 3 officers with a shots fired call.
District 3 was having kind of a busy night that night.
They were.
So we know you were responding regarding a shooting, there was a homicide, there were shots by an officer. So tactical was in the district assisting.
Yes.
And sometimes if you guys end up being taken too much, then we end up having to pull from other districts.
That is correct.
Now, when you are done with this other assignment, officer, is there anything that comes to your attention over the radio?
As we were patrolling the District 3 area, we immediately hear the emergency button activated within our squad car.
You say you hear the emergency button activate in your squad car. Can you refer to, what does that mean?
There's pretty much a 3-beep siren that goes off in our squad car, pretty much initiating that there's an emergency somewhere in the city.
And what happens once you hear that? What happens next?
We hear an officer go over the air stating that there is shots fired and that an officer is down.
Do you respond to that scene?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have currently on State's Exhibit number 313, which is a flash drive that contains a number of different audio files that we're going to be using throughout this trial. I have within 313 is a folder entitled Officer Worthington Squad. There is one video in that file. I currently have that, and we will be playing from between portions 2 minutes to 4 minutes and 3 seconds in that video file.
No objection.
Received without objection.
Thank you. Officer, have you watched this video in preparation for this trial?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of what occurred that night?
It is.
Particularly, I want to refer to in what we're looking at here. What are we seeing?
You're seeing the front dash cam of our marked police squad car.
Okay, so your system has both squad cams or squad cameras as well as body or body cameras.
That is correct.
And in this particular one, is this a squad camera or body cam that we're looking at?
This is a squad camera.
And if we can look, we can see June 26, 2025 and 2139. So we'd be looking at 9:39 is when we're starting and following your trying to get to the area.
That is correct.
Now, when you are sent to this area, officer, are you and your partners, are you able to find the officers right away?
We are not.
Why not?
A little bit of commotion over the radio as far as the location goes. We were questioning, there was an officer that was calling out their District 2 squad car. However, we were in the District 3 area.
And so at one point, it's going to be, we're at Garfield, but we hear Greenfield.
Correct.
Greenfield would be a south side street.
That is correct.
Also, when we get to this particular area, we have 25th Street. Normally, you would expect the next street to be 24th Street, but there's a 24th place that kind of throws us off.
That is correct.
So when you're getting sent and going to this area, you're going to the area of 24th and Garfield in an alley. That's about a block away. Is that fair?
That is correct.
Do you go through the alleys?
Yes.
When you first get there, are you able to find the officers?
We are not.
Playing from 1 minute and 59 seconds into the recording. I'm just going to do a little bit of an audio check here. Come down a little bit. I will adjust as necessary, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Playing from 1 minute and 59 seconds into the recording.
One more block up. Sounds good.
Get out there.
Clear.
Get out now.
One, stepping up, 2-4 Garfield in the alley, 2-4 Garfield in the alley, stepping up.
Clear me. 1 second, I can't see yet. Clear. One block out. Alright. So clear. It said in the alley. Alright, I'll get the med back. Y'all see anyone? I don't see. No.
Is there anybody with him yet?
No. 6 somewhere. 2-4 Garfield. Which side of the street are you in?
Wait. Come on, to the north, 2-4 Greenfield.
North. Greenfield? Or Garfield? Greenfield or Garfield? What the fuck, man? I don't...
Wait.
I'm checking this alley. But is he saying...
Yeah, I know. North, I'm so sorry, Greenfield. In the alley.
Where the fuck are you? I thought you said Greenfield. Garfield or Greenfield? Garfield. I don't fucking see nobody. Flash your light. Tell me, flash your light.
Pausing in 3 minutes and 27 seconds. Officer, we hear the idea of flash your light.
Yes,
Who said that?
I did.
What were you hoping for?
Hoping to locate the downed officers.
So you're asking for the officers to flash their flashlights.
That is correct.
Did this idea work?
It did.
Playing from 3 minutes and 27 seconds into the video.
Flashlight. Flashlight.
I heard you say north on 2-4, so I feel like...
north of Garfield. Go north.
The ShotSpotter is between 24th Street and 24th Place.
24th Street.
Between North and Garfield.
So that's north, so it's this block...
2217.
He's right there. Jesus!
24th Place or 24th Street?
I'll get the man back. Yeah.
Yes.
What are you referring to? What kind of duties are getting assigned between you and your partner?
We established that plan in the squad car that I would grab the medical bag, which was directly behind me in the back seat. The plan was for Officer Velasquez and Officer Washington to grab rifles to provide scene security.
Okay. Were you wearing a body camera at the time?
I was.
Your Honor, on that same exhibit, which again is State's Exhibit number 313, there is another folder entitled Charles Worthington, Jr. It has a single body camera footage on it. I will be playing from 3 minutes and 50 seconds to approximately 4 minutes and 51 seconds.
Any objection?
None.
Received without objection.
Playing from this portion.
That's north, so it's this block...
2217.
He's right there.
Jesus! 24th Place or 24th Street?
I'll get the man back. Alright. Oh, Jesus! Come on, Porter. Hey. Let me see him. We gotta take this off. Take this off. Jesus. Take this off. Watch out, bro. You gotta help. You gotta watch out. You gotta move, bro. You gotta move. Move him. Armpit. Give me this. Jesus. Come on, Porter, bro. All right. Who's got him? Where's the suspect? Where's him? Tourniquet. Jesus.
What did you encounter?
We encountered Officer Quarter being unresponsive. Officer McCray was kind of shielding Officer Quarter, and we attempted to do life-saving measures.
You said Officer McCray was shielding him?
He was hunched over Officer Quarter.
And other officers dealt with Officer McCray and his injuries, is that fair?
That is correct.
What did you do?
I attempted to, I observed Officer Quarter actively bleeding from the armpit. I wanted to immediately stop the bleeding by applying a tourniquet to his arm. From there, I wanted to see any other entry wound to apply a chest seal to stop that bleeding as well. I then had the assistance of another officer. We wanted to apply gauze to that open wound to stop the bleeding as well, to which we immediately began chest compressions.
Were you able to stop the bleeding to Officer Porter?
No, we were not.
Did you hear where Officer McCray was stating the shooter had shot them?
Yes, he stated that they were ambushed from the wood line within a couple of feet from where they were lying.
So you had mentioned that your partners were doing scene security.
That is correct.
What does that mean?
They're providing pretty much a shield so that officers like myself could attend to the downed officer. And that's to ensure that no threats come about or ambush us while we're conducting our duties.
Does the Milwaukee Fire Department eventually arrive?
They do.
And do they attempt to take over life-saving measures?
They do.
Do you participate in any pushing of the yards?
We do.
Describe that.
So then, after Officer Porter is transported to hospital, I believe, there's a lot of officers on scene, to which we are broken up, and what we do is conduct a grid search within yards. So we're checking abandoned residents to possibly locate and apprehend the suspect.
Was the suspect found while you were there?
On that scene, no.
Eventually, there's another scene that Tactical gets called to later that night, but we'll talk about that some other time.
That's correct.
Nothing else. Thank you.
Thank you. Cross?
Thank you, officer. I have no questions.
Thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
It's 11:52. It's time for lunch.
This would be a good break.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll get used to this. Do not research any information that you personally think might be helpful to you in understanding the issues presented or investigate the case on your own. Do not read any newspaper reports or listen to any news reports on radio, television, or any other electronic application about this trial. Do not seek information regarding the public records of any party or witness in this case. Do not communicate with anyone about this trial or your experience as a juror while you are serving on this jury. Do not use any electronic device to share any information about this case. Do not permit anyone to communicate with you about this matter, either in person, electronically, or by any other means. Please enjoy your lunch. I'm going to ask that you be back outside our door at 1:30. We'll let you back into the jury room, and then we'll get going as soon as we can. Thank you so much. You can leave your notebooks. No one will touch them.
All right, so we are taking a break now in the trial of Tremaine Jones, the man who is charged with killing police officer Kendall Corder and injuring his partner. We're going to hear what Judge has to say once the jury is out of the room before they break for lunchtime, and then we'll get you updated on all the things that have happened so far today.
Put on the record. Anything for the defense?
No, Judge.
All right, everybody enjoy your lunch. Back ready to go at 1:30. Thanks.
Thank you.
And there you have it. It is time for lunch. It is 11:54 right now on Tuesday, March 31st. This is day one of the trial of Tremaine Jones, now 23 years old. He is charged with the June 2025 shooting death of Milwaukee police officer Kendall Corder and his partner that night, Officer Christopher McCray, who survived the shooting of Christopher McCray. He is charged with first-degree intentional homicide involving Officer Corder and attempted first-degree intentional homicide involving Officer McCray. Also recklessly endangering safety for shooting a weapon in the air prior to the officer's arrival. Just a reminder that all of this comes back to, it all started with, according to prosecutors, a fight between two groups of girls. The night before this shooting, there was an argument between these two groups of young women, and one of the groups brought a man along as somewhat of an enforcer, a defender, whatever it may be. The next day, the other group of girls called for their own enforcer to join in, and in that case, prosecutors say that was Tremaine Jones, who came to the scene with a rifle, a long gun. Ultimately, they say he is the one who, when police responded, was hiding in the bushes and fired 16 shots, many of which struck and ultimately killed Officer Corder and also struck and injured Officer McCray. We've heard from 5 witnesses so far today. I'm going to take a break. When we come back, we'll go through what we've heard so far, what you've missed. There's been some dramatic evidence presented today. We have heard some of the sounds of the gunshots from a ShotSpotter recording, multiple ShotSpotter recordings. We have heard dramatic radio traffic of the response once there was a call that an officer was down, and also just now, right before the lunch break, saw a squad car dash cam video and body-worn camera video of one of the first squads to arrive at the scene and locate the downed officers and attempt to render medical aid. We'll go through those witnesses, what we heard in opening statements, what we expect to hear from the defense in terms of what is their defense? What is the case they're making that Tremaine Jones was not the person responsible for this? We'll talk about all of that and more when we come back here on the Wisconsin Live Desk just a little bit before noon on Tuesday, March 31st. I'm Brian Polson, and we'll be back right after this.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
I almost said good afternoon. We still got a couple of minutes till noon here on Tuesday, March 31st. I am Brian Polson at the Wisconsin Live Desk. We are going to be bringing you live streaming coverage all week long of the trial of Tremaine Jones, a now 23-year-old man who was charged in the shooting death of Milwaukee police officer, that is Officer Kendall Corder. This occurred on June 26th of last summer. A few days later, Officer Corder passed in the hospital, and his partner, Officer Christopher McCray, was released after receiving gunshots to a foot and to his right upper leg or hip area. The trial just getting underway today. Jury selection was completed early this morning, and opening statements started this morning. I want to talk a little bit about what we heard in those opening statements and then give you a quick update on the witnesses we've heard from so far. We know the state is prepared to bring potentially as many as 170 plus witnesses. That's not going to happen, but they are prepared to have all of those people testify. It will be a much smaller number, but it will still be a substantial number of law enforcement and civilian witnesses as they lay the foundation for what they say occurred on the night of June 26th at the corner of 25th and Garfield and just around the corner in an alley nearby. We heard in opening statements from the prosecutor, Grant Hebner, and the lead prosecutor. He talked essentially about what we're going to see, and I'll go over some of those notes with you very quickly here. But he said, again, this occurs at around a little after 9 p.m. on June 26th, and we are going to hear, we already heard actually shots fired. There were 3 series of shots that a ShotSpotter or multiple ShotSpotter speakers picked up on that night. The third round of shots was 16 shots being fired, and prosecutors say those were the shots that Tremaine Jones fired from behind the bushes in an alley at Officer Corder and McCray. We're going to hear from the K-9 units that were brought in after the fact to find the shell casings. They located 16 shell casings. We're going to hear about how they had to cut down the weeds to actually find the last few of those shell casings in this back alley area. They're going to walk us down the block from 25th and Garfield. In fact, I'm going to show you a map we've had put together. Our FOX6 staff has prepared this. You see in the lower left part of your screen at the corner of 25th and Garfield, that's where Tremaine Jones, according to Prosecutor Hebner, that's where he was seen by witnesses with a gun. He shows up and demands people inside this apartment building come outside, particularly the man who'd been brought by this other group of young women. He wanted him to come outside, said he was going to shoot up the place. 911 callers say he was firing his weapon in the air outside that apartment complex. Once police respond to the scene, prosecutors say Tremaine Jones goes down the street around the corner to the alleyway that is off of 24th Place. That's a block away. So 25th Street is the north-south street you see there on the left. 24th Place is the north-south street you see there on your right. And the red line you see there, that is an alleyway that runs between the two streets. That is where they say Tremaine Jones was hiding in the bushes in the dark of night. There's not much lighting there. When Officers McCray and Corder arrived at the scene, they started walking the area. Officer McCray will testify later. We know, according to court records, he heard voices coming from a dark area, which is where the bushes are. And as they went to investigate, they say they were ambushed, or he says they were ambushed. Of course, we won't hear from Officer Corder because those gunshots ultimately proved to be fatal. But they hear voices. Ultimately, the gunshots are fired. We're going to hear about fingerprint evidence that was found on the gun. There was a gun found at the scene. There's a backpack that was found. We're going to hear from prosecutors about fingerprint evidence on that gun that they say ties the gun to Tremaine Jones. We're going to hear witness interviews from those who placed Tremaine Jones at the scene and in fact say he was the one who pulled the trigger. Those are the things that the prosecutor told us to expect to hear about. We're also going to hear from the young woman who actually called Officer McCray to the scene on June 26th. I'm sorry, not Officer McCray, excuse me, who called Tremaine Jones to the scene sort of in defense of her group of girls against this other group that was involved in a fight the night before and then a fight here this second day, the day the shooting occurred. We heard from the defense attorney, and by the way, I'm going to ask because I've been in the studio now so many times, but we can take this off the screen. I don't remember how to take this off the screen now. Can you help me? Thank you. It's the CG button. I'm still learning my buttons in here, guys. I haven't been back in here for 2 weeks. By the end of the week, I'll be a pro again. The defense attorney who gave opening statements was Abigail Ruckdaschel. And we wondered coming into this, what's the defense strategy going to be? What case are they going to make? There seems to be so much evidence pointing to the defendant here. Witnesses spotted him there. Police have the fingerprints on the gun. There's a statement he made to one of the other people at the scene that he thought he shot someone else, not police officers. What was their case going to be? Ultimately, we heard her tell the jury that they believe the state has the wrong person. She did not indicate who they thought the right person might be, but she did say the state will have to prove that it is in fact the person they say it is, meaning she's going to hold the state to its burden of proof that the evidence must show beyond a reasonable doubt it was in fact Tremaine Jones shooting in the dark out of those bushes at the officers. She says they believe the state has the wrong person. She did not give any alternative theory of who else it could have been, but under the law, she doesn't have to. The burden of proof is on the state, and so that seems to be essentially the defense strategy. And that means we probably won't hear the defense call many witnesses of its own. More likely what we will hear is the defense presenting its case through the cross-examination of the state's witnesses, and we've already seen a little bit of that so far. I'll briefly run you through what we know. And beyond the witnesses, I've been building a timeline here. What happened that night? Whenever I hear a lot of different specific times being thrown out, trials don't always happen in a very neat, orderly fashion. They bounce around from place to place because different witnesses play different roles. And so it's not always a perfect chronology. But when you can see a timeline layout, you get a better idea of what exactly happened here. What do both sides agree on? Here's what we know from dispatch logs, from 911 calls, and from the ShotSpotter reports. At 9:10 p.m. on September 26th of 2025, the first 911 call comes in that there's a woman calling about a man with a gun at 25th and Garfield. She described it as a long gun. There's another call right around that same time, and then a third call comes in 4 minutes later, 9:14 p.m. This woman says she's a scared mom, concerned for her child because this is happening right outside his window in that apartment building at 25th and Garfield. And you hear her in some of the audio of these 911 calls saying, you know, get the bleep back. She's very scared for her child who's trying to get a peek at what's going on outside. She calls back multiple times within the next few minutes, 9:15, 9:17, saying, I keep calling you. This guy's now shooting his gun in the air. Get here. 9:22, a squad is finally dispatched, and that is Squad 2221. It is Officers Corder and McCray. That 2221 is significant because it indicates they are from District 2, and District 2 is not the area. This was District 3 on the north side. They're familiar with District 2. They were having to call and come and help out because there was another homicide that was being investigated that was tying up the resources of District 3. So these District 2 officers are dispatched. The defense attorney made a point of stepping in here and saying, you notice these 911 calls started at 9:10 and they keep coming at 9:14 and 15 and 17. It's not until 9:22 that a squad is dispatched. And I imagine we're going to hear a little bit more about that later from the defense. Why so long before a squad is dispatched? At 9:25, 3 minutes after the squads are dispatched to the scene, the ShotSpotter picks up 5 gunshots. Another minute later, 1 more gunshot. And at 9:26, after that gunshot, we hear a third caller, or a person calling back for the third time saying, this person is shooting off his gun. That matches up with the timing of the ShotSpotter shots. And then at 9:31, 5 minutes after that call, the officers finally indicate they are on scene. That's 9:31. 6 minutes later, the officers indicate a location change. They've gone from 25th and Garfield to what they said on the radio was 24th and Garfield, or 24th and the alley near Garfield. In fact, it was 24th Place. Milwaukee has these street systems where you can have a 24th Street and a 24th Place. They called it out as 24th. It was in fact 24th Place, just right around the block. That's at 9:37. They indicate that location change. And right in that same minute time frame, ShotSpotter picks up 16 shots and locates it right around that alleyway at 24th Place and Garfield. That's the timeline of what happened here. And we heard about all of this from 5 witnesses so far. They're all law enforcement witnesses to this point. The ShotSpotter expert, we heard the dispatch detective describing those dispatch logs. We heard from the first 3 officers who arrived at the scene to find Officers Corder and McCray. The first 2 did not have their body cameras engaged because they were doing a canvass for something else, and when they responded, did not activate. But Charles Worthington, we heard from the last witness in the first half of the day, He responds from a tactical unit vehicle, has both squad car camera rolling and his body camera, and it was pretty dramatic. If you heard the intensity of what was being said, they're concerned. They couldn't find the officers. It's dark. They had the mislocation of 24th versus 24th place. And then first to arrive, and just absolute chaos on the body camera as Officer Worthington arrives and tries to apply the med unit to assist in that case. That's what we've heard so far. We're going to have more witnesses, likely more law enforcement witnesses in the second half of the day. No civilian witnesses yet, but knowing that this involved two groups of girls in a fight, young women, we're going to hear from a lot of civilian witnesses as this goes on. It is now 12:10. I'm Brian Polson here at the Wisconsin Live Desk. We're going to take a break, and after that, we're going to hear a little bit about what's going on from the weather office. I know we've had some thunderstorms in the area today, and then Haley Spittler will be taking over for your afternoon. Of course, we're going to have more live testimony after the lunch break. Again, I am Brian Polson. I'll be back here tomorrow from 8 to noon with more from the Tremaine Jones trial. Until then, I'll see you tomorrow.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Fox 6 investigator Brian Polson here at the Wisconsin Live Desk. It's 12:13. The trial of Tremaine Jones. He is the man accused or charged with shooting and killing police officer Kendall Corder and injuring his partner Christopher McCray is on lunch break. For right now, we want to go to Stephanie Barrichello, who's in the weather office, to tell us a little bit about a fairly active morning so far with thunderstorms rolling through. What are we looking at right now? And let me make sure I've got you up there and got your audio too. Hang on one second. No, it's like I'm brand new at this every time, Steph. What are we looking at out there right now?
We actually have two severe thunderstorm warnings right now, Brian. So perfect timing here to give you guys a quick update. We've already had a couple in some of our southern communities over the last couple of hours. Big threat today is going to continue to be the chance for hail as well as some gusty wind. We're actually watching the cold front out towards the west start to work its way on in. But those two warnings, you can see there's one across northwestern counties and one one towards the south. Both of them continue until 12:45. Right now it's 12:14. So we do still have a little bit more time within these actual warnings. But the first one, Fond du Lac to Beaver Dam, you can see included in those. So a good chunk of western and central Fond du Lac County into northwestern and north central parts of Dodge County. And then towards the south, Lake Geneva. This is your second warning of the day. You guys have been so active over the last couple of hours, but you can see a good chunk of Walworth County, excluding northwestern parts of the county, included in that severe thunderstorm warning. And I will say that's the strongest cell at this point in time. We are looking at the possibility of quarter-size hail, maybe wind gusts up to about 60 miles per hour. And there is absolutely a hail core on that cell just west of Lake Geneva. Also, frequent cloud-to-ground lightning, of course, pockets of heavy rainfall within that as well. Now, it's tracking up towards the northeast, not terribly quickly, about 35 miles per hour. Delavan, you are dealing with this as we speak. Lake Geneva, again, you will still see at least some of this storm system. The strongest may stay just west of you, but still, you're going to hear the thunder, the lightning, maybe see a little bit of that hail. And then as it continues to work its way up into northwestern parts of Racine County, not technically in the warning, but if it maintains its strength, it may be extended a little bit. But you can see places like Burlington, closer to 12:45, Waterford, that is, closer to about 1 o'clock, and maybe just after 1 o'clock for Norway. Now up towards the north, this is more linear. So down towards the south, that is more of a cluster or an isolated cell impacting Walworth County. This is actually associated with that frontal boundary. So you can tell this is more of a line that's coming together across Fond du Lac and northwestern Dodge County. It does actually extend northeast too into Manitowoc County. It is definitely a stronger line. I think we could end up seeing some pockets of strong wind out of this, but also the chance for some hail. There is a hail core on this line as well. Also, just notice out ahead of it too. Not severe, but out ahead there is another area of some rain. Now, putting a track on this one, this is going to continue to sink or drift, I guess, if you will, towards the southeast, moving a little slower. I'd say 25 to maybe 30 miles per hour, but you can see places like Beaver Dam just after 12:40. Plymouth is on there as it extends into eventually western parts of Sheboygan County. We've got a little bit more time before that happens. That'll more so be during your 1 o'clock hour. But you can tell that this line does extend out west too. So eventually the rest of Dodge County will see some of that rain and thunder and maybe hail moving on in. So we've got a couple of different areas, again, with the potential of some hail. This is our hail tracker, and you can tell pretty much within that entire line, even extending up into Manitowoc County, there is at least a little bit of small hail falling at this point. This slightly bigger hail core is actually just west of Lake Geneva. We kind of mentioned that at the beginning. You can see it showing up on our hail tracker. So just imagine that, moving up towards the northeast. So Lake Geneva and points just towards the north will likely have the chance for a bit of hail here in the next, we'll say 30 minutes or so. The bigger picture here, again, we've got the line of storms up towards the north, little batch out ahead of it in eastern Dodge County. We just had a little cell pop very quickly here at the station and north of Milwaukee. This is the environment that we've had pretty much all morning long. We've really started in the last couple of hours to see these storms pop quickly and then actually strengthen on the quicker side too. But we have these frontal boundaries in the vicinity. They are still going to stay with us here through the afternoon. So a reminder again that we have the chance for showers and thunderstorms through about 6 o'clock tonight. So I'll kind of leave you with this. Again, scattered thunderstorms, especially with that line moving through about 6 o'clock. But I just want to stress that anything we see until then still has the possibility of being strong, maybe even severe with hail as well as some gusty wind. Continue to keep you updated on Fox 6 as well as Fox Local all throughout the rest of the day. I believe Haley is ready. I will send it right back to you. I know you guys have another busy afternoon ahead as well.
That's right, Steph. We appreciate that update on the weather, and of course, I'm sure we'll check in with you soon as you guys are monitoring a lot of storms today. But to Steph's point, thanks so much for being with us here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. If you happen to just be tuning in, we are streaming for you gavel to gavel the trial of Tremaine Jones, who is the 23-year-old accused of shooting and killing a Milwaukee police officer and hurting another one. Court right now is on break for lunch. They will resume with witness testimony at 1:30, but we aren't going anywhere. We're going to kind of catch you up to speed. Maybe you're just joining us right now. on the opening statements that we got to hear this morning, as well as some of the testimony from those first 5 witnesses called to the stand. So we're going to take a very quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. When we come back, going to be joined with Jonathan Lavoie, a criminal defense attorney, kind of pick his brain, get his opinion on what he's already seen so far. Again, kind of the first official day of the trial now that jury is sat, and we heard opening statements and those first 5 witnesses. We'll be right back in just a few minutes. Hey, Jonathan, can you hear me all right?
I can, yes.
Awesome. Thanks so much for joining us for our coverage.
No problem.
Was going to start with the kind of importance again of the jury selection, since obviously that went into day 2 here, and then get into opening statements and some of that testimony. Anything you specifically wanted to hit on?
I don't know. This one's a tough one because it's such a strong case against him. There's not a heck of a lot to talk about. So, and the opening statement for the defense didn't really give us much stuff to talk about, other than they have the wrong guy, is essentially what they said.
Right.
So, yeah, I think maybe we talk a little bit about what the defense strategy is and what we expect the defense to do. I think it's pretty clear what the prosecution's going to do is just kind of map this out with all the witnesses and ballistics and the fingerprints and the clothes and the statements and all of that stuff. But what's interesting to me is what is the defense going to do?
Mm-hmm. All right, sounds good. We should get back here in about 90 seconds, and I'll pretty much just bring you right in off the top.
Sounds good.
All right, thanks.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Hey everybody, thanks so much for joining us here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. It is Haley Spittler taking over for Brian Polson, who's been with you all morning long. Again, as we will bring you full trial coverage of the Tremaine Jones trial. Today is really day 1 after finally getting that jury sat. It took more than a full day. We heard those opening statements. We've heard so far from 5 witnesses. Again, right now, that jury is on their lunch break, so court will pick back up at 1:30. And until then, we'll continue to bring you coverage in this case. Again, it's 23-year-old Tremaine Jones, who is facing 4 different charges, including the new one that just got added on, which is a charge of possession of a short-barrel shotgun or rifle. That's in addition to the earlier charges, which is first-degree intentional homicide, attempted first-degree intentional homicide, and first-degree recklessly endangering safety. And this all stems from the June 26th shooting that killed Officer Corder and hurt Officer McCray. Again, if you're just tuning in, that testimony will pick back up at 1:30, and we will take you right back out live to the courtroom. In the meantime, though, we're actually being joined with Jonathan Lavoie, who I'll bring in here, criminal defense attorney of Kim and Lavoie. Thank you so much for taking a few minutes to join us here on the Wisconsin Live Desk.
You're welcome.
I know some of the Fox 6 team crew already chatted with you earlier this week in anticipation of this trial beginning, and we focused a lot on just that jury selection process, something you said could be one of the most difficult parts of this trial. I mean, talk to me how important it is to sit the right 12 people plus alternates, and how hard it can be in a trial like this where maybe you have already a little bit of bias in you, or you just have knowledge of such a well-covered case.
Yeah, so people in Milwaukee have very strong feelings about the police, both positive and negative. So it's important to weed out jurors in a trial like this that have strong feelings one way or the other. The goal, which is difficult to do, is to try to find people that have not heard a lot about this and promise to be fair and impartial and don't have strong feelings about the facts of this case. But I know Judge Habas, who's a very, very good judge, an outstanding judge, is going to do her best to ensure that the jury panel that was selected is the right one, and one that's going to give Mr. Jones a fair trial. And I suspect that the parties did their best to focus on getting the best jurors for this trial.
Yeah, peel back the curtain a little bit for us here on the live desk of what that process can look like. Certainly for this trial, it was a little lengthy. We saw it take the full day yesterday. It continued into this morning to continue kind of narrowing it down to the final jurors and the alternates selected. For you as a criminal defense attorney, I mean, what are you really looking in when you have the questionnaires, when you have that time to question jurors, maybe green flags and red flags?
Yeah, so you hope that people are truthful. We hope that people are going to tell really how they feel, and even if it might be uncomfortable for them to talk about, we hope that jurors really tell us what their thoughts are about the case and are truthful about the knowledge that they have about the case. But above and beyond just talking to jurors, oftentimes attorneys will do social media checks of jurors, and we'll see if there's things online that people might have posted, or to sort of glean from social media what kind of feelings they might have about certain things, including the police or law enforcement or trials, those types of things. Information is key, and you want to try to learn as much about people as possible. You also want to look at their body language, the way that they're reacting to questions, not just questions that you ask, but maybe questions that are asked by others. And you want to try to find people that are going to keep an open mind. And that's very difficult in a case of this magnitude.
Again, ultimately, they did sit that jury earlier this morning. It is 5 women. It is 9 men, so it does include 2 alternates. That kind of then began the trial. We got to hear those opening statements. I'll get into the defense in just a second, but what were your thoughts from the prosecution here? It seemed kind of what I was expecting, kind of laying out the case, pointing to the timeline, some of the evidence they have. What were your thoughts from that?
Yeah, so Grant Hubner is an outstanding prosecutor. He's probably one of the most experienced homicide prosecutors we have in the state. He did exactly what I expected. He's mapping out from beginning to end exactly what evidence he intends to show. And he's got a lot of evidence in this case, from the ballistics to the clothing, to the video evidence, to the statements of witnesses, to the fingerprints. He's mapping out to the jury that this couldn't possibly have been anyone else that did this to Officer Corder and Officer McCray, that his case is clear, and he mapped out a very strong picture of what the state intends to prove.
On the flip side, I think what a lot of us were wondering is what was the strategy the defense would use? I know earlier this week in speculation, there were the ideas tossed around about maybe he thought it was somebody else, maybe it was done in self-defense. Actually, neither of those what the defense is going through. Talk to me about the strategy that we learned through their opening statement.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. There was a lot of discussion about would the defense bring up some type of imperfect self-defense, that he thought he was defending himself against another person, which is kind of what he said to another witness, what Mr. Jones said to another witness. But I never thought that was going to be a very viable defense in this case, and it sounds like the defense didn't either. So it sounds like they're taking the strategy of the state cannot prove it, that there's not going to be evidence beyond a reasonable doubt, and that they have the wrong person. So I think the defense strategy right now, from what I could glean from the opening statement, is simply putting the prosecution to their proof and attempting to show that the police may have done an improper or incomplete investigation. They may have missed something, and that potentially Mr. Jones was not the person who pulled the trigger. But that's going to be a very difficult road to traverse in this trial.
Yeah, obviously the strategy there is to say you got the wrong guy, then how do you implement that and explain it and kind of make a jury believe you? And I feel like maybe that's done more in cross than calling your own witnesses. Is that kind of what you think might be their big strategy here?
I think that's exactly right. I would doubt that there's going to be much in the way of defense witnesses, and it's doubtful that Mr. Jones would actually take the stand in his own defense. I think it's going to be primarily cross-examining all the police officers or witnesses, trying to point out inconsistencies or maybe lack of proper police investigation tactics, maybe some things to sow some doubt in the jury's mind that the police got this right. So I think that the defense strategy is going to be primarily cross-examination of all the witnesses and putting the prosecution to their proof.
How important is it for you, as a criminal defense attorney to kind of try and remind a jury that, one, I mean, the burden of proof is on the state. We don't have to prove that our client is innocent. They need to prove that he's guilty, and also kind of re-implement the idea of, sorry, I lost my train of thought there, Jonathan. Let's just start with the first part of the question.
Yeah, so when we do trials, you are constantly reminding the jury of the burden of proof. The defendant does not have to prove their innocence. A defendant does not have to provide a single witness or a single piece of evidence. The burden rests solely on the prosecution. But with that being said, Haley, to be effective to defend somebody in a serious case, you have to still provide something to the jury to sow that doubt. It's not enough to just criticize maybe witnesses' testimony or police actions. It's also important to establish that there may have been another option or opportunity for somebody else to have done this. And that's where, in the opening statement, we didn't really get any glimpse as to what maybe the defense is going to claim may have occurred. So while it does fall to the state to bear the burden of proof, the defense still has to provide something that causes the jury to doubt what the state's saying.
Again, usually they'll overemphasize that if you have any reasonable doubt, then you can't find our client guilty. And to your point, again, with the burden of proof, Tremaine Jones doesn't have to take the stand. I feel like that's always one of the biggest pieces of speculation is, do we think or do we not think that he'll do that? Clearly, you're saying you don't think he will take the stand. As a defense attorney, I mean, what's kind of the pros and cons you're weighing when you're considering possibly having the defendant on the stand?
So my rule of thumb is you don't put a criminal defendant on the stand unless you can't get that information out by any other source. So an example, Haley, would be self-defense. So if Mr. Jones had claimed that he was defending himself against a perceived threat, that would be a near impossibility to present that type of defense without Mr. Jones testifying to say why he did what he did and what he did. When it's a prove-it case or putting the state to their proof, it more is about cross-examination. So I'm not sure Mr. Jones has much to really add to the mix. If the defense strategy is that Mr. Jones wasn't the shooter, then really putting him on the stand to say I wasn't the shooter isn't going to be very helpful and would open him up to significant cross-examination. And that is really what you want to try to avoid if you can, is putting a client through the scenario where they're asked very difficult questions by the prosecution.
Yeah. So far today, we've heard from 5 witnesses. It's been kind of more of creating a timeline, some of that background information that would be helpful for a jury to know. What are you kind of looking out for this afternoon? Anything you're expecting to hear from? Anything you're curious might come up?
Yeah, I think the interesting part of this trial are going to be the citizen witnesses, the witnesses that we saw quoted in the criminal complaint that may have seen Mr. Jones in the area. I certainly have seen videos online about Mr. Jones, at least allegedly holding a gun. So I'm expecting that what will be interesting is to see sort of what the backstory of this conflict was and why potentially Mr. Jones was in that area with a gun, and what the witnesses have to say about what they observed. Because witnesses that saw Mr. Jones doing things are going to be compelling to a jury, because the jury is going to want to know not just what the police think, but also what did the citizens see with their own eyes and hear with their own ears. So as the state progresses, I think they're going to present citizen witnesses, video evidence, and then at the end, I think they're going to tie it all together with forensics, which are going to include the clothes that were located, the fingerprints, the ballistics, and try to tie it all together that way. But the state's going to want to mix it up, so it's not all dry testimony from law enforcement. They want to mix in citizen witnesses, which are going to be much more interesting and compelling to a jury.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, witness testimony picked back up here now, less than an hour at 1:30 is when that lunch break will end. Jonathan Lavoie joining us here from Kim and Lavoie, criminal defense attorney. Thanks so much for taking a few minutes, answering some of our question and pulling back the curtain with your expertise. I know you'll be sticking around and joining us a lot throughout this week, so we appreciate you.
No problem.
Again, that is Jonathan Lavoie. If you're just tuning in right now thinking this isn't the normal Wisconsin Live Desk, for starters, thanks so much for joining us. And you are right. That is because all week long, really gavel to gavel, we will be bringing you coverage here of the Tremaine Jones trial, which really got kicked off earlier this morning. Jury selection took all day yesterday and into this morning to finally be narrowed down to 5 women and 9 men who were selected. That does include 2 alternates. And then we got to hear those opening statements. And again, the first 5 witnesses did take to the stand to provide some of their testimony. Right now, they are on break for lunch. They will reconvene in the courthouse at 1:30. But we're sticking with you right here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. We'll be joined with another one of our legal experts in just a few minutes. We'll take another quick break, and we'll be right back after this.
Live Desk.
Hi, everybody. Thanks so much for joining us here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Time check for you. It is 12:37 on your Tuesday afternoon. And again, if you're just tuning in right now, we are currently in recess of the Tremaine Jones trial. They have taken a break for lunch, and everything will reconvene with the next witness being called to the stand at 1:30. And of course, once that starts again, we will be streaming the trial for you in its entirety right here on Fox Local, whether you're tuning in from the app on fox6now.com or on our Fox 6 YouTube page. Again, everything will start back up trial-wise at 1:30, but our coverage is continuing right now, even while in that lunch break. And really, I just want to set the scene for anyone who might be just now tuning in. The trial is for now 23-year-old Tremaine Jones, who you see here on your screen. He is facing 4 different charges, which he has pleaded not guilty to. It's first-degree intentional homicide, attempted first-degree intentional homicide, first-degree recklessly endangering safety, and possession of short-barreled shotgun/rifle. Again, this all stems back to June 26th of last year. That is when the state says Tremaine Jones shot and killed Officer Corder and hurt Officer McCray in what they really describe as an ambush attack. And I want to just walk you through a little bit of the timeline that we've put together, because there are a lot of different dates that are included with this case. Starting back to June 17th, that is when Jones buys a gun in West Allis. We're told on June 19th, he picks up a gun from the same shop in which he ordered it. Then we go back, we're going to go forward, jumping to June 26th, which is again the day of this whole situation of this incident where shots were fired, starting at 9:10 p.m. A 911 call came in about a subject with a weapon. At 9:12, another call for a person outside of a residence with that weapon. That at 9:22, so 12 minutes after that initial 911 call, that is when Officers Corder and McCray were dispatched to the scene. We're told once they arrived, again, what the state alleges happened was kind of that ambush attack where McCray was shot 3 times, found on top of Corder. Backup arrives, they search for a suspect, and this whole investigation begins. We're going to jump to the next day, June 27th. That is where more rifle rounds were found. A backpack was found, which they said had a lot of identifying items to Tremaine Jones, and a ski mask all was recovered. June 27th, again, and that's the following day after those shots were fired. That is when Jones was arrested, and July 1st is when Jones was criminally charged. Going back to the June 26th timeline, obviously we highlight here when McCray was shot, Corder also shot. McCray was found on top of Corder trying to protect him. The two are partners for the Milwaukee Police Department. Again, Officer Corder did die several days later because of those shots. And McCray also went to the hospital, was eventually released with his injuries. We do expect actually to be able to hear from Officer McCray in this trial, who should be providing witness testimony based on just some court records that we have received. But again, right now, we're on break from this trial of Tremaine Jones. I'll throw up his mugshot once again. Testimony will resume at 1:30. So far today, we've heard those opening statements. We've also heard from 5 witnesses. So we'll have the 6th witness take the stand at 1:30. Here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, we're going to take a quick break, and then again, we'll be joined with another one of our legal experts. We'll kind of break down what he saw so far today in those opening statements, in that initial testimony, as well as really what's to come, not just today, but in the days that follow. When the jury was receiving instructions, it did indicate this trial could potentially even go into next week. So certainly a lot to break down for you here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, and we'll do that in just a few minutes. Stay with us.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Haley Spittler with you here at 12:44. Thanks so much for sticking with us and joining us as we continue to bring you coverage of the Tremaine Jones trial. Do want to just kind of walk you through the charges that he faces for anybody who is just now joining us. I know this looks a little different than the normal Wisconsin Live Desk, and that's because we're going to bring you trial coverage gavel to gavel. We are able to stream this trial, so once the lunch break ends, we'll go right back inside the courtroom and hear from the next witness. But right now, in the meantime, we'll be joined with some of our legal experts and kind of catch you up to speed for anybody who wasn't able to listen in this morning. On your screen is now 23-year-old Tremaine Jones, and again, he faces 4 charges. Those are first-degree intentional homicide, attempted first-degree intentional homicide, first-degree recklessly endangering safety, and possession of a short-barreled shotgun/rifle. All of those charges stem from an incident last summer on June 26, when the prosecution says that Tremaine Jones shot and fired, kind of ambushed actually, 2 Milwaukee police officers. Ultimately, Officer Corder was killed by those shots. Officer McCray was hurt, eventually released from the hospital with those injuries. As I mentioned, we have a couple of different legal experts lined up to help us throughout this trial and offer their expert insight already hearing today from Jonathan Lavoie. Now we are joined with our next guest here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Want to go ahead and bring in James Santel, former U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Wisconsin. Thank you so much for taking your time to join us and help us out with our coverage here.
Honored to be with you once again to talk through another important trial in the southeastern Wisconsin area, the state of Wisconsin, the entire nation, really.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm going to ask you the same first question that I asked Jonathan Lavoie, just because I imagine some people watching might think that jury selection process took longer than I anticipated. Obviously, it took the full day yesterday as well as some time this morning to ultimately select 5 women and 9 men to sit on the jury for this trial. I mean, how important is that process, and how difficult can that process be in picking the right people who maybe don't have a ton of knowledge of the case or seem to not show a bias?
Well, I think you've got it just right, which is it is one of the key elements of any successful trial. By that I mean one that delivers justice in the end. You need to get people, again, not people necessarily who know nothing about the case, have never heard about it, but can bring to the analysis the kind of critical thinking that we talk about a lot these days. That is deciding the ultimate decisions. You just indicated what the charges are here. That's ultimately going to be their decision, and it's got to be premised upon their capacity to do that kind of intellectual exercise, assessing the evidence, looking at the documents. We've already seen some video, some photographs, some charts, putting all of that together and making not just intellectual sense of it, but also applying what they're seeing there, the facts inside that courtroom that Judge Havas is giving to them and will give them instructions on, but also applying that to the law then. That's no small task. And again, I believe strongly, as you won't be surprised to hear, in a jury system that does rely upon juries of peers, but the selection process, getting the right people there who are not biased, who do not have preconceived notions about the trial, even if they've heard about it before, who can give it the attention, the intellectual attention, and the acuity that is needed in these circumstances. It is not a small portion of it, and not to be dismissed as, well, we just need to get people in here who are going to hear the case. We want to make certain we've got the kinds of folks who can do this intellectual work thoughtfully, be attentive for, again, as you just indicated, maybe all this week, maybe part of next week, to have the attention to do that, and then be able to bring to this deliberation the ultimate verdict that is premised upon an assessment of the facts, the law, and their good judgment as people of our community.
Now, I can imagine maybe how attorneys would try and weed through the potential juror pool, figure out who they like, who they don't like, but I don't have to imagine that process when I have somebody who's done it before. So I'm also kind of curious, as I asked Jonathan Lavoie, I'll ask you as well, James. I mean, how do you weed through, I mean, and here was a huge pool of potential jurors, and narrow down exactly who you like? Are you looking for certain red flags? Are you looking for certain green flags? Are you honing in on parts of the questionnaire? Kind of walk me through that process. I'm sure our viewers will find it fascinating as well.
juror. And most of my practice was in the federal court. This, of course, in the state court just down the street. But the principles basically apply. You do get a large pool of jurors, and typically there are questionnaires that the jurors fill out in advance. You've got a little bit of a sense of who these folks are. But the very process of voir dire, that's the French, to see, to say, as you've been reporting all morning here, that's the process of figuring out who should be on the jury. And it quite literally, to see, to say means we're going to take a look at you. We'd like to hear from you. And yes, indeed, we're going to learn a little bit about who you are. Education is important. Obviously, if your family has, or you know friends who are in law enforcement, if there are connections generally, not to the specifics of the case, but the general area, whatever the subject matter may be, those kinds of things we want to know about. And all of that goes into the mix. Plainly, if there are those people who are asked the ultimate question by the judge, do you think you can render a fair and decent verdict based upon the facts and the law? And someone says, you know, if someone is charged with a crime, I tend to believe that they are guilty of the crime. That's a juror that, frankly, as a prosecutor and defense counsel, you do not want on that jury. And sometimes people are honest enough to say just that. Most often you get people who say, yes, indeed, I have heard some things about this, but I can render a verdict based upon what is presented to me. I will listen to this well, and I can render a good verdict. The thing that I always used to look to as a prosecutor is not necessarily to eliminate those people who I think are pro-prosecution or pro-defense or anti-prosecution or anti-defense. That's not the approach. I enjoyed and I reveled in having jurors who, again, as I said before, brought an intellectual capacity to the decision. There is a great quote from a major decision of the Supreme Court that says, you know, the government always wins when justice is done. And that really is a discussion about the jury process. If jurors bring to this an analysis that is balanced and they can do that job, justice is done. And so, again, I know that there's an awful lot of lore out there in television and movies about crossing out the names of people who may have particular biases. And yes, there are things that are said that will get those what are called peremptory strikes and other strikes to happen. But ultimately, you're looking for people who, again, can be unbiased in making a determination. The government, that's the side that I was on for virtually all of my career. I want them to hold me to my test. That is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden is on the government. I want jurors who are going to look at me, look at the witnesses, look at the testimony that's given, the documents, and determine whether or not I've proven the case by a reasonable doubt. I value someone, again, who has that educational background, that cognitive background, and that ability to be serious about this most serious offense. Again, as we've talked before on this very broadcast, the government here doing the single most dramatic thing that government can do to anyone short of the death penalty, which is potentially detaining you, preventing you from being at liberty, right? And so we've got to get this as close to right, as close to perfect as we possibly can, identifying those jurors who can meet that end or come close to it. We're not asking for perfection, but can be engaged in deliberation, speak to each other when they're in that deliberation process, have an open mind, as the judge always says, and think through the facts and the law carefully and thoughtfully. Don't be distracted by the things that are not relevant. Focus on the things that go to intent and what happened here and exactly what the evidence shows. Those are the analytical people, the critical thinking people that I always looked for on a jury.
And again, that jury was ultimately sat earlier this morning. There's 14 of them. It is 5 women, 9 men. Obviously, that does include 2 alternates as well, which then kind of allowed this trial to formally start with those opening statements. I think from the prosecution, what everyone kind of expected, letting the jury know what you're going to hear from over the next couple of days, making their case as to why they believe Tremaine Jones is guilty. From the defense, more of the what are they going to say? What is the defense strategy they're going with? We learned they're going with, you got the wrong guy. It's not Tremaine Jones, which then kind of, sets the path pretty clear for the prosecution. All right, well, we got to prove that we do have the right guy and that it is Tremaine Jones, which is what they've started to try and do as they called those first 5 witnesses, which really was a lot of kind of setup testimony so far. Talk to me about how important it is to set the stage for the jury, even if it isn't coming out with some of the most emotional testimony right out of the gates.
Right. Again, this is Grant Huebner, who's an excellent lawyer, an excellent prosecutor. He's been in the DA's office for a long period of time, and he's doing it just right. Not that he leads me to say that about this, but this is what you expect from a good and decent and focused prosecutor. He is approaching this in a linear manner, right? What he's calling the first 5 witnesses, they're all law enforcement. First couple of witnesses were the witnesses, Shamara Gonzalez and Roberto Hernandez, who talked about, again, the 911 calls, the ShotSpotter. This is how it began, right? So you're telling the jury, where does this come from? What is the genesis of what happened there at 25th and Garfield on June 26th of last year? And then we move into, again, the responses, again, by the 3 following law enforcement officers as they are responding to what they're sent out to do. And that includes, of course, James Borman and Ben and Malikara. And we now have on the stand, just finishing up here before the break, we've got the witness whose name is Charles Worthington, who, again, the 3rd of the sort of on-the-scene law enforcement officers, who is really now bringing this home. We've got all the genesis for why the officers were dispatched there. Now you've got Charles Worthington and his partner arriving there. This very dramatic testimony that included, again, dashboard cameras, the body-worn cameras of him and his partner, and they are quite literally coming upon someone who is dying. And we know that, in fact, in the end, Officer Kendall Cooper did lose his life in this. Christopher McCray seriously injured. And so that is a dramatic piece. It ends right before lunch. That remains in the jury's view and their image going forward. But all of this being set up, of course, to tell the jury bit by bit what happens. As Grant Huebner said in his opening, as you indicated, there's going to be a whole lot more. Now we're going to fill in the question that you and obviously defense just raised here, but we don't have the right person. We'll see what is missing, is what defense counsel said. All right. And so now the prosecution is going, now that we've got the event, we have seen the, frankly, the dying officer, dramatic, catastrophic, right? And we've seen another officer who's down because of this event. Now we're going to tie it to this particular defendant. And Grant told us during the course of the opening statement, you're going to get this list of investigative events, and then we're going to be the results of search warrants, fingerprints on the gun. We're going to see the discovery of the long rifle, witness testimony, right? There's obviously a backpack that will tie this particular defendant to that time, that place, other witnesses likewise doing it. And so I suspect that perhaps beginning as soon as this afternoon, and then certainly in the days ahead, the answer, at least from the prosecution, to the question, who did this, who got the wrong guy, is going to be answered, at least going to the satisfaction of the jury, if they make that determination that the prosecution has that right guy. That's the task. That's the obligation now of the prosecution. We know what happened. You'll notice, too, that defense counsel did not ask a lot of questions about these preliminary witnesses. Why? Because they simply established what happened, as opposed to tying his client to it. Anticipate that there will be a whole lot more cross-examination by defense counsel this afternoon and going forward, when the tie between all of this and the particular defendant who is sitting there next to him becomes much more clear.
Yeah, something, kind of raised even by Jonathan Lavoie when he joined us, that a lot of the defense's argument and strategy probably will be done more in cross-examination than in calling their own witnesses. They want to poke the holes and, again, make the argument you have the wrong guy. Curious for the prosecution here, what is kind of the perfect formula, or how do you keep it balanced when you're persuading a jury between showing, the hard evidence, between hearing from law enforcement, between getting those civilian witnesses? And to your point, even sometimes the body cam and the dash cam can paint a very emotional picture. You could hear the urgency in those officers. You could hear the anguish from even McCray as he was calling for help and trying to get those other squad cars to find them as fast as possible. That in itself, an emotional, pull at the jury as well. So how do you kind of find the perfect balance for the jury?
That's a terrific question, and prosecutors, defense counsel, judges, and jurors wrestle with that all the time. There is this objection that I'm not especially a big fan of, basically says that if the probative value, that is the things that will show what happened here, how this happened, who did it, is outweighed by the prejudice, then most often judges will say that's just too much. They're doing exactly the balancing that you're just describing here. And you do want to give the jury the sense as a prosecutor, and the judge plainly letting them do that again, we are talking about a death. As horrific as car accidents can be and other things in which people are injured, this is a death of a human being. And there's nothing wrong with the jury appreciating, even graphically, visually, the fact that, yes, this officer, this human being died. We are lessened as a community by his death. We're lessened by, frankly, as I always say, the human tragedy that is a criminal prosecution of anyone. And so you want to balance those two things. There are many times in civil cases, sometimes criminal cases, where the evidence is very graphic. And there are times when a judge on what's called a motion in limine before the case goes to trial will say, Mr. Santel, I will let you describe this. I'll let you show one photograph, but we're not going to get in this in great detail because for exactly the reason you just indicated, we don't want the jury to be prejudiced so much and horrified by the death that they forget that their task in the end is who did this? What was the intent? What was the motive? What is the purpose? And what is the appropriate verdict based upon all this evidence? It is not always an easy thing to do. Sometimes it's the subject of appellate review, right? A judge on the appellate court may look at this and say, that was too much, or that was okay. That was just right in the middle there. All of that is the subject, again, long before the trial started. I know that defense counsel did this, the state did this, thinking about exactly that balance. We want to present the facts, but do not want to do that in a way that's so incendiary that, number one, this jury is affected by it, or even if there is a conviction here, an appellate court looks at this and says, yes, it's all there, but there's too much. You also want to protect the record on appeal, and that also goes to making that right balance between none of the hugely graphic evidence and simply stating the facts. I don't think we have crossed that line at all, but there is, again, as of this morning, the first indication of this jury being able to witness, again, not live, but on the body cams and on the dash cams, exactly the catastrophe, the calamity of coming upon an officer who has been shot, this testimony about not being able to save him. That is very compelling. And again, that is part of the prosecution's case. They've got to establish the seriousness of what the jury is hearing.
Yeah, obviously here talking a lot about the case the prosecution is already starting to make for the jury. Flip side, again, the defense kind of making it clear in their opening statement, they're going to poke holes at that and say you have the wrong guy. Talk to me a little bit more about what I think we're already hearing in that opening statement, but burden of proof and reasonable doubt, which I always think is one of the hardest things to almost define to a jury is what exactly is reasonable doubt. So I think that's going to be a big play component here for this trial, but talk to me a little bit more about that and what the defense might try and use for their argument.
Absolutely. And I'm sure it's already dancing around in the minds of these jurors because the attorneys and the judge, obviously, at the end of the trial, as she's done at the initial portion of the trial, is going to say, now, again, understand the defense has no obligation whatsoever to present any evidence. Frankly, again, that's a part of a constitutional right. It's under the Fifth Amendment. And although, yes, there's an obligation for defense counsel to raise an aggressive and effective defense on behalf of his client, the defense does not have to present any evidence at all. And as stunning as this is to say, I've never had this circumstance, but when it comes to those key fact witnesses, the defendant wants to sit there quietly and not examine and not call any witnesses and not present any physical evidence, photographs. She or he can do just that legally, and the burden does not change. The burden remains still on the prosecution and on the state lawyers who are there from start to finish. They're the ones who have got to prove to the jury. The defense has got to prove nothing at all. got to prove to the jury that they have proven their case. The judge will read to them, the members of the jury, the elements of the offenses that are charged. The jury is going to apply that again to the facts. And in the end, they're the ones who've got to go back, and they're not grading the defense, if you will. They're grading the prosecution and determining whether or not, as to every single count independently, the evidence supports or does not support a finding of guilt as to each one of those. Again, that's no small thing. It is, I would say, one of the great reasons to be proud of our system, right? We are in a system for 238 years, coming up on the Constitution's 238-year history, and even before that, obviously, with the English system, a notion that our system contemplates the government's got to prove the case. And you will hear a lot about that, and not only subtly during the course of the trial, but again, plainly from the judge at the end, and also from Grant Hubner, who will embrace that burden, and also from defense counsel. To your very good point, it may well be that we're going to hear a closing argument, whether it's in 4 or 5 or 6 days from now, in which the defense says, here are all the reasons why all of the testimony you heard from all of these people, the witnesses, the law enforcement folks, the fact witnesses, the evidence, all of that, very interesting, all of it is flawed. All of it is incomplete. None of it brings you to the level of that you've got to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. And again, just as an aside, the standard is not beyond any doubt. Some people will sometimes say that that's wrong. It's got to be a reasonable doubt, to your good question. The judges typically leave that. There are some instructions about that, but typically leave that to what the jurors feel about that. They're brought in because they're peers. They understand what reason is. They understand what doubt is. Can't be an extraordinary doubt. It can't be any doubt. It's got to be something that's within your ambit of reason. And so all of that goes again to the strength or the lack of strength of the prosecution case. There have been situations, plainly, many of them during the course of our hundreds of years of history, where a prosecution will seemingly be full and complete with all kinds of evidence, but the jury comes back and says, we just don't think it's enough. And it's not because the defense did something affirmatively. They've got to prove nothing, but just because in their assessment of what the defense did, there is not a sufficient support to do that. So those are themes, key themes that the jurors are thinking about even as we get into this. And we will hear that again and again, subtly and not so subtly throughout the week, especially once again in closing argument.
When you talk about reasonable doubt there and how sometimes the judge does leave it up to the jury, it's one of those moments I wish I could be in the jury deliberation room, because I imagine that maybe even they kind of have their conversations and frustration and arguments over that. So it's one of those places we can't be, but I wish I could be a fly on the wall and hear what they're talking about during that deliberation process. You kind of helped me out, James, in doing my job of walking us through the 5 witnesses that we already heard from today. So now I'm curious, what do you expect and what do you really want to see this afternoon when court resumes?
Sure. And so, again, the prosecution has identified, I think it's over 180 names on their list. I can assure you with almost perfect prediction here that we're not going to see 181. That's everybody who could possibly be called as a witness. And the reason why there are 181 names in that is things happen during the course of a trial. Suddenly you realize, oh, this particular custodian of a record, this particular person who did this small thing, a small event, we need to call them to bring that to conclusion. And so you've got a witness list that has everybody there. Chances are, again, will not come anywhere close to that. But again, the prosecution has indicated that the great majority of the witnesses will be law enforcement, probably more of those this afternoon. We're again going to be talking about the response to when Officers Corder and McCray are quite literally shot. What happens with them? We'll get more of that as the story is then told. And then I do expect, as we chatted about just a few moments ago, then the focus has got to turn on, okay, now we know what happened here. We know what the result of this shooting was and is. Let's get behind the story. And again, an awful lot in the opening statements, at least of the prosecution, and certainly in good media, including yours, about this notion that the defendant, again, presumed innocent, another important thing, still presumed innocent, not presumed guilty at all. That's another beauty of our system. How is it that the jury can find, if at all, that he is responsible for this? And we're plainly going to get fingerprints. Those are going to come from the long rifle that was discovered. We're going to hear a law enforcement talk about discovering that long rifle. We're going to talk about this backpack that was ultimately discovered as well. Some of the documents and other materials inside that again connect the backpack, the presence of that at the scene of the crime back to Tremaine Jones. We're going to talk about the searches that were done, obviously, that also bring that physical evidence and tie all this back to this particular defendant, according to what the defense will say. That is going to be a combination, principally, of law enforcement. Who gets fingerprints, who gets the latent prints and does the analysis, that's all law enforcement. Who do the searches, the results of that, that's all law enforcement. There may well be, and we've gotten some strong indication that the government is going to present some lay witnesses as well. Lay witnesses are fact witnesses, including the person who initially called 911 that we heard about this morning. We may get more information about the reason why. Again, according to the government, Tremaine Jones was there. We have this account which you have provided so very, very effectively. Again, based upon what we know to this point, that he was there maybe for a second night. There is a dispute between some young women. He is firing his gun. There may be some, again, good-natured and reasonable speculation about why he is there, about that, what brings him there, why is he shooting his gun? And that, of course, attracts the attention of the ShotSpotter and of course, the 911 calls generally, and then gets us back into the story here. So some of that is going to come from some lay witnesses, but the majority of this is going to be coming from prosecution witnesses who are law enforcement. And again, very much subject, as we've just said, to cross-examination. That's what the system is all about. Cannot emphasize enough, former prosecutor that always valued that notion that the defense does not have to present anything. And let's make it very, very clear. The jury will understand this as well. If this defendant chooses not to testify as a part of the case, that his is right. Not only is that his right, but you make no mention of that whatsoever to a jury. If you do say that out loud in some setting, well, why didn't this defendant take the stand? That's what people normally think about, right, when they're reviewing this kind of thing. If you really are not the right guy, wouldn't you come forward and say that? That's true in commonplace discussion and review, not in a court of law, because if you do that, you are robbing the defendant of his or her constitutional right to be free from self-incrimination. No obligation whatsoever to testify, and nothing to be assumed or presumed from a decision, we're not going to get that today, but maybe in a few days, about not testifying if Tremaine Jones, in consultation with his attorneys, chooses not to testify. That is his right. No imputation of anything by virtue of the fact that he has chosen to exercise his right not to testify.
Yeah, something that we're talking again with Jonathan Lavoie, criminal defense attorney. Kind of sounds like he won't take the stand, especially if the argument, the defense, the strategy is outlining here is you've got the wrong guy. Of course, just speculation. To James's point, we'll find out in a couple of days. Certainly, this trial just beginning. We appreciate you joining us here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, kind of breaking down your thoughts as jury selection, opening statements, and those first 5 witnesses have been called to the stand. Thanks so much for checking in with us. And of course, you'll be sticking around throughout the trial, so I know we will hear from you again.
Good to be with you as always. Looking forward to future discussions as the trial goes forward.
Absolutely. Again, James Santel there joining us here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, former U.S. Attorney for Eastern District of Wisconsin. And again, if you're just happening to join us, or maybe you joined us during our conversation with James, we're currently in a lunch break in the Tremaine Jones trial that will actually be wrapping up here pretty soon at 1:30 is when court resumes, and we'll go right back inside the courtroom. We get to stream this trial. We get to bring you all of that witness testimony as it happens, which again, be picking back up here shortly in about 17 minutes or so. We are going to take another quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, and then we're going to check in with Christina Van Zelst, our very own reporter at the courthouse. She's been monitoring this trial for us already yesterday and, of course, today, and we'll check in with her, get some insight from Christina. Stay with us. We'll be right back in just about 3 minutes.
the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Thanks so much for joining us here at the Wisconsin Live Desk. It is now 1:16, which means the court should be back in session in the Tremaine Jones trial very soon. 1:30 is when their lunch break was slated to end. Of course, if you are just now tuning in, we are bringing you full trial coverage all week long. And if this trial happens to continue into next week, we'll be right here with you. We are streaming this case gavel to gavel. For anyone who is just tuning in, let me set the scene before we bring in our very own Christina Van Zels. This is Tremaine Jones. He is now 23 years old, and he is accused last summer, June 26th, of firing shots that ultimately killed Milwaukee police officer Corder and hurt Officer McCray. Let me walk you through the 4 charges that he does face here. They are first-degree intentional homicide, attempted first-degree intentional homicide, first-degree recklessly endangering safety, and possession of a short-barreled shotgun or rifle. This morning, that jury was finally sat in the trial. It took more than a day to narrow down their whole pool of jurors to ultimately 5 women and 9 men who were selected. Yes, that does add up to 14. That's because it includes 2 alternates who will kind of listen to all of that testimony and then be dismissed at the very end if there are still 2 of them there. Though we heard the opening statements, of course, after that jury was sat, kind of heard from the state laying out their case, which is, again, that Tremaine Jones is guilty. This is what you're going to hear. This is what you can expect from the jury. And then we also heard from the defense laying out their strategy, which they're saying, you got the wrong guy. It's not Tremaine Jones who did this, even acknowledging, of course, the loss of Officer Kendall Corder pictured here for you is a tragedy, but it simply wasn't Tremaine Jones who did this. After we heard those opening statements, we heard from 5 witnesses, really kind of preliminary setting the scene kind of information the jury was getting this morning. And as I mentioned, our very own Christina Van Zelst is joining us. She is zooming in from outside the courthouse. And I know you've been able to listen in this morning as this trial did get underway. I referenced those 5 witnesses. I mean, Christina, what stood out to you so far this morning from this initial and first testimony that we're hearing?
Yeah, we saw a lot so far this morning. So we are expecting the state to call 9 witnesses today. As you mentioned, we've heard from 5 so far. All of those witnesses are expected to be from law enforcement, whether it's people who were there that day, who responded to the scene, or detectives in the case. And we started off hearing a 911 call from a woman who called 911 multiple times saying that she heard saw a person with a rifle in the area of 25th and Garfield where this all happened. I think the biggest thing, though, that stood out to me first was an officer who was testifying who got a bit choked up on the stand. He needed a moment to pause. He's one of the officers that rendered aid to Officer Corder after he was shot. And then in addition to that, after that testimony, we also saw some body cam footage of officers who were responding to the scene. And it's the first time we've seen kind of the intense moments of when officers realize, okay, Officer Corder is shot. He's on the ground. It's really intense moments. It's hard to watch, but it is something that stood out to me. That's the last piece of testimony we heard before we broke for lunch. And it's just a reminder to viewers who are tuning into our stream and watching this trial. Things like that can be hard to see, and that's, of course, we'll see Officer McCray's, I'm assuming, body camera video later if and when he testifies. I doubt that'll be today, but just that was probably the most emotional and thing that stood out to me the most was that body camera footage that we saw this morning.
Yeah, obviously I was just chatting with former prosecutor James Santel about kind of that formula that a prosecution tries to create to win a jury over with evidence, with some of the law enforcement testimony, with some of the civilian testimony, and of course using that body cam footage as well as squad car footage. And what we already heard today, to your point, very emotional, kind of the pleas from McCray as he was trying to get other officers to the scene to help him in rendering aid to Corder, but they couldn't find him. And of course, yes, that is already kind of some some graphic footage that we have seen. So I think it is a very important reminder to anybody who's watching. Just know that it can get a little graphic at moments. We are in a trial that is a homicide here. Someone did die, and of course they're going to recount that as they try and convince a jury, if you're the prosecution, that it was Tremaine Jones who did it. All right, so we are going to be back here in just a couple of minutes, Christina. At 1:30 is when that lunch break was scheduled to end. What can we kind of anticipate for the rest of this afternoon as they continue to call witnesses to the stand?
Yeah, so I'm guessing we'll have those 4 additional witnesses within the law enforcement group, because we've heard from 5. We're expecting to hear from 9. So I'm not sure if that will go through the afternoon, how quick the testimony will be from these law enforcement officers, but that is likely where we'll pick up after this lunch break. We're set to resume in about 8 minutes at 1:30. So for sure, we'll hear from additional law enforcement officers, whether it's some of the other people that were responding to that scene, some of the Milwaukee police officers, or if it's detectives. And that could take us through the rest of today. So we'll have to see what happens and how long that testimony is and what type of evidence the state will show us, if we see additional body cam from another angle or squad cameras, stuff like that.
Obviously, people watching might be curious how long this trial will go. We don't have a crystal ball. We don't know how many witnesses will be called or how long jury deliberations could take. But just want to make sure I'm accurate in saying that the judge has indicated to the jury that this could go 2 weeks. Is that right, Christina?
Yes, and that was something that came up when we were going through jury selection yesterday, was they're letting jurors know, especially trying to find the jurors who might not have something planned in 2 weeks, or that they're able to be here, because this could go through next week. Obviously, as you said, we can't predict the future, but it really will depend on how many witnesses they call to the stand. And of course, then you have to go into jury deliberations, how long that takes. So we will see, but I think the guess is it could go through this week, maybe into Monday or Tuesday. Okay. So we'll have to see what happens.
Of course, Fox 6 will be with you, gavel to gavel, no matter how long that takes. But Christina, right now, zooming in from outside the courthouse, we appreciate you taking a few minutes and joining us here on the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Thanks, Haley.
And that's Christina Van Zels reporting for us. And as we just mentioned, we will continue to cover this trial in its entirety. We are able to stream it. So when there are witnesses on the stand, we are able to bring that to you live. We are streaming. Obviously, if you're watching us, you're either on Fox Local, on our Fox 6 YouTube page, or perhaps on fox6now.com. If you're just now tuning in, wondering where that witness testimony is, they are currently in court in a lunch break, which is set to end very soon here at 1:30. We are going to take another quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, and then we'll be back with a little bit more news, and eventually we'll get you back inside that courtroom as soon as things pick back up. Thanks for being with us. We'll take a quick break. Be right back.
Live Desk.
Hey everybody, welcome back into the Wisconsin Live Desk. It is Haley Spittler with you here at 1:27. Again, any moment now, the lunch break at the courthouse should end in the Tremaine Jones trial. At 1:30 is when we are expecting to hear once again from different witnesses as they're called to the stand as the prosecution continues to really make their case. If you happen to just be joining us, we are covering the trial again of Tremaine Jones, a 23-year-old that is accused of shooting and killing a Milwaukee police officer and hurting another Milwaukee police officer in what the state has really described and called an ambush attack last summer. Obviously, we've been going in depth on this case with our experts the last hour or so. And again, we will get you back inside that courtroom in just a few minutes as soon as things do pick up. But in the meantime, I actually want to go ahead and bring in our meteorologist here, Stephanie Barrichello. Obviously, we're busy covering this case, but Stephanie, it's also a very busy weather day out there with some severe threats. So catch us up to speed of what we need to look out for.
Yeah, hi there, Haley. Now, thankfully, there is nothing severe right now, but we had a handful of severe thunderstorm warnings earlier today. We are still watching a line, and it's a strong line of thunderstorms moving through, but thankfully just below severe criteria. And this is the main show here. So this is the cold front working its way through our area. It's going to be with us for a few more hours, and once it crosses or completely clears our area around maybe 3 o'clock, then we should be done for the remainder of the day today, or at least done with this storm system. We know Wednesday into Thursday another storm system is moving in, but putting this in motion again, you can see it from Ozaukee County into West Bend over to Fort Atkinson down to about Janesville. There is lightning, there's pockets of heavy rain, and there is still the possibility of some small hail at times. In fact, I'll put our hail tracker on here in just a second, and you can see there's a couple of spots within the line that there is a bit of hail. Now, tracking this line, it is going to continue to move, towards the east-southeast here, so impacting places like Waukesha in the next 10 minutes potentially. West Dallas about 150, Milwaukee maybe closer to about 155, Oak Creek just after 2 o'clock. So you can tell again that this is going to primarily move from west to east or west to a little bit more of that southeast direction. We're seeing Kenosha, you guys will see it between about 220 and we'll say about 245, and I'd say by 3 o'clock most of this will be out of our area if it maintains its current speed. So nothing major hail-wise, where you're seeing a few of these little areas of white here, so maybe far southwestern Washington County, near Fort Atkinson, maybe northern Ozaukee County, chance for some pea-sized hail. Those are the only reports that we've gotten from when this was out west near Madison, was just some pea-sized hail. So that's some good news because we've seen larger hail from time to time with storms earlier this morning and even earlier this afternoon. Now, that being said, it's not out of the question that as these continue to move east, they strengthen a little bit, but it shouldn't be widespread and it shouldn't last long. So again, still the chance for some stronger wind gusts as well as some small hail. But the bigger picture, this really is it. As we look out towards the west, there's maybe a few sprinkles towards the east of La Crosse, but otherwise, we're going to dry out overnight tonight and into tomorrow morning. We do still have the chance for another storm system Wednesday as well as Thursday, and we've been talking about that a little bit, kind of focusing on our storm chances last night and today first and foremost. But Wednesday's storm system, we're going to be dry in the morning, but by the afternoon and especially evening, we're going to see a mix of rain and maybe some freezing rain in some northern communities moving in. And that'll then continue through Thursday morning. But then most of Thursday is actually just going to be a steady kind of soaking rain during the day, and even the chance for a few more thunderstorms. The Storm Prediction Center added us to a marginal risk for even a strong thunderstorm on Thursday, especially in southern Wisconsin. So that's another dynamic storm system that we're going to watch really, really quickly. I think it's more so, though, those late Wednesday night hours into pre-dawn Thursday, those northern spots, Fond du Lac, Sheboygan, we'll really have to watch for the potential of a little bit of ice. Again, it's not going to be widespread. The better chance is north of us, but that's also not good news for central Wisconsin. It's going to be one of those situations where it's rain south, maybe a little bit of sleet or freezing rain in central Wisconsin, and then north it's going to be snow. So watching that one really, really closely. Again, back to what we've got today. Just a few more showers and storms to get through about 3 o'clock. It's just after 1:30, so we've got a little bit longer to go here. Also, because this is a decent line, we may be able to see a pretty cool shelf cloud as it starts to make its way on through. We got a couple of cool pictures earlier this morning of a shelf cloud up north in Fond du Lac, as well as Sheboygan County, as that first line made its way on through. But so far so good here. Again, a little bit longer of thunderstorm activity, Haley, and then it'll get better through the night tonight before we shift our focus to maybe some wintry weather late tomorrow.
You know, I'm glad to hear the severe threat is gone, but I was funny while you were chatting, I got a FOX6 weather alert of some lightning in my area, which is, again, always a good idea to download that app, especially when there's so many different seasons and it's just a day to be weather aware, because right now we got thunderstorms and unfortunately, it sounds like it's going to be snow at some point potentially here.
Yeah, that app is going to be real handy the rest of this week.
Absolutely. All right, Stephanie, thanks so much for joining us again, giving us a quick look at the forecast.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's Stephanie Barrichello. Again, if you are just now joining us here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, we are doing some special coverage for you. We are covering the trial of Tremaine Jones, who is the man accused of shooting a Milwaukee police officer and killing him, and shooting and hurting another Milwaukee police officer. Really, this morning, they finally sat a jury in this. 5 women and 9 men selected, which, yes, does add up to 14. It does include 2 alternates. You never know if somebody's going to get sick or needs to be dismissed. So ultimately, you hope at the end of the trial there's still 14 of them, and 2 of them just get dismissed and thanked for their service, and 12 go in and deliberate. But they do select 14 here to have a little bit of a safety net when it comes to jurors. Again, they sat the jury. We got to hear opening statements, the prosecution kind of laying out their argument, setting the timeline, letting the jury know what they can expect to hear and see as far as witnesses and evidence over these next couple of days, and hearing from the defense as well, who really kind of unveiled their argument, which is going to be, you got the wrong guy. They say the loss of life here with Officer Kendall pictured on your screen is a tragedy, and they're not disagreeing, but it simply wasn't Tremaine Jones who's responsible. Again, that is the argument the defense will be laying out over the next couple of days, which really, as our legal experts were explaining, should probably be done mostly when it comes to cross-examination and less by calling their own witnesses. But right now, again, prosecution calling witnesses to the stand. They've already called 5. Momentarily, that lunch break should end, and we'll go back inside that courtroom, which I believe should be happening soon. While I wait for it to begin, though, I'll walk you through those 4 charges that Tremaine Jones is facing that the jury will have to decide on here. It is first-degree intentional homicide, attempted first-degree intentional homicide, and first-degree recklessly endangering safety, as well as this charge that was just added on, possession of short-barreled shotgun / rifle there. Again, this is the task that the jury will have, is to decide, is he innocent or is he guilty? And one thing that our legal experts really laid out for us is it's going to be all about a burden of proof and reasonable doubt. Want to get you back to the courtroom. It is just now picking back up here after their lunch break. That is Tremaine Jones there in the glasses. Again, that's the defendant who is facing those 4 charges, accused of shooting and killing Officer Corder and shooting and hurting Officer McCray June 26th. All right, we'll listen back in here together as we do expect the jury to come in shortly, and they'll pick up that witness testimony.
may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Officer Sarah De Leon.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God or under the pain and penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please be seated. Please state your first and last name and spell them both for the record.
First name Sarah, Sarah. Last name De Leon, DeLeon.
Go ahead.
Thank you. How are you employed?
By the city of Milwaukee.
And in what capacity?
As a police officer.
How long have you been a City of Milwaukee police officer?
About 4 years.
Okay. Where are you assigned?
District 7.
Okay. Now, I want to draw your attention specifically to an incident that occurred on June 26th of 2025. Were you employed as a City of Milwaukee police officer on that day?
Yes.
And were you assigned to District 7?
Yes.
Does there come a time where you are sent to the area of 24th Place and Garfield?
Correct.
Is that in your district?
No.
How did you end up responding to that?
There was a broadcast over the air saying that there was an officer shot, multiple officers shot in that.
Your Honor, not to interrupt, but could we move the microphone closer to the witness? I'm having a hard time hearing her.
Sure.
Thank you.
That's great. Thank you. Good.
Speak up as much as you can.
Okay.
All right. So you said there was a broadcast of what?
That multiple officers were shot in that area.
Okay. And who were you working with?
My partner at the time was Officer Blake Kasperger.
Now, when you arrived to the area, what did you see?
There were multiple squad cars, and Milwaukee Fire Department was just arriving on scene as well.
Did you see any officers down?
I did.
Sorry?
I did.
Okay. I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 10. Do you recognize the area we see there?
Yes.
What is this area?
That's the area of 24th and Garfield. I believe that was one of the first squads on scene.
Okay. And particularly drawing your attention now to State's Exhibit number 9, I want to draw your attention to if we see kind of the alley, responding squad, kind of a house, then we can see this kind of area here where there is a tarp or a tent. Was there, when you first arrived on scene, was this tent there?
No.
Was this the area where you saw the officer who was down?
If that is the alley just north of Garfield, then yes.
Now, what I want to do is I want to talk about kind of in the alley area, show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 314, kind of a better Google image of what we're talking about. In the day, can we see a little bit better of that area?
Yes.
Okay, and is this kind of the area, you can see a house, an alley. I want to focus in on kind of a little further west in the alley, okay? Did you have an opportunity when you arrived on scene to kind of check in this alley area?
I did, yes.
What did you do?
I was just walking the alley westbound just to observe if there was any suspects or evidence in the area.
So you're walking westbound towards 25th Street?
Correct.
Okay. I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibits numbers 34 and 35. I'd ask you to take a look at both of these. Tell me if you recognize them.
Yes.
What is that area?
That is the rear slab off of the alley with two vehicles and backpack.
Okay, is this going to be significant?
Yes.
Okay, so just so we understand, you said you would kind of, you see where the officers are getting worked on, you went westbound in the alley. Is this area where we see the vehicles, is this kind of a little westbound and behind the house that's to the west of this?
Correct. It's just a little bit westbound of where the officers were.
Okay. Are these fair and accurate pictures of what you saw?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move 34 and 35 in evidence.
No objection. Received without objection.
Okay. And just so we can kind of understand what we're looking at here and focus ourselves around, we can see a squad a lot of kind of overgrown bush, and then these two vehicles. Is that fair?
Yes.
Is the alley that you were walking and checking where the officers were down, is that on the other side of these vehicles?
Correct.
Okay, so there's the alley, kind of this parking side where these cars are, and then this overgrown weeded area.
Correct.
Okay. When you were kind of walking down the alley and you look and see the area of where these two vehicles are, as we see in both State's Exhibit number 34 as well as State's Exhibit number 35, did you observe anything that caught your eye?
I observed a black backpack in between the vehicles.
Okay. What did you do?
I started to walk over there, and then I also observed two other officers walking towards me. So I asked them to help me clear that area due to all the weeds and the brush.
When you say clear that area, what do you mean?
Just to see if there's any more evidence or if there's a suspect hiding in between vehicles, under the vehicles, or in the bush area.
So officers are kind of starting to get what's going on. Work is happening over here on the officers. You notice this, and two other officers are coming kind of this other way?
They were walking eastbound towards me in the alley.
Okay, so they're walking this way, they're walking from left to right, you're walking from right to left.
Correct.
Okay. And I want to show you now what has been marked as State's Exhibits numbers 49, 48, and 50. I'd ask you to take a look at these three photos and tell me if you recognize them.
Yes, I do.
What are they?
This is the black backpack that I originally found on scene.
Okay. Where did you find this black bag?
It was on that rear slab in between that red vehicle and the, I believe it's silver gold vehicle.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been, Your Honor, I would move 48, 49, and 50 in evidence.
No objection.
Received without objection.
Showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 48. What does this show?
That is the black backpack in between the two vehicles on the rear slab off the alley.
Okay. I'm showing you what has been marked now as State's Exhibit number 49. Does that kind of get us a little closer in? And State's Exhibit number 50. If we're looking at this kind of little yellow marker, that lets us know the photo taken after detectives find out about it. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay, but I just want to focus in on what you're seeing here. Regarding this, is this the manner consistent with how you found that backpack when you were kind of clearing this area between the cars?
It's in the same area, yes.
Now, additionally, officer, when you're clearing between these two cars, did you find anyone else?
No other persons, no.
And eventually other officers are going to spend some time searching in this area. Is that fair?
Correct.
Other officers are going to find other stuff.
Yes.
Okay, but I want to focus in on what you first found, this backpack. I have State's Exhibit number 286 in front of me. Your Honor, for the record, I am currently opening State's Exhibit number 286 by cutting off the top portion of it to make it easier to staple back together.
That's good.
And removing State's Exhibit number 286. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What are we seeing here?
That is the black backpack that I found on scene.
Is this the same, similar to the black backpack you found?
Yes.
Your Honor, State moves 286 in evidence.
No objection.
Received without objection.
Now, officer, when you found this backpack, do you and other officers then make sure detectives are aware of what's going on?
Yes.
So is it left, as you said, kind of in that area for detectives eventually to take over?
Yes, we notified them of what we had found.
Okay. Now, did you and another officer look into this backpack a little bit to see if you could find any potential identifications as to whose this is?
We did look through it, yes. I
want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 193 and 194. I'd ask you to take a look at these two things and tell me if you recognize them.
I do.
What are they?
That is the work identification card that we found inside the backpack on scene.
Is there a name associated with it?
There is.
What is that name?
Tremaine Jones.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 291. I'd ask you to take a look at that for me and tell me if you recognize it.
I do.
What is it?
That is the same identification card that's in these pictures.
Your Honor, the State would move 193, 194, and 291 in evidence.
No objection.
Without objection.
Showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 193 on the big screen. Is that where the work ID was found inside the backpack?
That is correct.
And showing you State's Exhibit number 194. And lastly, 291. So the name associated with the work ID or some sort of ID inside this backpack was the name Tremaine Jones.
Correct.
In terms of what else is found in this backpack, detectives and other people that looked at it, both on scene and at a, I guess, headquarters, we'll talk to them later. Is that fair?
Yes,
Okay. Did you then stand by this backpack and wait for detectives to take over?
I did.
Thank you. I have no further questions of this officer.
Ross?
You didn't actually collect the backpack and package it in the evidence bag, did you?
I did not.
Do you know if there was biological testing performed on the backpack?
I am unaware.
Nothing else.
Anything on that?
No, not on that.
Thank you. You may step down.
Your Honor, State calls Officer Wilkins.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under the pain and penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please be seated. Please state your first and last name and spell them both for the record.
First name is Nicholas, Nicholas. Last name is Wilkins, Wilckens.
How are you employed?
With the city of Milwaukee as a police officer.
How long have you been with the police department?
8 years.
And what's your current assignment?
I work for the Specialized Patrol Division K-9 unit.
What is the K-9 unit in the Specialized Patrol Division?
I'm a EOD K-9 explosive ordnance detection.
What does that mean?
Our dogs are trained in seeking out explosive ordnance or anything with explosive odor.
And would firearms qualify for this?
Yes.
Explain, what does it mean that the dog is trained and kind of what are they looking for in terms of a firearm or ammunition or things like that?
So they're imprinted on several different explosive odors. In the case of a firearm, it would be like the gunpowder.
And in this particular case, I want to draw your attention to June 25th, 2026, where you asked to work as a canine officer with an EOD dog or canine in an attempt to see if you could find any evidence.
Yes.
Did you end up looking in kind of the backyard area in behind the alley that connects 24th Place and Garfield?
I did.
Okay. Now, in particular, just so we understand, this would be the backyard area of 2456, 2454 on Garfield. Is that
correct?
Okay. I know this is going to sound like a dumb question, but is that in the city and county of Milwaukee and state of Wisconsin?
It is.
Now, first of all, what's your canine's name?
Atos. A-T-O-S.
Okay. When you arrived on scene with your canine kind of to the area, I want to show you what has already been accepted as State's Exhibits numbers 7, and 8. Do you kind of recognize the area that we're seeing here?
Yes.
In particular, I don't want to talk about this first residence that we're looking at. Are we going to be concentrating on this second house that we can see kind of off the alley?
That's correct.
When you went back there with your dog, what are you looking for?
Any kind of explosive odor.
Okay, and how do you do this search? What's the method, or how does this work?
I guess it varies for different canine officers. I bring him to the area I'd like to search. I give him his command to search, and he begins his search.
Were you able to find any items of evidence in the backyard area behind this residence?
I did. Immediately after I gave him his command to search, maybe less than 30 seconds after that, he pulled me to the southwest corner of that yard.
Okay. Now, I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibits numbers 14, 22, actually 14 and 21 through 24. You can take a look at those for me and tell me if you recognize them.
Yes.
What are these photos of?
This is the backyard that I was asked to search with my canine, and that would be the southwest fence line of that yard.
Okay. And I want to start off, Your Honor, the state would move 14 and 21 through 23 in evidence.
You said 24 earlier. Is it 23 or 24?
It's 24.
Okay, 24 then. Received without objection.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Showing you right now when we're looking here at 14, just so we can kind of understand what we have. There was the area, obviously, where the officers were hurt. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, and then if we can look, there's the one house where we can see the gravel and this kind of wooded area behind this second residence. Is this where you're going to be concentrating?
Yes.
What was that backyard area kind of like in terms of vegetation?
It was overgrown with tall grass and weeds.
Okay. I want to show you now what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 21. I want to flip this around. Does this kind of show us in that corner, the south, I guess, southeast corner of what we're looking at here of this yard?
I believe it was the southwest corner, yeah, that by the house.
Southwest, because the numbers go up as you are getting further west. If we're looking here, is this kind of show us some of that vegetation?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 22. Officer, what am I looking at here?
That is a cone marked where the piece of evidence was located.
And this is again kind of in that corner?
Yes.
All right. And is there going to be kind of a fence as we get into that vegetation?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 23. What are we seeing here?
A AR-style rifle and the weeds there.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 24. Does that show us the location of where that AR-style rifle was located?
Correct.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 263. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
What is this?
The AR-style rifle that was located that night.
Your Honor, the state would move State's Exhibit number 263 in evidence.
Received without objection.
Is this that rifle that you were able to find located in that area in the overgrown bushes?
Yes.
Did you alert detectives so they could inventory it, process it, and basically place it on inventory?
Yes, we did.
Is they're the ones that actually take control of it.
Correct.
Your Honor, I have no further questions of this witness.
Thank you, Cross.
No questions.
All right, thank you. You may step down. Thank you.
Your Honor, the state calls Detective Cedric McFadden.
Okay.
Solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help your daughter under the pain and penalty of perjury.
I do.
Please be seated. Please state your first and last name and fill in both for the record.
Sure. Detective Cedric, C-E-D-R-I-C, McFadden, M-C-F-A-D-D-E-N.
Detective, how are you employed?
City of Milwaukee, Milwaukee Police Department.
How long have you been with the Milwaukee Police Department?
Over 11 years.
I'm sorry?
Over 11 years.
How long have you been a detective?
Over 5 years.
What's your current assignment?
I'm assigned for the Homicide Division.
How long have you been with Homicide?
Over 4 years.
Now, I want to draw your attention specifically to the night of June 25th of 2026. Were you involved into the investigation into the death of Officer Corder that occurred on that date?
Yes.
Are you familiar with what's referred to as a scene detective?
Yes.
What is a scene detective?
A scene detective is in charge of, obviously, a scene investigation. We're in charge of locating physical evidence, documenting the evidence, and collecting the evidence for safekeeping and processing later on.
And do you diagram this as well?
Yes.
And just so we kind of understand, when we're talking about, you said locating and documenting this evidence, some of this will have been found by other officers.
Yes.
For example, we've already heard from how Officer De Leon and Officer Wilkins found 2 pieces of evidence.
Yes.
Did you have other canine officers kind of going through this scene to try to find other pieces of evidence?
Yes.
And do you always know everything that may or may not be related to an investigation?
No.
Would it be fair to say that you kind of err on the side of caution, and if it's there, photograph it, inventory, take it on evidence?
Yes.
Detective, is this going to be kind of a large area that we're going to be referring to here?
Yes.
Now, I want to start off to begin with regarding this area of 24th Place and Garfield. Were you the scene detective related to the investigation into the death of Officer Corder?
Yes.
Are all the locations that you're about to testify to in this scene investigation, are they in the city and county of Milwaukee and state of Wisconsin?
Yes.
Okay. Now, to begin with, where is the first area you kind of looked at?
So the first initial area, my partner, Detective Martine Saavedra, and I focused on was on the corner of North 24th Place, which was a hospital, I'm sorry, not a hospital, which was a church where the first ShotSpotter alert was detected.
Now, drawing your attention to State's Exhibit number 315, we had discussed how the ShotSpotter that had the volley of shots, that last amount, it kind of had it in the area of around this Baptist church. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you look over here to see if there were any shots or casings or any firearm evidence?
We did.
And did you find any?
No.
Okay. Where's the next area you looked at?
The next area, we started at the mouth of the alley on North 24th Place.
Okay, so this would be, as we're looking at here, kind of between the 2217 of North 24th and 2454, 2456 on Garfield.
Correct.
Was Officer Corder and Officer McCray still present when you began your scene investigation?
No.
Now, Detective, is there anybody that assisted you in processing and documenting this scene?
Yes, Detective Martine Saavedra.
Is he your partner?
Yes.
And are you familiar with what's sometimes referred to as an FI?
Yes.
What is that?
A forensic investigator.
Did you have one assist you in that?
Yes.
And what do they do?
They also document the evidence that we locate as far as taking photographs that you see. They digitally document. They also process for DNA and fingerprints.
Okay. And a lot of that's sometimes done at the scene, but can also be done at the back at the lab. Is that fair?
Correct.
One of the things that we're going to talk about, there were a number of items that were processed, not at this scene, but later on in the lab.
Correct.
So we'll have to wait later on in this trial to hear from them.
Correct.
Okay. Now, are you familiar, and I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 1. I'd ask you to take a look at this for me and tell me if you recognize it.
I do.
What is that?
This is a scene diagram that I created after the scene investigation.
And is this scene diagram kind of show where a number of different items of evidence were located?
Correct.
Is it to scale?
No,
Is it to the best kind of, I guess, visual representation of where everything was found?
it is.
Granted, we've already turned over a copy to defense, but I have another copy for the defense as well as a copy for the court.
Okay.
I would move State's Exhibit number 1 into evidence.
I don't object.
All right, received without objection.
I also have copies, individual copies for the jury as well, with the court's permission.
I don't object to that, Judge.
All right, that's fine.
Now, detective, I just want to place this on the big screen so we can take a little bit of time to talk about it. Who created this diagram?
I did.
Okay, and in terms of what we're seeing here, is the location of 2456, 2454, 2017 North 24th, and Garfield, 24th Place, is this all in the city and county of Milwaukee and state of Wisconsin?
Yes.
All right. And what I want to do is I kind of want to walk our way through this scene area that we're seeing here, kind of starting with the back, kind of work our way through, and then we're going to go on to another area. Okay, detective?
Yes.
All right. Now, to begin with, I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 6. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
That's the front of the house, part of the scene.
Okay. Your Honor, the state would move State's Exhibit number 6 in evidence.
Any objection? Received without objection.
And just so we're clear, this would be 2452 on Garfield.
Yes.
This is the new house that appears to be getting constructed. It's on the corner. This is right there on the corner of 24th and Garfield.
Yes.
Okay. Now, going back to a few exhibits that are already into evidence, showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 7. What are we looking at here?
That's a view of the back of that residence from the street on North 24th Place, facing, that'd be pointed southwest.
Okay, so when we were in the front of the residence, if you then continue, I guess, east and then start heading along the sidewalk, would this take you towards the alley where the officers died?
Yes.
Where the officer died. Showing you State's Exhibit number 8, and then 9, and finally 10. Does that kind of complete our walkway along the side of this area?
Yes.
I want to draw your attention specifically to this area where we can see this tent. What is that?
So that is a tent to preserve some of the officers' evidence that's underneath it, some of the equipment that we located.
Okay. Is that the area where the officers were originally found by first responding officers?
Yes.
Were they still, I want to make sure I understand this, were they still present at the time you went there?
No.
Here, put it up. Okay. Oh, right here. That's what I thought.
I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibits numbers 11 through 16.
Yep, same photos. Yep.
I'd ask you to take a look at this for me and tell me if you recognize it. 11 through 16, Madam Clerk.
Yes, I do.
Are those fair and accurate copies of what you saw that day?
Yes.
And what did they show us?
They show us different parts of the scene as it was when I arrived.
Okay. Your Honor, the state would move 11 through 16 in evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Received without objection.
Now, first things first, I want to start off when we're looking at State's Exhibit number 11. If we're looking at, we can see kind of that tent where the officers were hurt. Now we can see what's a number of cones. Is that fair?
Yes,
Are those cones going to be significant?
they are.
What is at these cones?
Those cones indicated blood drops that officers responded and located in the street.
Going to be consistent with kind of the way Officer McCray ran?
Yes.
Now, I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 12. What does that show us?
That is a different angle on North 24th Place, and that is facing southwest. And that also shows the medical equipment that was left by the Milwaukee Fire Department, as well as the tent that's preserving the evidence underneath.
So we can see the tent, and kind of a little bit beyond it, can we see the residence as well as kind of that overgrown area that we're looking at?
Yes.
State's Exhibit number 13 and 15 and 16. Does this show us kind of that area that we're paying attention to?
Yes.
Now, detective. We've already spent and heard a little bit about some cars in some areas. I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 17. Did you have an opportunity to have a photo kind of taken so we can kind of get an idea of what the, I guess, area is like from all angles?
Yes.
All right, and what are we seeing there?
This photo is a positional photo, so it will be in the yard, the same yard the gun was located, facing northeast where the officers would have been.
Your Honor, the state moves 17 in evidence.
We don't object.
Received without objection.
And showing this in State's Exhibit number 17. Detective, eventually we're going to start seeing markers and cones and things that happen where certain pieces of evidence are found. Is that fair?
Correct.
Is there going to be a significant number of items of evidence found in this kind of grassy area we see behind these weeds?
Yes.
Was it easy to find all the items of evidence in that area?
No.
How long did it take?
Hours.
And in order to get this area, did the Milwaukee Police Department kind of had to do any landscaping?
Yes. Since the area was so overgrown, eventually we had to all put on gloves and start getting primarily almost on your hands and knees, pulling up weeds to try to find and locate more evidence.
And eventually when we start getting towards the daytime, we're going to see a lot of this is all gone.
Correct.
Okay. Now, kind of just continuing to focus and keep us in the area. We've seen a kind of general area of around where we are. I now want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibits numbers 18, 19, and 20. I'd like you to take a look at these 3 items and tell me if you recognize them.
Yes.
What does this show us?
I believe these are houses going on West Garfield.
Okay. And in particular, this is going to be kind of the area we can see between 2452 and 2456, leading us towards the back area that we're going to be talking about. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. Showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 18, State's Exhibit number 19, and State's Exhibit number 20. Does that eventually lead us directly back to the area in that overgrown area where the cars are?
Yes.
Now, detective. want to draw your attention, and we spent a little bit of time on this already, but showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 22. In the southwest corner of that residence, was there anything found kind of up against that fence line?
Yes.
What was that?
A rifle.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 24. Is that what we can see here? Is that rifle?
Yes.
I want to draw your attention to this little yellow marker with the number 1 on it. What does that signify?
So that is a crime scene marker. We use that to indicate that we located a piece of evidence, and we start at the number 1, and then it continues on.
And is this, who places these down?
I did.
And then you have the crime scene investigator take a photo?
Yes.
Now, to the best of our ability, are these markers that we're going to see here on the photos correspond to the markers that we can see at various different locations on State's Exhibit number 1?
Yes.
Okay, so if we're looking at here, we can see 1 with an arrow pointing into that corner along that fence line. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Now, second, I want to draw your attention specifically towards this rifle. Was there anything that we noticed about the magazine?
I believe it has some either tape or rubber band around it.
Okay, and first of all, what is a magazine?
A magazine is, how do I say it? A magazine is an object that holds bullets, a number of bullets inside the magazine. Each magazine, depending on the variation of gun, has a different bullet capacity.
I'm going to show you now what has been marked as State's Exhibits numbers 25 through 31. I'd ask you to take a look at these for me and tell me if you recognize them.
Yes, I do.
What are they?
These are pictures of the firearm and the magazine that was located with the firearm when we recovered it.
Are they true and accurate copies of what you saw?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, the State would move 25 through 31 in evidence.
We don't object.
Received without objection.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 25. What are we seeing here?
That's a picture of the magazine that we removed from the firearm. And what's unique about that, it is actually 2 magazines taped together.
And they appear, so like 2 magazines taped together, so like if you removed one, you could flip it over and jam in another one?
Yes.
Something you see in like Vietnam War movies?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked, and you've taken a look at these photos. Was these magazines as well as this firearm evidence taken back to the MPD headquarters and photographed?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 26. What are we seeing here?
That is a photo of the firearm that we laid out on the bag so that you can get a clearer representation of what we recovered.
And what do we see above it?
That's a single bullet that was located in the chamber of the firearm on recovery.
Okay. And then what are we looking at towards the left?
Those are the magazines that was just shown in the previous photograph.
I'm now going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 31. What are we seeing here?
The open end of the magazine, and it shows that it was loaded with bullets.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 30. Is that a close-up of the magazine?
Yes.
And if we look at the other side of the magazine, were there rounds in that magazine as well?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit. number 285, 283, and 284. Do you recognize these three items?
Yes.
What are they?
These are items that I inventoried that came from the firearm.
Are these going to be kind of the rounds that we're talking about that we've just gone through?
Yes.
So, for example, if we're looking at here, we're seeing State's Exhibit number 1, or I'm sorry, we're seeing on 283, it says number 1 in chamber. Is that fair?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm opening 283 right now by just taking off the top of it, which I will place inside the bag. Got to get better at that. What am I looking at here?
That is the single round that was recovered from the rifle.
This is a rifle ring. Is that correct?
Yes.
Just so we understand, when we're talking about a rifle round, we oftentimes refer to this as, bullets. What is the bullet in this portion here?
The bullet will be the tip, the top part that you're pointing at.
That's the projectile?
Yes.
This portion that's referred to here is the cartridge casing. Does that have the gunpowder that ends up allowing to send this bullet down the barrel?
Yes, it contains the powder and the primer at the end.
State's Exhibit number 284, opening that. From one of the magazines, how many cartridge casings, unfired cartridge casings, were found in the magazine that had the non-green tipped bullets in it?
4.
Your Honor, State, if I've not moved in 284, I'd move in 284 as well.
You didn't do 83 yet either.
I would move in 283 and 284.
No objection.
Received without objection.
Your Honor, I'm also going to move in 285. I'm not going to open this just based on the sheer volume here. How many total rounds are in 285?
34.
Any objection with 285?
No.
Received without objection.
Now, Detective, I want to continue in regards to the firearm. State's Exhibit number 28 and State's Exhibit number 27, does that show us kind of the rest of that firearm?
Yes.
I want to just draw your attention here to State's Exhibit number 263. And if we're looking at State's Exhibit number 263, is this the rifle that was found at that location?
Yes.
There is one difference about the firearm that we can see. Is that fair?
Yes.
What is that?
The white tape was removed.
Was that part of the testing and processing of this weapon?
Yes.
Okay. But the rest of the firearm that we're seeing, is that the manner in which we have it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Detective, I want to stay in that kind of back area. Did you have K-9 officers, in addition to Officer Wilkins, come out and attempt to see if they could find any cartridge casings?
Yes.
Were you able to find any?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 30. State's Exhibits numbers 32 through 41. Ask you to take a look at those for me and tell me if you recognize them.
Yes, I do.
What are those?
These are photos of some of the casings that we recovered.
Now, in particular, if Are they fair and accurate copies of what you saw?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move 32 through 41 in evidence.
I don't object.
Received without objection.
Now I'm going to show you and kind of place on the big screen, what are we seeing here in State's Exhibit number 32?
We're seeing a backyard where we located casings as well as the firearm.
So you can see that kind of corner area where the firearm was kind of into the woods. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right, and we can see kind of the area where the two vehicles were.
Yes.
I want to draw your attention to where we can see some little yellow casings. Is there going to be anything of importance that we find or talk about in regards to these casings?
Yes.
What is that?
That we recovered rifle casings.
Showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 33. And back to it. State's Exhibit number 36. What are we looking at here?
You're looking at 3 crime scene markers representing 3 casings that we located right there in that area.
And who placed these who placed these little yellow markers there?
I did.
And in particular, are these little yellow markers going to have, in regards to the first 3 that we're going to talk about here, markers 2, 3, and 4, who placed those items there? The little yellow markers.
I did.
And what's at those little yellow markers?
Rifle casings.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 37 and State's Exhibit number 38. What was found at photo marker number 2 as we see in State's Exhibit number 38?
If you look through the weeds, it's a rifle casing located underneath there.
I'm now going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 264. I'd ask you to take a look at this for me and tell me if you recognize it.
I do.
What is it?
It is a rifle casing.
And in particular, can you tell us the caliber of that rifle casing?
Yes.
What is it?
It is stamped 5.56 by 45.
And when you're saying stamped, what are you referring to?
On the back end of the casing on most of your cartridge cases, it's stamped the caliber of the casing.
So in particular, all we're doing in this regards is just looking and seeing and kind of just reading that this is a 5.56 cartridge rifle casing.
Correct.
Is this, and does this exhibit have all the hallmarks that let us know that this is the cartridge casing that you found at photo marker number 2 as we see in State's Exhibit number 38?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move State's Exhibit number 264 in evidence.
Any objection?
None.
Received without objection.
That 5.56 caliber rifle round, is that consistent with the caliber that this particular firearm shoots?
Yes.
Is it consistent with and the same caliber as the 5.56 millimeter round that was found inside that rifle?
Yes.
To be very clear, you're not a firearm and tool mark examiner.
No.
You yourself cannot tell us whether or not that rifle fired any of the rounds we're talking about.
No.
We have to wait for the crime lab to tell us.
Correct.
Okay. But at least it's the same caliber.
Yes.
Now, we've talked about photo marker number 2. I now want to move just a little bit further. What was found at photo marker number 3 as we see in State's Exhibit number 39?
It was a rifle casing.
I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 265. I'd ask you to take a look at this for me and tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, I do.
What is that?
The rifle casing I located.
And is it of the same caliber?
Yes.
That have all the hallmarks that lets us know that this is the rifle casing that you found at that location at photo marker number 3 as we see in the exhibit?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move State's Exhibit number 265 in evidence.
No objection.
Received without objection.
Now, Detective, we've talked about, and just going back for just one moment, State's Exhibit number 36. We talked about 2. We talked about 3. I now want to move on to 4. What, if anything, was found at photo marker number 4, as we see in State's Exhibit number 40 and State's Exhibit number 41?
Another rifle casing.
And I'm now going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 266. I'd ask you to take a look at this for me and tell me if you recognize it.
I do.
What is that?
The rifle casing I recovered.
And does this have all the hallmarks that lets us know that it's the same caliber and the same casing that you found at that location right there in the grass as we see in photo marker number 4 in State's Exhibit number 41?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move into evidence at this time. State's Exhibit number 226.
Any objection?
No objection.
Received without objection.
Now, I now want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibits numbers 42 through 47. I'd ask you to take a look at those for me and tell me if you recognize them.
Yes, I do.
What are they?
These are photos of additional casings that we also located.
Are they in that same backyard area?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move 42 through 45 in evidence.
Don't object.
Received without objection.
Show it.
5 or 7?
45. 45 for now. I'm going to come back to 46 and 47 here in a little bit. Now, if we're looking at here in State's Exhibit number 42, we can see where photo marker number 4 is, just so we can kind of orient ourselves. What are we seeing kind of right here in the center in front of one of those two vehicles?
Those are the previous cases that we just looked at.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 43, 44, and 45. What was found at photo marker number 5, as we can see in State's Exhibit number 45?
Another rifle casing.
Okay. Your Honor, the state would also move into evidence 46 and 47.
I don't object.
Received without objection.
Thank you. What was found at photo marker number 6 and photo marker number 7 as we're looking at it?
Another rifle casing.
So when we're looking at 5, 6, and 7, that would be an additional 3 rifle casings.
Correct.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibits numbers 267, 268, and 269. I'd ask you to take a look at those 3 exhibits for me and tell me if you recognize them.
Yes, I do.
What are they?
These are 3 rifle casings I recovered from the yard.
And in terms of those casings, do they have all the hallmarks that let us know that these 3 cartridge casings are the ones found at photo markers numbers 5, 6, and 7?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, the state would move State's Exhibits numbers 267, which is photo marker 5, 268, which is photo marker 6, and 269, which is photo marker 7, in evidence at this time.
No objection.
Received without objection.
Now, Detective, these first number of casings that we've discussed, were K-9 officers used to find them?
Yes.
And then you had mentioned that eventually other steps had to be taken to try to find more casings. Is that fair?
Correct.
What was that?
We physically, a number of department members put on gloves, and we started to pull up the weeds to see if we could continue to locate more casings.
Okay. Now, before we get to that portion of it, I want to talk about what was found in between those 2 cars. I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibits numbers 51 through 54. I'd ask you to take a look at that for me and tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, I do.
What are they?
It was a black book bag.
And are those photos of that bag and the manner in which it was recovered?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move State's Exhibits numbers 51 through 54 into evidence.
I don't object to the photographs.
Received without objection.
And zooming out so we can zooming out. Is this the manner and the location in which that bag was found in relationship to the two cars as well as that residence?
Yes.
And the casings that we've been talking about so far, are they just on the other side of these cars?
Yes.
Showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 52, 53, and 54. Detective, did your partner, Detective Savandra, both go through this bag at the scene as well as later on at the station?
Yes.
All right, so we'll wait for him to find out everything that was in there. But there were some identifiers of an individual, is that fair?
Yes.
What was the name of that person?
Tremaine Jones.
Now, you mentioned having to clear this area kind of by hand, just pulling weeds up. How many officers were involved in that, and detectives?
Over 5.
I'm now going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 55, 56, 57. I'd ask you to take a look at these 3 exhibits and tell me if you recognize them.
Yes, I do.
What are they?
These are pictures of additional casings that we located.
Are they a fair and accurate copy of where you found these additional casings?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move 55 through 57 in evidence.
No objection.
Received without objection.
Showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 55. And just pulling up a little bit, pulling back. You guys were able to remove a significant amount of weeds in that kind of overgrown area. Is that fair?
Yes.
What are we seeing here? What is at 9, 10, and 11 through 15?
Those are additional casings that we located once we physically removed the weeds.
Are they all going to be 5.56 rifle casings?
Yes, I believe so.
Are there ever going to be anything other than that type of caliber rifle round found behind this house?
No.
Do you ever find any other cartridge casings of any caliber in this particular area?
No.
Now I want to zoom in. So we look at State's Exhibit number 56. Does that show us where 9 and 10 are?
Yes.
And then State's Exhibit number 57, can we see 11 through 15?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibits numbers 58 through 64. I'd ask you to take a look at those for me and tell me if you recognize them.
Yes, I do.
What are any photos of?
Photographs of casings that I recovered.
At that location behind the residence?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move 58 through 64 in evidence.
I don't object.
Received without objection.
Okay. Now, if we're just looking at here, State's Exhibit number 56, we can see photo markers numbers 9 and 10. What was found at photo markers numbers 9 and 10 as we see in State's Exhibits numbers 58 and 59?
Rifle casings.
I'm going to show you now what has been marked as State's Exhibits numbers 270 and 271. I'd ask you to take a look at both of these and tell me if you recognize these 2 exhibits.
I do.
What are they?
Rifle casings that I recovered.
Again, those 5.56 rifle casings at those locations?
Yes.
Remember, the state would move State's Exhibits numbers 270 and 271 in evidence.
No objection.
Received without objection.
I'm now going, and I should be very clear about it. State's Exhibit number 270 is the casing at photo marker number 9. State's Exhibit number 271 is the photo marker at item number 10. Now I'm going to show you State's Exhibits numbers 60 through 64. What was found at photo marker number 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15, as we see in State's Exhibits numbers 60 through 64.
Rifle casings.
I am now going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibits numbers 272, 273, 274, and 275. Ask you to take a look at those for me. What are those?
Rifle casings that I recovered.
And in regards to those particular rifle casings, are they the same caliber that you ended up recovering, as we've been talking about kind of ad nauseum at this point?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move State's Exhibit numbers 272, which is photo marker 11, 273, which is photo marker 12, 274, which is photo marker number 13, State's 275, which is photo marker number 14.
Any objection?
Surprised? No.
All received without objection.
And then one that I didn't count right away, State's Exhibit number 276, is at the casing at photo marker number 15, as we just discussed.
Yes.
Your Honor, State moves 276 on evidence.
I don't object to that one either.
Received without objection.
Thank you. One moment, Your Honor. Now, detective, up to this point, we have recovered $13 rifle casings. Is that fair?
Yes.
Detective, after you were done with your scene investigation, did you become aware of the ShotSpotter?
Yes.
And what of note or caused you and other detectives to have additional work done at this scene?
I was aware that the ShotSpotter had 16 impulses.
And what did that mean to you?
That means 16 rounds were allegedly fired, and we recovered 13 rounds. So that alerted us we need to search for additional rounds to see if we can recover the full 16 as it relates to the ShotSpotter.
Did you have Detective Amy Stolowski and Detective Slomczewski and more canine officers go back and look at that scene?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 299, 300, and 301. I would ask you to take a look at those and tell me if you recognize them.
Yes.
What are those?
These are 3 additional casings that those detectives and canine officers recovered once they went back to the initial scene.
They found in that same backyard area where the other casings were found.
Correct.
Your Honor, the state would move State's Exhibit number 299, which is, State's Exhibit number 299, 300, and 301 in evidence.
Any
I don't object.
Received without objection.
So in total, in that backyard area, Milwaukee Police Department was able to recover a total of 16 fired rifle casings, kind of in that wooded area behind that house.
Yes.
Okay. Now, just going back for one moment to State's Exhibit number 1, as we've discussed, we've talked about photo marker number 1 and 8 and 2 through 15. And now I want to move ourselves to the alley and items of evidence that were recovered within the alley. I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 65. through 73. I ask you to take a look at these for me and tell me if you recognize them.
Yes, I do.
What are those photos of?
Photos of evidence that we located on scene.
And are these kind of starting and beginning in the area of where the officers were found and then kind of leading across the street?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move 65 through 73 in evidence.
I don't object.
Received without objection.
And just so we can orient ourselves, going back to just one moment to State's Exhibit number 1. So we have that. If we're starting here, are we going to be kind of talking about evidence that takes us across 24th Place into the alley on the other side?
Yes.
And what takes us, what causes you to go from the area where the officers were to across 24th Place into this other alley?
Blood droplets.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 65. What are we seeing here?
That's a picture of evidence in the tent that was in the alley, on the west side of the alley.
And I want to draw your attention to these cones that we're seeing kind of in this, I don't know, line that goes across the street. What is found at those cones?
Those cones indicated blood that was located.
Showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 66. What do we see that I'm pointing to on the lower right corner of the photo?
Blood droplets.
I'll show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 67. As you follow these cones across the street, what are we going to be following?
A blood trail.
Showing you State's Exhibit number 68. Can we see the beginning of the blood trail?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit number 69 and 70. At every one of those cones that we see going across the street into the other alley, what are we finding?
Blood.
Showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 71. Does that give us a close-up of one of those sections of where we see the blood on the ground?
Yes.
Detective, when we get to the other side of the alley, is there going to be, I'm just showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 72. No. And finally, 73. Did the blood go all the way across the alley?
Yes.
Was there something that you found of note on the other alley, on the other side of North 24th Place?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibits number 74, 75, and 76. I ask you to take a look at that for me and tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
A flashlight.
Your Honor, the state would move 74 through 76 in evidence.
I don't object.
Received without objection.
So if we're looking here, State's Exhibit number 74, 75, and State's Exhibits number 76. Is this consistent with the sort of flashlight an officer has?
Yes.
Returning just for one moment to State's Exhibit number 1. In fact, if we followed that blood trail over to where the flashlight was recovered, kind of on our way back, are we going to encounter something in the street on 24th Place?
Yes.
What is that?
A handgun.
Whose handgun was it?
Officer McCray.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibits number 77, 78, and 79. I'd ask you to take a look at those three things. Tell me if you recognize them.
Yes, I do.
What is that?
These are pictures of Officer McCray's duty firearm located in the street.
Your Honor, the state Would move State's Exhibits numbers 77 through 79 in evidence.
There's no objection.
Received without objection.
And just doing it quickly, State's Exhibit number 77, 78, 79. Now, Detective, we've talked about that tent, that it was placed kind of in that area, in that alley. I want to move into that tent now, okay? I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibits numbers 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87. I ask you to take a look at those for me and tell me if you recognize them.
Yes, I do.
What are those?
Evidence that were recovered of officer quarters in the alley.
In particular, what of Officer Quarters was it?
His Milwaukee Police Department issued blue outer carrier vests.
Are these fair and accurate depictions of what you found in that area?
Yes.
And in addition, are we also going to see some blood as well as the medical stuff consistent with the attempts to save his life?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move State's Exhibits numbers 80 through 87 in evidence.
We don't object.
Received without objection.
Placing State's Exhibit number 80 on the big screen, what are we looking at here, Detective?
We are looking at officer quarters blue outer carrier vest in the alley.
Can we see some blood as well?
Yes.
Can we see some of the medical equipment that was used in an attempt to save his life?
Yes.
And in particular, I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 81. What are we looking at here?
A closer photo of officer quarters vest.
Can we see his name?
Yes.
And in particular, when we're looking at kind of in the center of his vest or his outer gear, what is that?
That is a body-worn camera mount that's in the center of his vest.
This would be the mount that has his body camera.
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 82. What are we looking at here?
You're looking at the Milwaukee Police Department badge on the outer carrier of the vest.
See some blood kind of going into the drain?
Yes.
Now, was this vest taken back to Milwaukee Police Department headquarters in an attempt to kind of document it and see what we have?
Yes.
I'll show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 83. What are we looking at here?
It's another photo of the vest that we laid on a brown paper bag.
And in particular, drawing your attention to the vest, does it appear to be bloody?
Yes, it's saturated in blood.
Show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 84 and 85. Does that show us that vest?
Yes.
Did you and your partner then kind of remove the portions from the interior portions of the vest to see if there was any markings or anything had gone through Officer Quarters' vest?
Yes.
Showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 86 and 87. You can see some blood, but the vest appears to be okay.
Yes.
Now, Detective, staying and returning just for one moment to State's Exhibit number 1. Kind of focus in on this area, staying in that area underneath that tent. Once the tent is removed, Detective, I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibits numbers 88, 89, 90, 91. We'll start off with those. If you could take a look at those for me, Detective.
Yes. additional items of evidence that were recovered as it relates to Officer Carter and McCray.
Your Honor, the state would move state's exhibits numbers 88 through 91 into evidence.
I have no objection.
Received without objection.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as state's exhibit number 88. What are we seeing here?
We are seeing Officer Carter's vest right by the sewer line. We also located a flashlight, a belt, and the polo shirt belonging to Officer McCray.
I want to focus in on just one line. We've already kind of talked about Officer Carter's vest. I want to kind of maneuver over to Officer McCray's shirt. Was this removed while officers were rendering aid?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as state's exhibit number 89, 90, and 91. Does that show us Officer McCray's shirt as it was found by you during your scene investigation?
Yes.
Now I'm going to show you what has been marked as state's exhibits numbers 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, and 100. 92 through 100. You can take a look at that for me and tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, I do.
What is that?
These are photos of Officer McCray's shirt once we brought it back to the police administration building.
Are they fair and accurate copies of the photo of Officer McCray's shirt as you were looking at it with your partner?
Yes.
Your Honor, state moves 92 through 100 in evidence.
I don't object.
Received without objection.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as state's exhibit number 92. What are we seeing here?
The front view of his Milwaukee Police Department issued polo shirt.
Okay. And just drawing a little bit down, we can kind of see where the tag is. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. I want to draw your attention, state's exhibit number 93. Was there anything that you noticed or any indentation in the shirt kind of up along the top neckline of where that tag was?
Yes.
What?
It was a hole in the shirt.
I'll show you what has been marked as state's exhibit number 94. What are we seeing?
Picture of that hole.
Now showing you what has been marked as state's exhibit number 95. Did you have your partner, Detective Saavedra, hold that up so we could get a photo of that injury to the shirt?
Yes.
State's exhibit number 96. So we can orient ourselves. This appears to be on the back of the shirt on the right side as you're looking at it. Is that fair?
Yes.
So this would be on the right portion of the shirt, kind of on the back, more center line. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. I have state's exhibit number 277, which I am opening in front of the detective. You recognize what we see?
Yes.
What are we seeing here?
This is Officer McCray's shirt that were recovered from the scene.
Does it have his name on it?
Yes.
I want to draw your attention to the back, right portion up along the neckline. Can you see that hole in the back area on the right side?
Yes.
Now, detectives, we've opened up state's exhibit number 277. There was another shirt in there. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was there another shirt that was within Officer McCray's clothing?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 97. What do we see here?
A photo of that shirt.
And State's Exhibit number 98. I want to draw your attention again to the back right portion of this undershirt of Officer McCray. Was there anything you noted?
Yes.
What was that?
A hole in the shirt.
Showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 99. What do we see here?
A photo of that hole.
And State's Exhibit number 100. What are we seeing?
A photo of the hole.
Now pulling up the other shirt. We see the hole on that back top right portion by the neckline.
Yes. Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move 277 into evidence if I have not done so already.
I don't object.
Received without objection. Mr. Huebner?
Yes.
3 o'clock.
Break time for break, Judge.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, you've been in for about an hour and a half. I'm going to give you a break. We'll get you back in 10, 15 minutes. Please follow my admonitions. Do not research any information that you personally think might be helpful to you in understanding the issues presented or investigate the case on your own. Do not read any newspaper reports or listen to any news reports on radio, television, or any other electronic application about this trial. Do not seek information regarding the public records of any party or witness in this case. Do not communicate with anyone about this trial or your experiences as a juror while you are serving on this jury. Do not use any electronic device to share any information about this case. Do not permit anyone to communicate with you about this matter, either in person, electronically, or by any other means. Enjoy your break. Thank you.
All right, we are listening in to the trial of Tremaine Jones. He is accused of killing a Milwaukee police officer, Kendall, and injuring his partner, Christopher McCray, the shooting happening last summer. We will take a brief break right now and recap once we come back from what we've heard from day one of testimony in the Tremaine Jones trial. We'll be right back.
Anything from the state at this point?
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
All right, welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk on March 31st, currently 3:04. I'm Bria Jones here with you this afternoon. We have been listening in on the Tremaine Jones trial. Tremaine Jones is accused of killing Milwaukee police officer Kendall Porter and injuring Officer Christopher McCray. This happening over the summer. A very traumatic shooting event here happening in the city of Milwaukee. We want to recap just from what we have been listening to. This is day one of testimony. I have some notes here that I want to go over. The prosecution right now in this moment, this afternoon, they have taken us to the crime scene. We have been listening to the lead detective on this case. They have taken us inside of the tent. And as a reporter who was actually on the scene that night, it is kind of, for me, this is very interesting because I was there. I watched as the scene grew from just maybe one road being blocked off in that area of 24th and Garfield to scene growing into something very massive. Officers obviously arriving there. We know that Officer McCray arriving there around 9 o'clock, and we now know that officers, of course, we didn't leave the scene until they left, so things started dying down, but they remained on the scene overnight and in the morning again working to collect any evidence that they could to make this case, just to kind of review some of the things that we have seen in the last hour or two or so. One of the biggest moments for me, I would say, seeing that vest. We saw Officer Kendall Porter's vest saturated with blood. This is what his brothers and sisters in blue said, that when they went to the scene to investigate, this is something that they recovered. Seeing that vest was just really, it took us to the scene and to the intensity of this investigation. We saw the blood saturated vest. We saw Officer McCray's shirt that had a bullet hole in the back of it. The prosecution holding up the shirt so that the jury and everyone in the audience could see that. We also got to see the rifle that the prosecution says was used in the shooting. We saw the rifle. We also heard again from that lead detective there. He kind of just really walking us through exactly what happened. You see him there walking us exactly through the moments. That's Officer Cedric McFadden walking us through exactly what happened, how he was able to collect and gather this evidence so much that we saw. Again, want to walk you back through. They talked about blood droplets leading them, helping them navigate the area of the crime scene. We saw the photos of the tent. I saw the tent that night, but had no idea exactly what was going on inside of the tent. We also talked about some of the things that they found. We know when he arrived that the officers had already been rushed and taken to the hospital. We saw a photograph of the scene of the aftermath of medical personnel trying to work on Officer Kendall Porter, and I feel like that was a big moment. We saw again the blood saturated vest. We saw some of the medical equipment left behind that the personnel there used trying to save his life, and then we also saw the blood droplets just kind of navigating detectives through this scene. Is just something also very hard to see. But the prosecution focusing very heavy on the shell casings that they found. I want to get to my notes here. Initially, officers said they found 13 rifle shell casings, but they went back because of that ShotSpotter data. They knew that there were 16 rifle shell casings. So the officers went back, K9 and K9 officers as well as the detectives. They went back to the scene to recover 3 more rifle casings. This is the rifle they say was used in the shooting here. You can see it. So in total, they talked in detail about where each of these shell casings were found and exactly how officers came to find them, and even where they found the rifle in that wooded area behind the home. So much really to impact from this testimony here. But really, this was about bringing us to the scene and going through every second, every moment from officers, not just arriving there, but the detective work that it took. And even me, is bringing me back to that night because they were so meticulous. Again, the scene growing, the perimeter of the scene growing to be something so massive, obviously signaling to us that there was a bigger issue. We knew that we were on the scene of an officer-involved shooting, but at moments we saw those officers officers walking around on high alert, guns were drawn, just a very active night. And now this testimony here, this is letting us inside of what was going on behind the crime scene tape, something that, of course, we're not knowing in those early moments because they're working to conduct their investigation. And so, again, if we could, Delaney, go back to some of the images here. Officer McFadden, who is the lead detective on this case, really the prosecution, him and the prosecution partnering together to walk through exactly what officers were able to uncover. Again, this is the trial of Tremaine Jones. He is accused of killing Officer Kendall Porter and injuring Officer Christopher McCray, the shooting happening last summer, June 26th. We know that yesterday we have our jury pool. Our jury was whittled down to 9 men and 5 women. So today they were using this to be very intentional about bringing the jury to the scene so that they could see exactly all of the details, all the information and the evidence was that was uncovered. There was also a diagram that was very interesting to me that was showcasing us just really how they laid it all out. We often want to know how the sausage is made, and this is how they're letting us know that this is how they investigated this homicide, a homicide involving one of their own. So again, Tremaine Jones is on trial here, accused of killing Officer Kendall Porter and injuring Officer Christopher McCray. That scene, we saw the diagram, we saw the evidence, we saw Officer McCray's shirt. Literally, you could see from the pictures of the bullet hole where the bullet went through his shirt. We saw his flashlight. They say that they recovered his flashlight on the scene. They also found Christopher McCray's his department issued rifle, or not rifle, excuse me, his department issued weapon. So a lot of the detectives there arriving on the scene to really just taking all of this in, the emotions that night. That's also something that really sticks out to me because I remember how heavy the energy was, how tense the officers were, because again, they respond to these crimes all throughout the city, but it's different when it's involving one of your own, and you could feel that. They didn't have to say anything. You could see it on their faces. And today we're getting a look at the tent that we could see from a distance as we were obviously, kept away as they were trying to find who the suspect was, as they were trying to conduct their investigation. This is the tent. I remember seeing this, but now we're going inside of the tent. Now we are having an opportunity to see all of the evidence that detectives were able to collect. And there was so much that we're seeing. We know that they recovered those 16 rifle shell casings. Initially, again, officers finding 13, but they had that ShotSpotter data that sent them back to let them know, hey, we have 3 more of these rifle casings that we need to find. And the officers, as well as the K-9 officers, were able to go back to the scene and find that evidence. We also saw, again, some graphic evidence that blood-saturated vest that the prosecution says was worn by Kendall Porter at the time of this shooting. We saw pictures of it. The officers actually they put it on a bag, and you could just see that it was saturated and covered in blood. It had his name on it. We also saw it had his name on it. We also saw, again, that shirt from Officer Christopher McCray. We saw the flashlight. We saw the firearm on the scene. There was just really so much for us to take in. I want to also, let's listen in. Let's bring in Christina Van Zels, because she has been listening to this case as well. And Christina, I'm very curious to know, what were some of your takeaways?
Yeah, hey, Bria. I think the biggest thing that we've heard this afternoon is from the lead detective on this case. And you mentioned seeing those photos, right, of the blood and the T-shirt from Officer McCray. But I still think the testimony that really stood out to me the most so far today is from this morning's session, when we saw the squad camera video and the body cam of officers responding to Officer McCray and Officer Porter. It was intense moments. It was graphic, but you can just hear the intensity of the officers when they're responding to this scene. And it's that first look that we've had from body cam of the people who responded to this scene that stuck with me from this morning. So I think that's the most powerful evidence we've seen so far. Of course, as you were mentioning, we've also talked about seeing the rifle that they showed the court, and then just the ballistic evidence that they're going through now. So it will be interesting to see where the rest of that lead detective's testimony goes this afternoon. But I would say this morning's testimony from one of the officers who even got choked up on the stand is what's sticking with me so far.
And I want to talk about, because we both cover these kind of scenes quite frequently, unfortunately. Let's talk about, as we call it an OIS, we call it an officer involved shooting. What's the kind of the energy? Because it's different. Like I was saying earlier, they cover these horrific crimes all the time, but it's something about the energy. It feels a little different when you arrive at the scene of an officer-involved shooting. And you were even talking about from the testimony of someone being choked up, going back and kind of discussing the details. I guess what have kind of you seen from the officers so far that are kind of taking the scene, or not taking the scene, but they were on the scene, but taking the stand now discussing one of their fallen officers?
Yeah, it's such an interesting point you bring up, because there definitely is a different feeling when even we're responding to scenes like this and covering it. And part of it is because the officers they testified trying to do their job, but at the same time, these are their brothers and their sisters. They know each other, and they work together closely in moments like this. So I think that adds to the emotion that you're seeing from some of the officers. The one MPD officer who was getting emotional during his testimony, he's one of the people that was helping render aid to Officer Quarter. And I think when you relive that and see the moments, where this all happened, it brings back those memories, and it does add a layer of intensity and the closeness that these officers have together. You can see it in the testimony, and I think that's also that feeling we get when we're responding to something like this, because they're, again, trying to do their jobs, but at the same time, these are their colleagues, these are their friends, family. So it does add an additional, I think, just intensity overall.
All right. Thank you so much, Christina Van Zels, for joining us on the Wisconsin Live Desk this afternoon. I know we're both still listening in, and if we have to check back in with you later, we'll see you soon. See you then.
All right, Bria, thank you.
Okay, so we are getting word from our producer that the jury is being brought back in and that they are going to continue on with testimony. This is, again, the prosecution. They have been talking to lead detective on this case, Cedric McFadden, and we are going to listen back in as soon as we get word that they are officially on the record. But we just heard from Christina. There has been so much evidence that we have been able to take in just on day one of testimony. We were on the scene. We have been covering this, but today, as the prosecution has said, they are taking us inside of the tent. We are getting a first look at some of the very gruesome and graphic evidence that officers were able to get to that scene while, worrying about their brothers in blue, getting to that scene and kind of taking that all in and finding a firearm, a department-issued firearm, a flashlight, their vest with their badges and their names on it, saturated in blood, T-shirts with bullet holes. So again, a lot of evidence that we are seeing today for the very first time during this day one of testimony from the prosecution, and we are just waiting. We're moments away from them going back on the record. I'm just getting word that they are back on the record. So we are going to listen in, and we'll see you soon if they take another break.
State's Exhibit number 1. We kind of worked our way through this area, 2556, the area, the alley, all of this is kind of in that area that we're referring to. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And just to be very clear, three things I want to discuss. To begin with, this is all your scene investigation regarding June 26, 2025. Fair?
Yes.
Okay. Additionally, in terms of what we're talking about, was there any inclement weather that you were dealing with while processing this scene?
Yes.
What was that?
Rain.
And a little rain, a mist, what?
While processing this scene, we had torrential downpours for 10, 15 minutes.
Knowing this, is that one of the reasons why the tent was placed up?
Correct, to protect that evidence.
The blood, things like that?
Yes.
Okay. And as we proceed on through the daylight photos that we're about to look at as we go down to another location, are we going to see kind of there's rain and water in certain areas?
Yes.
Okay. Now, additionally, detective, we have seen in the photos that we've looked at that this processing of the scene was at night and then eventually the next morning. Is that fair?
Yes.
The photos that we've seen regarding locations, you're using, you have lights and flashes on the cameras so that we can see what we're looking at. Is that fair?
Yes.
When that wasn't being used, what was the area behind that wooded area like?
It was dark.
Very dark?
Very dark.
Okay. Now, we're on here, 2456. We talked about kind of in the area. If we can see from the area where the rifle was by the fence, there's a fence that takes us alongside to the next area that I want to talk about, which is 2466 on Garfield. I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibits numbers 101 through 106. I'd ask you to take a look at that and tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, I do.
What is that?
It's a photo. It's photos of a black ski mask that we located in that area.
Okay. And in particular, where was that black ski mask found?
In between, if you look at the chart, 2466, just on the other side of that fence line.
Okay. I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 101. Do you recognize the residence that we see here?
Yes.
And if we look at it, can we see this is 2466 on Garfield?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 102. I want to draw your attention to kind of the wooded, I guess, brambles, for lack of a better term. As we see in State's Exhibit number 103, 104, 105, and 106. What, if anything, was recovered there?
A black Nike ski mask.
Your Honor, the state would move into evidence at this time, if I haven't done already. State's Exhibits numbers 101 through 106.
I don't object.
Received without objection.
Thank you. Was that ski mask recovered?
Yes.
I'll show you what has been marked as State's Exhibits 107. I ask you to take a look at this for me and tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, I do.
What is that?
The black ski mask I recovered.
Your Honor, the state would move State's Exhibit number 107 into evidence.
Any objection?
None.
Received without objection.
While they place that on the big screen. I'm now going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 278, which I'm going to open up in front of you. And as I'm opening it, what do we see here?
The black ski mask I recovered.
So a mask, black ski mask, again, you're not 100% certain if it's involved or not, is that fair?
Correct.
Was it, as we can see in the photo, was it kind of wet from the rain?
Yes.
All right. We have it inside out. I'm going to flip it around so we can see it. I've really messed it up now. So if we're looking at it, we can see that's the mask. Is that fair?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move State's Exhibit number 278 into evidence.
We do not object.
Received without objection.
Now, Detective, Coming back for one moment to State's Exhibit number 315. We've talked about the area of 24th, we've kind of gone across, talked about areas behind the residence, and moved kind of in a westerly direction on Garfield towards the area of 25th and Garfield. Is that correct?
Yes.
Detective, were you aware of what the original 911 call was about that caused Officers Porter and McCray to be dispatched to that location?
Yes.
What was that?
A subject with a gun, and additional, it was updated to shots fired.
Okay. Did you have the opportunity to kind of look into that area, in the area of 25th Street and Garfield, to see if you could find any additional evidence?
Yes.
Did you have photos taken kind of down Garfield as we approach that area?
Yes.
Okay. I'm now going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 108, 109, 110. I ask you to take a look at these three exhibits for me and tell me if you recognize them.
Yes.
What are they?
These are pictures of 2480 West Garfield Ave in the city and county of Milwaukee, where I recovered 4 additional rifle casings in the yard.
So these would be, just so we understand, photos of a residence on the corner of 25th and Garfield, kind of on that, lack of a better term, northeast corner?
Yes.
Okay. Are they fair and accurate copies of what you saw?
Yes.
Is this also in the city and county of Milwaukee and state of Wisconsin?
Yes.
All right. Showing you State's Exhibit number 108. Does this kind of show us going along Garfield towards the intersection of 25th and Garfield?
Yes.
Okay. And showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 109 and 110. What are we seeing here?
We are seeing crime scene markers indicating that I located additional 4 rifle casings in that front yard.
In particular, the residence or the building that's going to be at issue regarding the original 911 calls, can we see it kind of just right across the street from this residence?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibits numbers 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, and 116. I'd ask you to take a look at these for me. Tell me if you recognize.
Yes, I do.
Where are they?
Photos of the 4 additional rifle casings I located in front of that address.
Your Honor, the state would move State's Exhibit number 111 through 116 in evidence.
No objection.
Received without objection.
Okay. So to begin with, we're seeing here at photo marker number 23 in State's Exhibit number 110, what, if anything, was recovered at that location as we see in State's Exhibit number 111 and 112?
A rifle casing.
I'm now going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 279. I'd ask you to take a look at this for me. Tell me if you recognize it.
I do.
What is it?
Rifle casing I recovered.
And in terms of this particular rifle casing, is it the same caliber, 5.56, as the other rifle casings you found behind the residence where Officer Porter was shot?
Yes.
Is it the same caliber as the rifle that was found?
Yes.
You can't, of course, tell us based on your knowledge whether or not they were fired by the same gun or not, can you?
No.
Okay, we just know same caliber found in that area.
Yes.
The state would move State's Exhibit number 279 in evidence.
No objection.
Received without objection.
Okay. And now I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 113. Does this show us photo markers 24, 25, and 26?
Yes.
What, if anything, was recovered at photo marker 24 as we see in 114, 25 in 115, and 26 in 116?
Rifle casings.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibits numbers 280, 281, and 282. I would ask you to take a look at these for me and tell me if you recognize them.
Yes, I do.
What are they?
Rifle casings I collected.
Same caliber?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move State's Exhibit number 280, which is photo marker 24, 281, which is photo marker number 25, and 282, which is photo marker number 26.
Any objection?
None.
Received without objection.
So this is an additional 4 5.56 fired rifle casings found at this area.
Yes.
Detective, did you continue, and just so we're taking a look at and seeing here in State's Exhibit number 1, going to the second page, does this show us 25th Street, 2480, and where those cartridge casings were recovered in relationship to what we're talking about here?
Yes.
And can we see that apartment building 2203 on 25th Street?
Yes.
The last item that we see within your scene diagram in front of the area of 2528 West Garfield, what is that?
That is the Milwaukee Police Department squad car that Officer Porter and McCray were using.
So they parked kind of down from the area of 25th and Garfield.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibits numbers 117 through 123. I would ask you to take a look at that for me and tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, I do.
What are they?
These are photos of the squad car that Officer Porter and McCray were operating.
Your Honor, the State moves 117 to 123 in evidence.
No objection.
Received without objection.
Showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 117. Does this show us that intersection of 25th and Garfield?
Yes.
And are we we look down towards the end, or are we eventually going to find where Officer Porter and McCray have parked their vehicle?
Yes.
Kind of going down that street on Garfield, 118, 119, 120, and 121. Is this the manner in which Officer Porter and Officer McCray left their vehicle when they went to go investigate this?
Yes.
And lastly, State's Exhibit number 122 and 123. Is this their vehicle?
Yes.
Can we see what district they're assigned to?
Yes.
What district is that?
2.
Detective. Does this have we walked through all the items of evidence that you were able to recover during your scene investigation on the outside of what we're discussing in terms of all this here?
Yes.
You can't tell us who fired the firearm just based on your scene investigation?
No.
All you know is where a firearm and various cartridge casings and other items of evidence were recovered?
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Cross?
No questions.
All right. Thank you. You may step down. You call your next witness.
Your Honor, the State is going to call Detective Martin Saavedra.
solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God under the pain and penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please be seated. Please state your first and last name, spell them both for the record.
First name, Martin, M-A-R-T-I-N, Saavedra, S-A-A-V-E-D-R-A.
Detective, how are you employed?
I am a detective with the City of Milwaukee Police Department. Been on the department for over 19 years. Been a detective for over 8 years, and I'm currently assigned to the Homicide Division and been so for over 7 years.
Regarding your employment as a homicide detective, were you employed along with Detective Cedric McFadden, who's seated to my left, in regards to the investigation into the death of Officer Kendall Corder?
Yes, sir.
Now, amongst other things, I want to focus in on one particular area that you were asked to take a look at. Did you participate in the documentation and the examination of items that were recovered inside a particular backpack?
Yes.
Where was that backpack recovered?
That backpack was originally discovered on scene.
And on scene, kind of in between two cars?
Yes.
Okay. The photographs that we're about to kind of take a look at, some of this examination took place at the scene and then later back at the station. Is that fair?
Yes.
In fact, when we saw kind of a colored shirt, that fancy shirt was yours when we were looking at it. Is that fair?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Now, one of the items that I would like to discuss is State's Exhibit number 291. Do you recognize State's Exhibit number 291?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
It is a WIS International ID card with the name of our defendant.
Tremaine Jones?
Yes.
Okay. And was this item recovered and seen by officers as well as yourself within the backpack at the scene?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Now, I would like to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 185 through 205. I would ask you to take a look at all 20 of those photos, 21 of those photos, and tell me what you see.
Okay.
Detective, do you recognize those photos?
Yes, I do.
And what do those photos depict?
These photographs depict the backpack and the contents of the backpack once it was conveyed to the PAB.
And can we see kind of photos that are showing a number of different items that are recovered both at the scene as well as when you're at the PAB or Police Administration building?
That is correct.
They fair and accurate copies of what we were able to recover.
Yes.
Your Honor, statements 185 through 205 in evidence at this time.
I don't object.
Received without objection.
And just so we understand regarding this backpack, would that be the backpack that we are discussing here in State's Exhibit number 286? We're kind of moving, and we can see City Park Bank.
That is correct.
Now, Detective, I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 185. What are we seeing here?
That is a picture of the front of the backpack. You can see the brand City Pack.
Okay. And if we're looking at State's Exhibit number 186.
It's the same backpack, just with the flaps open.
And can we see 187 as one as 188 that shows us kind of everything in terms of how that backpack looks with both the flap open and the flap closed?
Correct.
Okay. Now, Detective, while at the scene, did you have the opportunity to try to look through some of the items that were recovered inside this backpack?
Yes.
I'll show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 189. Starting off here, is this a photo of your attempts to kind of look and see what you can find in that backpack?
That is correct.
Show you State's Exhibit number 190. Was there anything that you found of note inside a personal hygiene kit?
Yes. This photograph depicted on the screen right now is a photograph of defendant's Social Security card.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 294. I'd ask you to take a look at that for me and tell me if you recognize it.
This is the physical piece of evidence here depicted on the screen.
For Tremaine Jones.
That is correct.
Your Honor, the State would move State's Exhibit number 294 into evidence at this time.
We don't object.
Received without objection.
Now, Detective, as we continue to kind of go through some of these items that we can see there, I'm going to move beyond the Social Security card and show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 191. What, if anything, else was found within that backpack?
This photograph depicted on the screen now is it depicts the credit card, debit Visa card with Tremaine Jones's name on it.
Showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 295.
This is the physical card depicted on the screen.
And what is the name associated with that credit card?
Tremaine Jones.
Your Honor, Your Honor, the State would move 295 into evidence at this time.
I don't object.
Received without objection.
I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 192. Were there any additional documents that were found inside this backpack?
Yes.
What was that?
This one in particular was the birth certificate for Tremaine Jones.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 293. You recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
This is the physical birth certificate depicted on the screen.
And what is the name associated with this birth certificate?
Tremaine Jones.
Your Honor, the State would move State's Exhibit number 293 in evidence.
No objection.
Received without objection.
Now, Detective, I want to move forward just a little bit to State's Exhibit number 197. Did you have an opportunity to look through other aspects, kind of a pocket of this particular backpack to see if you could find any other documentation?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 198. What are we seeing here?
So this is a receipt from Prolific Arms, LLC, for a firearms accessory.
And in particular, just so we can take a look at this, kind of go through it just a little bit. You can see Pacific Arms, and we can see a sale date. Is that correct?
Yes.
Sale date is, and let me zoom in because I know you've got your glasses and I understand that. What's the sale date?
6/19/2025.
This incident occurred on June 25th of 2025.
Yes.
The week before this incident.
Approximately, yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 199. And in particular, regarding this individual that we see here, in particular, what is the name of the customer for this particular piece of equipment?
Tremaine Jones.
What is the address?
2203 North 25.
That's the building that we originally had this 911 call, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so this is a Tremaine Jones associated with 2203 North 25th Street. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Detective, I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 200. What was this receipt for?
It's for the receiver of a rifle Palmetto State Armory PA-15 receiver.
And in particular, it's a Palmetto State Armory PA-15 rifle multi-caliber receiver. Is that correct?
Yes,
This is oftentimes referred to as like the lower receiver of a rifle.
correct.
It says a serial number on it. Is that correct?
Yes, it does.
Was that serial number checked against the firearm that was recovered in the tree line, State's Exhibit number 263?
It was.
Is this receipt for the lower receiver of this firearm?
Yes,
So just so we're clear, lower receiver is not the barrel, it's the bottom portion or the rifle portion of this firearm.
correct.
I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibits, numbers 290, 289, and 288. I ask you to take a look at these for me. Tell me if you recognize it.
Yes.
What are they?
These are the physical pieces of evidence, the receipts from Prolific Arms, noting the customer's name as Tremaine Jones, and then a packing slip.
So showing to begin with, State's Exhibit number 290. This would be the physical copy of that receipt for that PA receiver that we're talking about here.
Yes, sir.
Showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 289. Is this a receipt for ammunition of a 5.56 caliber?
Yes.
And if we are seeing here, State's Exhibit number 288, kind of a, let me move that up so we can see it. Packing slip description of a complete stealth pistol lower. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Classic AR-15. Is that fair?
Correct.
If we're looking particular in regards to this again, Tremaine Jones, 2203 North 25th Street, apartment number 2.
That is correct.
Your Honor, State moves 288, 289, and 299.
We don't object.
Proceed without objection.
Now, Detective, I want to kind of just look at some of the other areas of things that were found inside this backpack. I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 195. I'll pull back just for 1 minute. You can see there's a number of different items that are recovered. Is that fair?
Yes.
And if looking at State's Exhibit number 196, Cheetos, popcorn, things like that.
Correct.
I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 201. Did you, as well as a forensic investigator, take time to kind of lay out some of the items that were found inside this backpack?
Yes, we did.
Number of personal hygiene items, is that fair?
Correct.
See a toothbrush, some dice, things like that?
Yes, miscellaneous items.
Showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 202. Baby bottle, white cheddar smart food, hot Cheetos, flaming hot Cheetos, a glove, lacy underwear.
Correct.
Showing you what has been marked as 203, 204, and 205. Does that show us kind of laid out a number of different items that were found inside that pack?
Yes.
Did I move 201 through 205 in evidence?
No.
I would do so at this time.
I will not object.
All right, thank you. Received without objection.
Did I move 195 and 196 in evidence?
Yes, 185 through 205 was in.
195 and 196, I'm sorry.
185 through 205.
Oh, okay.
That's included in there.
Thank you. Yes, the math checks out. Thank you. Now, I would like to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 306. We had talked about some of the food items that were found inside that backpack. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Opening 306 in front of you. And if we're particularly looking at this, what are we seeing?
That is a bag of chips, Smart Foods, I believe the white cheddar.
And in particular, we can see a number on it. Is that fair?
Yes.
That let us know that this has been processed and examined by a latent print by a forensic investigator and see if they could find some latent prints.
Yes.
We have to wait to figure out what happens there, but at least we know that this has been processed.
That is correct.
As well as several of the other items from the back.
Yes, I submitted several items.
Your Honor, State moves 306 in evidence.
I don't object.
Proceed without objection.
Lastly, I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 292. Opening it. Do you recognize what we see here?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a hygiene kit, if you will, little black zipper pouch.
And is this that hygiene kit that we saw in the pictures that actually had the Social Security card, the birth certificate, and the credit card in there as well?
That is correct.
In fairness, we also see a Firehouse Subs gift card and a Huntington, but neither one of those have names on them, do they?
That is correct.
Your Honor, State moves 292 in evidence.
I don't object.
Proceed without objection.
No further questions of this witness at this time.
Yeah. So, Detective, it seems pretty clear this is Mr. Jones's backpack. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know, you can't tell this jury when that backpack was dropped that evening between those cars, true?
No, I can't.
Okay. And do you know if the backpack itself was processed for any biological specimens, DNA, fingerprints, the backpack itself?
The backpack was submitted to the crime lab. However, based on the amount of evidence they can receive at a time, they decided not to accept the physical backpack.
So the answer was submitted and it wasn't tested?
Correct.
Nothing else?
Anything redirect?
Crime lab has limited items we're allowed to test. Is that fair?
Yes.
They go to the items that they think are likely to regain or likely to give us the most amount of DNA.
That is correct.
For example, a toothbrush as opposed to touch DNA in a backpack.
Correct.
So in this case, the backpack was submitted but not tested by the crime lab.
Correct.
Nothing else. Thank you.
Well, if somebody other than Mr. Jones handled this backpack, they likely wouldn't have handled the toothbrush, right?
It's fair.
Nothing else.
Anything? No. All right, you may step down. Thank you. May call your next witness.
Thank you. Your Honor, the State's going to call Detective Jose Flores.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God, from the pain and penalty of perjury.
I do.
Did you see that? Please state your first and last name and spell them both for the record.
Jose, Jose, Flores, Flores.
Detective, how are you employed?
As a detective with the City of Milwaukee Police Department, assigned to the Homicide Division.
First of all, how long have you been with the police department?
Over 10 years.
How long have you been a detective?
Since March of 2021.
And what's your current assignment?
Homicide Division.
How long have you been in homicide?
Since September of 2021.
Were you employed as a homicide detective regarding the homicide of Officer Kendall Porter that occurred on June 25th of 2025? June 26th of 2025?
Yes.
Okay. And just to be very clear, I want to draw your attention to kind of an area of 25th Street and Garfield. Are you familiar with that area?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in particular, drawing your attention to where we can see here on State's Exhibit number 1 on the second page. This area, this building of 2203 North 25th Street is going to be the subject of the first couple 911 calls. Is that fair?
Yes.
Did you happen to go to a residence that is across Garfield from 2203 in an attempt to see if you could find anything?
I did.
Why did you go to that residence?
We received information from a civilian witness identified as Alicia Moore, who indicated she had surveillance video of an incident that occurred prior to the homicide of Officer Porter.
This is ring video, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, Alicia is a woman who called 911 3 times, stating she was watching what's going on through her ring video.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have the opportunity to obtain that ring video?
I did.
Did you watch it to see if it captured the portions of the incident that occurred prior to this homicide?
Yes, sir.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of what you saw at the scene?
Yes.
Did you watch it in preparation for this trial?
I did.
Is it the same videos that you saw?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have State's Exhibit number 124 currently in the computer. There is a folder in there entitled Video 2505 West Garfield, Alicia Moore. We do have that particular video ready to proceed. There are 2 videos within that folder. I will be playing both and moving both in evidence at this time.
Any objection?
No.
Received without objection.
One moment, Your Honor. For the record, I am opening the first video, which is labeled Ring Video, a series of numbers, and then underscore 103521. I have it and using the VLC media application because it does allow us to do zoom ins as well as frame by frame, which I will be doing while we watch this video. Detective, I have the first video currently on the screen in front of us. Do you recognize the area that we're seeing here?
I do.
And what is this area?
This is going to be the residence of 2505 West Garfield. We're going to be looking, the top of the screen is going to be North 25th Street. The bottom of the screen is going to be South. So to the left side of the screen is going to be facing west on Garfield, and then to the right is going to be Garfield as well, the east side of the street. So that intersection is going to be 25th and Garfield.
So this right here is going to be this residence that this intersection we're referring to of 25th and Garfield.
Yes.
If we were to continue to go down this street that we can see to the right, that would take us towards 24th Place.
Yes, sir.
If you go a little further into the video, that will eventually take you to the alley, which runs all the way across to 24th Place where Officer Kendall Porter was shot.
Yes.
Okay. This particular apartment building, is this going to be the building upon which the original 911 calls and people outside it are being reflected?
Yes.
Detective, what are we going to see in these videos?
We're going to see several individuals in the roadway. You're going to hear a lot of commotion. Initially, the voices aren't going to be distinct, but there's going to be one prevalent male voice that you're going to be able to hear. Eventually, on about the 38 mark into this first video clip, you're going to see a gunshot.
Now, Detective, I want to draw your attention to kind of the lower right portion of where we're looking at this. And what I'm going to do is I'll go to Tools, Effects and Filters, Video Effects. geometry, and the interactive zoom. Just for now, I'll come back to the widescreen. But so we can take a look at the time that we're seeing here. We're looking at June 26 of 2025 at 21:13. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, so this is 21:13 is 9:13.
Correct.
Okay, so this would be kind of after the first 911 call, but before a string that
we are listening in to the trial of Tremaine Jones, who is accused of killing Milwaukee police officer Kendall and injuring Officer Christopher McCray. Right now, this stream will become Fox 6 News at 4, but we will continue to stream day one of testimony over on the Fox local app, as well as on the Fox 6 YouTube page. So just stick with us. Again, Fox 6 News at 4 starts now, and again, this stream will continue on. You will have to click a secondary stream, but we also will be continuing this on over on our Fox 6 YouTube page.
Yes. For the record, Your Honor, this first video is 53 seconds long. I'm going to play at this portion. There appears to be an individual that we first start see come into view. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
What can we see appears to be in this individual's hand?
A long gun.
A long gun?
Correct.
Okay. And are we also going to notice anything around his jacket?
Yes.
What?
We are going to see, along with the long gun, we're going to see a bag.
Eventually we'll see a bag?
Yes.
In this first video, though, we can't see the bag. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. Are we going to see if there's any markings or words on the back of it?
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of this particular video, this individual that we're now focusing on, which is in the center of the video, if we're looking at 10 seconds into the video, in the kind of the intersection with that long gun, is that going to be the person we see discharge a round?
Yes, sir.
Playing from 10 seconds into the video.
Come on, man, brothers. No.
Pausing in 52 seconds. We hear some bangs. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
And just kind of going back to that individual, what did we see the individual do with his arm in the air?
So you just raise his arm in the air, and then you see that burst of light.
After that burst of light, as opposed to some of the other sounds we heard, that burst of light, we start to see people run. Is that fair?
Correct.
I want to go back just for one moment. Moving back to approximately 49 seconds into the video. We hear the discharge, see the discharge, and what do we hear a male voice say?
It appears he says, bring it outside.
Your Honor, now going to the second ring video within the Alicia Moore Garfield ring video at 10, which ends in _ 103727, which again I am opening with VLC Media Player, and I have it 0 minutes and 0 seconds into the recording. Again, going to effects and filters, video effects, geometry, interactive zoom, and moving towards that intersection of 25th and Garfield. Detectives, if we are looking at right now this second video, when is this video beginning?
Shortly thereafter.
June 26, 2025 at 21:15 or 9:15, is that fair?
Yes, sir.
And this video is going to last 10 minutes long?
Yes.
In this particular 10-minute long video, approximately that, what are we going to see?
You're going to see that same individual who discharged that weapon continue to make statements. He's saying things that he's going to shoot up the place, that the police need to be called here. You're going to have to call the police, and referencing people's lives being ended.
Eventually, you had mentioned a backpack. We had not seen the individual who discharges the round. He had some sort of lettering on his back. He wasn't wearing a backpack at that point.
Correct.
But we can see the backpack come into kind of playing within this camera.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, I am now moving forward the interactive zoom to kind of capture the intersection area of 25th and Garfield. I have it at 0 minutes and 0 seconds into the video. I'm going to play from that portion. Pausing at 16 seconds. Can we see what appears to be that same individual still holding that long gun as you refer to it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. He's not wearing the backpack at this point, is he?
No, sir.
Playing from 16 seconds into the recording.
I don't tow handguns no more. This bitch shit around. Man, bring it. Man, it's all getting ready to quarter fucking slang. Look at it. Come outside. Come outside. Let her run.
Pausing at 1 minute and 14 seconds into the recording. We can see the individual now appears to have placed a large backpack on. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Additionally, regarding his hair, there appears to be some sort of covering or something along his hairline?
Yes.
Okay. We heard the words "come outside" from appears to be women. Is that fair?
Yes.
But the male voice said something along the lines of "call the police, I ain't none with that," or something like that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Playing from 1 minute and 14 seconds into the recording.
Bring dude outside. What you talking about? Man, cuz bring dude outside. What you talking about? Yeah, everybody else just say he got a smack. Bring him outside. I know he's still here. If you don't come outside and call me, I'm shooting you all three. What you talking about? You got 5 minutes. You got 5 minutes. The whole three. No time.
Pausing at 9 minutes and 53 seconds. Does it appear to be that same person in the Combie intersection?
Yes, sir.
Do you have that backpack on?
Yes.
Do you have that long gun?
Yes.
And if we are just kind of looking and down to where we're talking about, this would be at 9:24 and 54 seconds, or just slightly before the 3 ShotSpotter alerts that we later learn about.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Detective, I'm just going to play the last 7 seconds of this video.
What's going on, nigga? Bring it out. Yeah. I'm over here.
Detective, that is it through the full portion of that video. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Did the Ring video of this residence have any other recorded videos?
No.
That is what the Ring video recorded.
Yes.
Does that sometimes happen when you're looking at Ring videos where it cuts off or captures portions and then doesn't capture others?
Yes.
What we can see there is the first shot that was recorded on a 911 call, and then the 10 minutes prior to the eventual alerts that we're going to get at 25th and Garfield.
Yes, sir.
At the last moment, we see that individual that had the kind of the coat with some lettering on it. Does he have the backpack on?
Yes.
Does he have the rifle in his hand?
He does.
Does he have that thing that appears to be over his hair?
Yes.
To be fair, Detective, were you able to, even on the Zoom, get a good enough look to tell us who that person is?
Not from this video, no.
Not from this video.
Correct.
But it's letting us know what we can see here on 25th and Garfield.
Yes, sir.
No further questions of this witness. Oh, no, I do. Detective, I want to ask you briefly about another aspect of your investigation. Did there come a time where you were asked to engage in obtaining DNA swabs from anyone?
Yes.
Who was that individual?
The defendant.
Could you please point to him and tell me his name and where he's wearing?
He's seated at defense counsel table next to the defense attorney. He's wearing a red plaid collared shirt, multicolored with glasses.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the detective has pointed to and identified the defendant.
It's accurate, Judge.
All right, the record will so reflect.
And what's his name again?
Tremaine Jones.
Now, Detective, when you obtained a standard, or what's referred to as a buckled standard from the defendant, how is that process done?
We take 2 sterile cotton swabs that are packaged. We unseal the package. We swab each side of the inside of the cheek, right and left, with 2 separate sterile cotton swabs. We then place those cotton swabs in a glycine envelope, and in that glycine envelope, we then put it in this package. From that package, we seal it with evidence tape, and these are going to be my initials, JEF, and this is the date that I conducted that, and it's been sealed.
So this would be, in fact, the evidence of the DNA that you ended up obtaining. Is that correct?
Yes,
And if, in fact, can we see on the back the date that you obtained this?
correct.
What date was that?
June 28th, 25.
Okay. The defendant was arrested at the time that you had obtained this. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the state would move 305 into evidence.
I don't object.
All right, received without objection.
Nothing else, thank you.
Thank you. Cross?
Detective Flores, the Ring video doorbell we just watched, it cuts off at about 9:24 p.m., true?
Yes, sir.
The shots that involved the shooting of Officer Corder and Officer McCray happened at 9:37, according to ShotSpotter, correct?
To the best of my knowledge, yes, sir.
So that would be 13 minutes after what we saw in the Ring video doorbell, fair?
Approximately.
And the ShotSpotter prior to that was about 9:25. Does that sound right?
I don't recall. I'll take your word for it, sir.
Okay. So we have a 12 to 13 minute gap between the end of the Ring video doorbell and the shooting of the officers, true?
Yes, sir.
And to be fair, that Ring video doorbell does not depict the shooting of the officers or the shooting in that alley, does it?
No, sir.
I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Anything on that?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you, ma'am.
Your Honor, that is the witnesses we have available for today.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we have made a ton of progress today. You guys have been listening so attentively and doing such a nice job. Paying attention, we've gotten through a lot of material. So I'm going to send you today home for the day, or you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. So I will have you back at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Please don't research any information you personally think might be helpful to you in understanding the issues presented or investigate the case on your own. Do not read any newspaper reports or listen to any news reports on radio, television, or any other electronic application about this trial. Do not seek information regarding the public records of any party or witness to this case. Do not communicate with anyone about this trial or your experience as a juror while you are serving on this jury. Do not use any electronic device to share any information about the case. Do not permit anyone to communicate with you about this matter, either in person, electronically, or by any other means. That includes people that you may talk to in your household or when you go home this evening. Okay? Please be back at 8:30. You can leave your notebooks. No one's going to touch them. We have another day that is just available.